All right, all right, all right. I have arrived. Thank you guys for being patient. I see folks in the chat saying colored people time. If you guys can hear me, drop a 1 for me. It looks like the Pro Black Perspective says he hears me now. I apologize. I had to, it's festive time, so I was a little too festive earlier. So forgive me. Tonight, we should have a good one. I see Kevin Carre is on the panel there already waiting. I'll be with you in a second. Shout out to the matron. Love to see you there out there. Thanks for coming through. Pro Black Perspective. Thanks for coming through. I saw the Harsh Rally podcast out there. He said I was on the Color People Time. Daily Affirmation by Paulina's out there as well. So shout out to all of you who are here today. What do we have in store tonight? Again, we're going to go an extra hour tonight. And we're going to talk about Blueprint for Black Power. Specifically, we're going to talk about the Caribbean and West African solution and revolving credit system. Something a lot of us are familiar with. I remember it well growing up. We call it esusu. Some people call it susu, pan, esu, stuff like that. We're going to talk about the African retentions or roots of Rastafarianism. That should be a good one. We're going to talk about geography is political. We're going to talk about a certain book in Zuri Books. That should be fun as well. We're going to talk about how some black women view police brutality involving a white cop and a black male. We're going to talk about from South to Black Power, Black Southern panelists. Hopefully you guys will join us. Bakari, Anthony McPhail, Black Steel is on the panel already today. Black Southern panelists, voice your opinion on a massive relocation of Black Northerners to the South. Interesting. I love that topic. Polygamy topic. It seems clear that the West lacks marriage protocols, whereas Africa has some semblance of this. How will this shape Black America or the diaspora in the coming years? And lastly, we have silent genocide in the Congo. Why no international outcry? I see my panelists. I'm going to add you guys in a second. What we'll do now is start the show officially. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 as well as introduce my panelists. Do stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. I should be live on Instagram too. I decided to try going live on Instagram. So if you're on Instagram, if you follow me on Instagram, let me know if it's working, if it's actually live or not, because this is the first time I've ever done it. But in the meantime, let me welcome my great panelists who are here with me tonight, starting with my boy Kevin Carre. How are you this week?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm just ready for the show. Ready to go.
Good. Thanks for coming through, man. I really appreciate it. Let's go to my other brethren, Black Steel. How are you this week?
I'm doing great, Koku. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. And thanks for coming through, Black Steel. I appreciate it. And lastly is the pro-black perspective. Oni, how are you?
I'm cool. Thanks for having us, man.
Yeah, good. No problem. I saw Oni advocating in the chat for the ladies. Ladies, come on up, man. Let's end this. Is this the last show of the year? No, we're going to have another show next week. But, it's a festive time, man. Come through. Let's have a discussion. I'm going to probably ask the same question tonight. Should we do a slightly longer broadcast next week? So look out for that poll coming up during the show. But ladies, Marcus Garvey is the way, Matron, Daily Afternoon by Pauline, Joe, Provide Triggers for Evolution, all the ladies who come through in the chat, you're invited as always to come up on the panel. Let's make it a good one tonight. Last but not least, let me introduce Buana this week. Buana, how are you?
I'm good, man. Shout out to everyone, my good brothers. Just letting everyone know tonight is a rum night for me. So y'all know what it is when I start rambling.
Yes, sir. I know what it is.
Absolutely. I started early. I almost didn't make it, but I'm here. So without further ado, hopefully more people will join us. Let's jump into Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 says, in chapter 28 of Blueprint for Black Power, Amos Wilson provided the esusu, aka susu pot, aka padnah or padnah, in the Caribbean and West Afrika as a solution and revolving credit system. Do you know it and practice it, or have practiced it? Yeah, I know it and have practiced it. I don't really do it anymore, but I'm familiar. But this comes with a couple of attachments. So let me share my screen with you guys. Where is it? I think that's it. Yeah. So the first one. This is an excerpt from the actual book. It says the Rotating Credit Association places the group's or community's monies completely under its control. Basically, all monies raised within the association are made directly available to its members without the interference of middlemen institutions or the taxation and regulative policies of government agencies. The Rotating Credit Association avoids the technical and structural as well as racial difficulties which attend formalized banking and financial institutional approaches to finance. Associations can be used to help create the concrete investment opportunities in the community that are the basis for the growth and development of more formal institutions such as banks. The Rotating Credit Association originates in the community of interested persons, still the major source for financing new business, not loans from banks and other mainstream financial institutions, and therefore fits into community patterns and yet aims at planned and goal-oriented savings. We have demonstrated that the Korean KAI, a basic rotating credit association, as well as the Japanese KO, Miin, Tanomoshi, the Chinese Hui, the Nigerian esusu, Dashi, the Caribbean susu, partners, the meeting, Boxy money, figure very significantly in the financing of business and personal enterprises. Koreans and Cubans are outstanding current examples of how credit associations can be used to develop very significant and rapid economic development, as well as to very significantly help lift the group out of poverty, reduce or eliminate its dependency on government and private largesse. This has another image. It says, in its basic form, a member in a rotating credit association receives the total pot or money pool. His turn is generally determined by lot or by agreement. Members simply meet and agree among themselves to contribute a sum of money every week or month or some other, cyclical period, each one receiving the entire pot once during the chosen time cycle. Often a cycle may begin anew with the same or additional members if desired. Members of one association can be concurrent members of one or more other associations. In some instances, one member of an association may take or occupy two or more positions or hold multiple shares in the same association and contribute as if he were two or more persons, and collect commensurately. In the basic association, each recipient of the pot or fund takes responsibility for hosting the next meeting of the association and provides refreshments and food for other members. Thus, association meetings, which may include friends, neighbors, kin, and trusted associates, take place in a festive social environment that serves to strengthen social solidarity as much as to reach economic goals. For many members, the creation of communal or social harmony and the provision of mutual assistance is the association's primary attraction compared with the money they receive. In traditional rural settings, the medium which is rotated between members of an association may not be money, but cooperative labor. One more image to share. In reviewing rotating credit associations of southern China, Japan, and West Africa, which were transferred to and employed in the United States by overseas immigrant communities, Light concludes that these institutions were the principal devices for capitalizing small business. He further intimates that, and this is a quote, I guess, West Indian blacks brought the West African Rotating Credit Association to the United States. They used this traditional practice to finance small business. American-born Negroes apparently did not employ a similar institution. Hence, the Rotating Credit Association suggests itself as a specific tradition in the field of business, which accounts in some measure for the differential business success of American-born Negroes, West Indian Negroes, and Orientals. As noted earlier, the Rotating Credit Association has a long and original history in many parts of Africa, including West Africa, from which the progenitors of American Negroes were abducted as slaves. All right. So it's kind of weird to read a description of something that you just know to be, but that's essentially how the esusu, as Bahamians call it, that's how the esusu works. So now that in case those of you didn't know about this or didn't understand how it works, hopefully that sheds some light. And now we can talk about the practice and your experiences. You guys in the chat, as well as you guys on the panel. What's your experience with this rotating credit system? And by the way, what did you call it in your neck of the woods? So let's start with Kevin Carey. Kevin Carey, what's it?
Well, I never really got into it much. When I was younger, my mother kind of used the money I worked for and put it in her susu. That's what we call it, susu. But yeah, I really don't have much of an experience with it, so I'll have to pass the mic on this one.
No, it's no problem. But you are familiar with it. You already understood this already as to as how it worked and what was the idea behind it. So you're familiar. Whether you did it personally is not that's not the thing. But I do believe that we need to know about this stuff. I think we do need to pass this knowledge on too. Black Steel, how familiar are you with this credit system?
So I'll be honest, my very first time learning about susu was when I read Blueprint for Black Power. So that was really my first time learning about it. But I'm not surprised. Many people, especially coming to the U.S., they create these sort of banking systems within themselves. It kind of puts me in the mind of like a credit union in many ways. So I definitely am familiar with after reading Blueprint for Black Power, and I see where it's something a system that's definitely worked for other groups coming to America, for Africans. They mentioned the Koreans and other things like that, how they were able to pool their money and do things like that. I'm not against it, but I do think there's a level of distrust that exists among African Americans. Even when they said that people from Nigeria were doing it, I wonder if they were all just from the same ethnic group, or were they all just Nigerian nationality? Were there some Yoruba, Igbo, or were they all from the same group? Because I would say that in theory, it's a great idea, but I know my people, they would be skeptical to do something like this, because there's a lot of distrust between African people, and it's by design, African Americans at least. I know it's definitely by design. I think that it would be something that could be used for the community's benefit, but I think also we have to understand, especially here in the East of the United States, we don't really have control over our communities like that. I think that if something like that were to happen, I don't know. I think that I think it could be used in very positive ways. However, I do think that initial first step would be a doozy. But I think that it's something we could work together on that could be used to improve, build businesses. I would even say those funds could be used to supplement school funds that we're not getting from the state. Things like that could be used. I guess they definitely have to take some steps to overcome the distrust, because a lot of people, especially younger people, are like, I don't trust them niggas, I don't know them niggas, I'm not getting my money. It's the first thing they're gonna say. But yet they go to the banks that are still black people's money all the time. We talked about Navy Federal Credit Union just last week. So I think there would definitely have to be some steps to overcome. But I think overall, it's a very good process. I think it could really be used to the community's benefit. Right. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Black Steel. Trigger Happy asked a great follow-up question, which we can all, everyone could take a turn answering later on, is what would we have to do basically to nurture trust? And I'm curious about that too. What really destroyed that trust that we once had? A part of it too is that like in the Caribbean, a lot of times those esusu and thing used to be done like within families, within neighborhoods, but within families, within neighborhoods. So that's how I remember it. Shout out to Cousin Nell, who used to run an esusu and stuff. So, we'll talk about that in a second. But let me hear from the pro-black perspective next. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Black Steel. Vogue ain't gonna trust people in this. Like what we have in American cities, like the distrust. When you talk about the origin of distrust, not the origin per se, but sometimes they say the three original sociologists. They put up W.B. Du Bois, and they put up, I think it's Durkheim. Durkheim. But he does a study, and he's like, look, in cities, you have this thing called anomie, which basically means that city folk are going to be distrustful of each other. And, you can do this stuff in a neighborhood. You can do this stuff if you have institutions like community centers. If you could do this stuff if you know where somebody lives. You know what I mean? And even then, that's not even enough, But the reality is that if you are loaning money to people, to strangers, you're gonna lose that money. 9 times out of 10, you're going to lose that money. Yeah, to strangers, to absolute strangers, you will lose your money. Now, depends on if you know their character, then they're not too much of a stranger. But even then, like, I could tell you a handful of people who are like, look, man, I always pay my debts, and they owe me money. You know what I'm saying? like, and it wasn't no susu thing. It was just they needed some money, or they owed some sort of debt, whatever. A lot of people. So I think I like Amos Wilson's optimism, obviously, but as far as the application in the States, it's unrealistic. Now, when I went to Africa, even some of the women I was dating, they were a part of women's groups, and the women, together did this sort of susu stuff, like this rotating credit stuff. So rotating credit, as he points out, is a common practice, and it's more common among people who have like community ties. You know what I mean? Among people who know each other's families, who know each other, so on and so forth. Like if you can't, like a classic example, you tend to bring it up. There were people who were active on the panel, and they're gone and they disappeared. Now, how would that be if once upon a time you trusted them with your money? And you have no way to contact them, no way to reach them. You don't know any of their family. You don't know any. Like this is the issue that a lot of us don't come to. Like a lot of us kind of skip over. Like a lot of it is you're giving these ideas, but you're skipping over the steps before the ideas. Rotating credit is good if you have a community. Okay, rotating is good if you have a community center. Rotating credit is good if you have a community center. If you do not have a community, if you do not have a community center, you can't do rotating credit. It's not even worth mentioning it if you do not have. Like sometimes you got to go back to the fundamentals. Sometimes you go back to the basics, and a lot of times we tend to skip over that. It's. I think the phrase in the Americas is, you put the cart before the horse. A lot of times we put the cart before the horse. Why don't we do susu? All right, go do susu. Go loan your money out. See if you get it back. You won't. That's it.
Wow. That's I mean, I get it, but I get it, but I think that says a lot about where we have arrived, I guess, because it worked. Now, was it perfect? No, I could remember there was people. So my cousin, like I said, she used to run it. What the hell is calling me at this hour? My cousin used to run it, and I could remember sometimes a person will get their hand and disappear, drop out, right? And she would have to cover the hand in that time. But it's a shame that basically what Oni is saying, in his opinion, is that we don't really have community. That's a real shame that we don't have community, and these things are so difficult to do now, I guess. But
Yeah,
let me speak.
I want to tackle this a little bit, Koku, because I have some personal experience with this. Well, I'll let you go. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's my personal experience with this. My lady was an ASU. She always an ASU, one ASU or another, because the teachers collectively, the ladies get together. Usually the women are big on ASUs, but they get together and they form these little so-called partnerships. And when she gets a hand, she was able to do a lot of things with it. Like buy different things and pay school fees and many different things that she would have done with it. And I personally know in this country how this country operates, many people was able to start their own businesses through ASU, right? And do different things with ASU. So I see the benefits of ASU, but I also know the downfalls, because yes, there are some people, they abscond with money. Soon as they get their hand, they gone. You ain't gonna ever see them again. And then the person who started the ASU has to fill in the gap. She has to pay for the person who probably absconded to continue the ASU in functioning. And that's just the chance you take when you go in business with some people. Some people sometimes it's trust. my advice with ASU is to keep that circle small enough where you create a collective of people who you can trust. Because I understand sometimes you can't trust strangers when it gets too big. So my thing with ASU is to keep it not necessarily beyond maybe 10 people. That's a legitimate size where you have a legitimate sources of income thrown in the pot every month or however it's done. In New York City, you would see many West Indian immigrants, because West Indian immigrants, I think, are the so-called the largest homeowners when in New York City, black people, as far as black people. And how they got their homes was through those processes, ASU and SUSU and these kinds of things. Because sometimes the banks wouldn't loan them the monies to buy the houses that they currently I talk about when the immigrants really started coming in to New York City. So that's how a lot of them became homeowners through the process of ASU. Not only that, that was one system what the West Indians used. Another system which was popular in New York City is numbers, the numbers racket. When Lady Sinclair came from St. Lucia and she started the numbers racket, well, she didn't start, or when she was in the numbers racket in New York City, many people patronized the number system to be able to throw in a little bit but get a whole lot out of it. Now, some people may say that's gambling. Well, that's the chance you take. That was another financial system or institution that 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 black folks had in the northern New York City. To get a whole lot of money. She became a wealthy person off of it, and many people benefited off of the numbers racket. Whether you consider that illegal or illegal, that's a whole other matter. The Italians have their own system. The Italians, when people in need of money and things of that nature, who they go to? They go to the mob. They go to the gangsters. They go to the what do you call it? The not the Shylocks. I forget the name of it, but they just and when they borrow money from the Italians, they charge them interest, on a daily. But nobody wanted. That's their system. But our system was a little bit different. We had the numbers rackets, and we had the ASU system, and many people benefited off of it. And also, back in the day, they had an enforcement where if you owe Sinclair, Madam Sinclair money, she had some goons who would come in and make sure I get that money from you. Now I don't know what the West Indians did when they was doing the ASU thing, and someone would have absconded. I don't know what their system of enforcement was back in the day, but I knew they practiced it, and that's how many of them got a whole lot of real estate in New York City. That's a little known history of what they brought with them via the West Indies. So I think that it's legitimate. I think that it does have some questions to it, but it could be practiced in a large and major city because it was done already. It was done. That's what the West Indians is doing. The Jamaicans, the Trinidadians, the Bajans, when they came, they used that system of ASU to get a whole lot of the things when they couldn't go to the banks. They used it before, but they didn't just do it. They did it internally with a bunch of maybe Bajans, with a bunch of Jamaicans, people who they could trust, and then it expanded out. It expanded out based off of the people who they got to know, people who would have bought houses and say, well, you can't abscond. I know where you live. You live in the same community as me. If you don't pay your hand, I come to see you. So it's a little bit more complicated. I think it is workable because it's been done before. Yes, there are shortfalls, but I think that I don't know. I think that you could take a look at certain things and see where the shortfalls are and try to seek to make corrections on it. But we live in a globalized world right now. You can't hide. I can find where you are just by going on the internet. You can't hide. It's very, very difficult. And for people to just pick up and move after they get their hands thrown, you go, what? We're just going to move on another side of New York City? You could do that, but we're going to still find you. I mean, I don't know. But I seen it done before, and I seen its effects, and there are good parts of it, and there are bad parts of it. So, like anything else. But I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, there's good and there's bad. And also, we on the panel, we kind of focused the conversation to money, but also remember there was a labor thing. There was labor as well that was used in these exchanges, right?
Oh
So
yes, I want to speak on that too, because people on the island, they used to, a lot of the ways they used to build their own homes, right? So a bunch of men in the community, in their form of ASU, they used to lend out their labor. So in 1 month or whatever, a group of the men of the community would build somebody's house because it was his time to get the labor done. And then whoever else time it was to draw a hand, then the men of that community would go over to their house and build their whole house. Yeah, I mean, that's how they would do it. So they used to do it with their, effort, their labor. So I understand that in that portion as well. But I'll leave it there though.
yeah, I think it's I like Juana said and others. I think it has its advantages. Of course, as with anything, when you're dealing with people, anything can happen, so to speak. Um, but Juana, you said your lady still does. She's still involved in ASU.
She did it. The sister, the teachers, well, the ladies who she worked with, from time to time they do it. It's been inconsistent because the lady who was running it was a Jamaican lady. She left, so that's a whole nother matter. But she did it though. She practiced it for a time with a lot of the ladies in her group, and it was a benefit for her. So she say. So, but she did. It fell apart when the Jamaican sister left and went somewhere else. But she did it for a little while though.
All right. Yeah, it has its I've seen it. It has its benefits, but a lot of the caution that you hear from Black Steel and Oni and stuff, it should be mentioned that those things can happen. And I like how Buana mentioned, that this lady in New York had the goons. Maybe that's the part that's missing, the enforcement part. But I think it's doable. In fact, these small hats, these Jews, they do something along those lines too, right? When you hear them talk about this interest-free loans and all that kind of stuff, a lot of times that's just something that the wealthier, everyone put money into this pot, and if you needed help with something, you could go and get, some help, and there's no interest and stuff like that. One of the things I want us to have is a bit more of a cheerful outlook, a bit more positive. The idea that if you do something with a group of Black folks, someone's going to run off. I get it. I get it. You should have that caution in your head, but the issue with that is a lot of the shit that where we need to get to and what we need to do, we need to be able to work together. We need to be able, and it doesn't have to be every single Black person, but we need we need to be able to trust each other to work together and get some stuff done. Black Steel had to drop off. He'll be back. Again, anyone who wants to join, click the link at the top of the chat. You could join the panel as well. I want to shout out to Brother Bakari, who's out there in the chat saying peace and Black power. I saw a real Black gentleman out there saying graces fam, and Lero said peace, loved ones. So I want to thank all of you who are here. Is there any last thoughts from anyone here on the panel on this topic? Oni in the chat said, I think it's a matter of putting the cart before the horse. We can trust each other, but we first need to build community centers. Okay. KW Don 7 says, just don't do it with Polite or Jay Morrison. Absolutely. Stay away from them guys. Yeah, these things are more, these are community things, to tell you the truth. These are, to be honest with you, the way I see it, these are more family things than anything else. It's more about, because family you could get to. Family you go see. And I think that's what, I've said this many times before on Shoot to Breathe. I think we have to become more family oriented. And before we become community oriented, so to speak, before we become, open up to the wider community. I think we gotta do these things within families and stuff like that. Anthony McPhail is out there saying peace to the panel on the chat. So y'all say what's up to Anthony McPhail. Anthony, I think this upcoming topic coming up later, I think you'll be good. You and Bakari will be good and Black Steel will be good to speak on a little bit later. If there's no last thoughts on this prompt, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 2. Shooter Breeze topic number 2 tonight says the African retentions or roots of Rastafarianism. Thoughts. So, of course, this comes with an attachment, actually several. So we'll go through them. First one is a tweet that says, it's from Mileman. Where is he from? St. Kitts. It says, good book that covers a bit of the origins of Rasta. Some people are confused that Rasta strictly comes out of a Christian system. Many Rasta don't subscribe to the Bible, and indeed the early Rasta movement come out of African traditions. For example, you listen to an elder Rast like Muda Baruka, he experienced both types of Rasta, the ones who are pretty much at church and the ones that threw the Bible in the fire during gatherings. So that's I don't know if I'm supposed to play that video, but that's the original tweet. And then there's a couple of YouTube videos we'll watch and we'll discuss. So here's the first YouTube video. This is called Discussing Rastafari. This looks like Shakara. Here it is. Discussing Rastafari, African Spiritual System. So let's take a listen and then we'll discuss.
You know what I mean? Oh, that makes sense.
It does make sense. I'm just trying to, I find it fascinating about what you said originally with the mixture of Rastafari.
Yes.
And you said Ifa.
Yeah,
How does that work? Because they're both quite different.
Why you say they're different?
Well, with Ifa, you have various gods and goddesses. Oshun, Shango, Rastafari, you don't have different gods or goddesses.
Yeah, so most people's popular conception of Rastafari, I get why you would say that, simply because most people have a very Abrahamic, what's the word? Interpretation.
Well, most likely,
of Rastafari.
So
whereas I don't. Yeah. So in the sense of when people used to ask me if I'm Rast, I would say kind of, sort of. Now I say yes. Yeah. But I never used to say fully yes because I was raised African spiritualist, and many Rastas used to ban voodoo and obia, and I didn't. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. When we look at Rastafari and its development, why the most criminally undertow aspects of it is that it is born out of African spiritual retentions in the Caribbean. Yeah. So obviously, when we were brought to the Caribbean, we brought our cultures with us. Yeah. Voodoo in Haiti, we know Haiti is right next to Jamaica. Kumina in Jamaica comes from Central Africa. And then many of us in Jamaica are from the Akan or Ashanti lineage. Yeah. So you find dominant expressions. I'm sure you must know that, like in the Caribbean, the most dominant spiritual retention throughout the Caribbean is Ifa. Yeah. That has developed into things like Candomblé and Santeria and them kind of things there. All right. So we have all these traditions, and so when you look at the rudiments and the liberty of Rastafari, all of it really comes out of the spiritual traditions that we kept and were evolving in the Caribbean. So the drumming, for example, Nyabingi drumming of Rastafari comes out of Kumina drumming. Kumina is, as I said, is from Central Africa. Yeah. So Kumina is a faster drum pattern, generally speaking. You slow it down, you get Nyabingi. Yeah. But the Kumina drumming pattern, Kumina is a ritual of drum, song, and dance. Yeah. People used to channel spirit and them kind of things there. A lot of the founding fathers, and one of the major ones, Leonard Percival Howell, comes from St. Thomas. St. Thomas is known in Jamaica as the hotbed for what is called obia or mayo, yeah, which is again West African spiritual tradition, yeah. So they were all dealing with African spirituality on some level, shape, or form. And so in my journey in Rastafari, that is the channel from which I come from. Yeah, so I don't read Bible and I'm saying them kind of things there. Just I'm saying, but it's about tapping into what were the issues that the founding fathers of Rastafari were trying to solve at the time, and it was a sense of self. Africans knowing ourselves, knowing our culture. Yeah, being in tune with what it means to be who we are, and developing communities, nations that based upon that. That's what I'm saying. So there is no and then where it most directly fits for me with Ifa is in and all African spirituality is in its nature-based orientation. Yeah. So yes. So if we look at Ifa and we have the Orisha, yeah, all of which represent principles of nature. Yeah. Rastafari is a nature-based, yeah, philosophy, yeah, and culture. So that's why we have terms like Aital. Aital meaning like it's like natural but gone. Like it's a totally natural living, yeah. So we're focusing on the earth.
Is that veganism?
All these things, yeah. Focusing on like plants, the earth, river, yeah. And
smoking of the herb.
Even I don't smoke personally, yeah. But all of these things, and you will find African spiritual traditions whereby herbs are used in certain particular ways. Just what I'm saying. So yeah, all these things are present. Now I would agree with the fact that popular expressions of Rastafari have been so Abrahamic that we've begun to neglect the African spiritual roots, yeah, the African spiritual expression. So instead of going deeper into the Kumina and the Mayo, yeah, and the Ifa and the Akan, we've gone deeper into the Bible. And start talking about some Hebrew Israelite, right? And you know what I mean, and Kebra Nagas, and which the Kebra Nagas has value as a book. I'm not denying the value of the Ethiopian line, yeah. But I'm saying, but we have to also understand that Ethiopian history has been colonized by the allegiance to the Solomonic dynasty, yeah, and the Solomonic lineage. So when you go to Ethiopia, what dominates in Ethiopia is the validation of the line of kings coming from Solomon. Yeah. Whereas Ethiopia has a history that predates Solomon, is thousands of years older than Solomon, but that has been subverted somewhat for the sake of accentuating the Solomonic line. Yeah. And so you know, I'm interested in the Oromo people, you know what I'm saying, and the Tigray people, yeah, and kind of things there, and then also the Kemetic, because it's Nile Valley we're dealing with at this point, right? So the Nile Valley history and culture, yeah, which many races in this day and age have begun to hold on to in terms of understanding the philosophy of Rastafari and the culture of Rastafari, because the deification of ancestors, the veneration of ancestors, and also the elevation of particular individuals or groups of individuals in our community that represent certain ideals is something that's deeply embedded in our history. So a lot of races look at, for example, in ancient Kemet, how the Nesubiti or the so-called Pharaoh was looked at as a representative of the creator on earth, yeah, which is the concept of Haile Selassie in effect, yeah. That's what I'm saying. But what Haile Selassie represented for I and I is because of the history of Ethiopia. We know that the oldest known.
What is I and I? I hear a lot of Rastafari.
I and I. So again, this is the beauty of the consciousness of Rastafari, yeah. I and I. There's no second person. Not like in English we say me and you. Me the first person, you are the second person. This is the I and I is the consciousness that there is no second person. There is I, and there is the I, who is also a part of I. In other words, we're one. It's another way of saying I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am. It's another way of saying that I and I. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we don't even say we. It's just I. This is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know. So it's just I. You know what I mean? But yeah, but what that represented for a lot of people was a reconnection to a nation, because what Haile Selassie represented, yeah, to the early races was an independent African nation. Yeah, all this stuff about line of David, this Jesus in the Christ in the flesh and all of something there comes later. what it really represented was an independent African nation, yeah, for people that were colonized under King George at the time, yeah, or England at the time. That's what it represented. And so redemption was not in just the individual, but in what the individual represented. Independence, freedom, Africa, yeah, our own culture, our own history. So now we don't have to rely, yeah, on the colonial structure to find a sense of self. We're looking now that you directly say we don't pledge allegiance to Britain and the king. Yeah, we pledge allegiance to Ethiopia and the king that's over there. It's a shift in the consciousness. That's what it represented at that time. It's what I'm saying. And so when you dig deeper into that, because we're dealing with Nile Valley, we're dealing with the history of the people, our origins as a people, but not only our origins, the origin of humanity. Yeah. So what it represented was us being able to get a sense of self outside of the colonial boundaries that were created for us. That's what it represented. Yeah. Like I said, then now man start to read Bible, remembering that Jamaica is a Christian, is full of Africans who are Christianized. So in order to validate what I'm saying to my mother, my father, my sister, my brother, they have to see it in the Bible, because we've been given this Bible, and it's not only a religious book. People at the time saw the Bible as real history. Yeah, you couldn't question the historicity of the Bible in the 1930s. Yeah, wasn't done. Yeah, so in order to validate the thing, and you could easily do it, why? Because of the titles of Haile Selassie. The titles of Haile Selassie, things like King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Conqueror Lion of the Tribe of Judah. Yeah, Elect of God, elected. You can find all of these titles in the Bible, throughout the Bible, particularly in Revelation. Yeah, so if I'm in a debate with you, and I wanted to win the debate, I'm gonna say, look, see it here, it's there in the Bible. The man named King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Conqueror Lion of the Tribe of Judah. Yeah. Now, so I don't completely dismiss that experience, because it's a real one, and maybe the brother, the elders and the ancients and the people that founded the ideals maybe would not have survived properly, fully. Yeah. Because there was a lot of attack against Rastafari. And maybe part of how they survived was being able to validate what they were saying by this book that everybody so thoroughly respected. Yeah, but I'm at a point, and because of my upbringing, whereby, because I've never dealt with the Bible, I don't need it. So I don't validate anything that I deal with through Bible, Quran, Torah, nothing. I'm not interested in whether we can be found in it. I'm not interested in whether we could be whether we're the original Hebrew Israelites or the original Arabs. I'm not interested. Yeah, and we may be. I'm not saying that we're not, but I'm saying that what is indigenous to us is what I'm focused on. I'm not preoccupied with the Abrahamic line.
So what do you do for Oshun?
Very interesting discussion there from Shakara. I will say that I think Shakara, and there's another video to watch. I'm just pulling it up right now, but I think Shakara, I think he's speaking of his experience more so than, and in fact, he actually he kind of admits that what's happening today is something different. By the way, did they have to do this interview in a goddamn busy park or something like that? And lastly, the other thing with it too is this shows you the problem with syncretism. Syncretism, if you practice syncretism with your beliefs, where you hide within a larger belief system. I think me and Oni talked about this one time before. You're going to, within a generation, you're going to forget. You're going to forget, and so what's happened is you do see a lot of Judeo-Christianity type stuff coming up Rastafari today. But I like what he's saying, and I wish that more brethren would listen to what he's saying and kind of adopt what he's talking about. There's another video here. Let me play it, and then we'll discuss everything. Sorry. I'm messing up. Sorry, I didn't share the damn screen. My bad on this. Let me do this again. I think it was 2 minutes and something. Let me see. 2:49. My bad on this. Okay. I didn't share the screen. We'll watch it and then we'll discuss.
The most well-known names are that of Leonard Percival Howell, yeah, Ashe. Joseph Nathaniel Hibbert, Ashe. Archibald Dunkley, Ashe. And Robert Hines, Ashe. Now, the purpose of this presentation here is really to develop certain understandings. Many people believe that, and this is not through any fault of their own necessarily, but through the popular expression of Rastafari, that Rastafari is quite simply a branch or a version of Christianity, yeah? And much of the narrative that has been told about Rastafari has come through that lineage because it's been very biblical or biblicized, yeah? Well, follow me and bear this in mind, okay? So we have Leonard Howell, and there's a parish of Jamaica called St. Thomas. Anybody from Jamaica in the house? Yeah, all right. What is St. Thomas known for? Where known for? All right. No, you know, it's free when you say Obia, you know, it's a family gathering. Where known for? Obia, yeah? Allow them something there. All right, everybody know what Obia means? Break down if you don't know what Obia is. You don't know what Obia is? Okay, all right. So Obia is an African spiritual retention in Jamaica. Yeah, an African spiritual retention that one of our traditional systems that we carry from West Africa over to Jamaica. All right, but because of the Christianization of our people, we were taught to look at African retentions as inherently devil worship. So Obia has a very negative connotation in like much like voodoo in Jamaica. Yeah, everybody got voodoo. Yeah. And voodoo is very much depicted in Hollywood and these kinds of things. Same thing, all right? The reality is that when we study the tradition deeper, Obia, Kumina, Mayal, which is the Obia cousin, our brother or sister, yeah, depending on what you call what. Obia and Mayo are two words in the same tradition that give expression to how you use the spiritual power, if that makes sense, yeah? And so St. Thomas is known for these things. St. Thomas is known for revivalist tradition, whereby we find a lot of the what they call the church, which is quote unquote Christian, but they worship like the Catholic Church. Be a drum and jugu 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 jugu. Yeah, we're African, so you know what jugu jugu mean. All right, okay, all right. So I said, all right. So basically, the point I'm making is that Leonard Howell is coming out of a revivalist tradition. Yeah, he's one branch of an African spiritual retention in Jamaica. Okay, all right. Now, most narratives of Rastafari, they're going to take you in on the Bible and tell you about some Psalms and some book of Revelation that justified, through which Haile Selassie was justified as the returned Messiah. Yeah, I've deliberately left it out. In the longer version of the presentation, it's there and I'll break it down. All right, I've deliberately left it out this time because I want to get this truth to know. You're following me? All right. So, Joseph Nathaniel Hibbert was a member of a quote-unquote lodge, which was called the Ancient Order of Ethiopia. Yeah, the Masonic Lodge. Then everybody get scared now, Illuminati. You see one eye and a triangle and something there. There are different kinds of Masons. There are different kinds of lodges. Yeah, and so in one of the ways in which our tradition was preserved is through mystery systems, and so there were mystery systems redeveloping themselves in the Caribbean. So he was part of one called the Ancient Order of Ethiopia. Archibald Dunkley was a Kumina practitioner. Kumina is one of the traditions that we brought from the Congo, yeah? And you can go to Congo today and still see Kumina practice. I've heard that from a Congo brother. And when he comes, I'm going to hopefully have him here in January so he can confirm that for you. Yeah, but we have to understand as well that the what they call Niger-Congo basin basically means that West Africa and Central Africa basically have the same roots when it comes to spirituality, culture, language, and these kinds of things. But many of our ancestors were taken from the Congo as well, especially at the latter part of the slavery period. Yeah, so we brought another tradition called Kumina. All right, and Kumina is the tradition from which that derives the Nyabindi drumming. Yeah, that's what evolved into Nyabindi drumming. Yeah. We're gonna come back to that. All right, Kumina is the drumming and the chanting and and something. All right, we're white and something. Yeah, they're moving. All right. Then you have Robert Hines, a spiritual Baptist. The spiritual Baptist, you have various different spiritual Baptist traditions. Again, similar to the commoner, like we're white, and in Trinidad you have the Shango Baptist, which is a tradition of baptism which is based around Shango. Yeah, and you get Shango, which is Ifa or Yoruba deity with Baptist. How would that work? Is with the fact is we're in our present society whereby they're trying to take our tradition, we're trying to preserve our tradition. There's a battle going on, Shango Baptist. And what happens is more, but you know, the Shango come first, yeah. So we're baptized. But think about it, and this is very serious because Shango is an Orisha in Ifa tradition that is associated with thunder and fire. Yeah, thunder and what? Fire. Now, biblically speaking, yeah, the first time God destroyed the earth and purged the people in there, it was with water. The revelation suggested that the next time, a fire, brimstone and fire. Shango Baptist. Is that what you mean? Yeah. So the deity of fire, yeah, and Shango is also the deity of the energy of transformation, transformative energy, if that makes sense. Yeah. Ogun being his counterpart is the action, transformative action. Yeah, they say he's the god of war, but Ogun is the spirit through which you transform your own life based upon your own will. Shango is more the intent, the idea of the energy of transformation. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Shango Baptist, all right, tradition. And so you have that in the strongest place that I know of that has Shango Baptist tradition is in Trinidad, but it's present in Jamaica. They call it spiritual Baptist, yeah. And you find all kinds of different things that when you see go on YouTube and you find these things where they say it's pastor so and so Thanksgiving table. Yeah, and you've got a table in the middle. This don't happen in no other Christian ceremony, right? Church, yeah. You got a table in the middle, and the whole night is pure chanting and drumming. Yeah, and sometimes there's not even any words. It's just and there's a table, and on the table there's fruits and candles and incense, and it's a Thanksgiving ceremony. You're giving thanks to the Creator, the divine spirits, your ancestors, and so on and so forth. But everybody comes to the ceremony, they bring something, put it on the table, people eat from the table, and some things are left on the table because they're offerings to the ancestors and the deity and so on and so forth. And and they're jumping about something. That ain't nothing to do with Jesus. You follow me? Yeah, nothing to do with Jesus. All right. But the point I'm making is that all of these are the founding fathers of Rastafari. So the point I'm making is that really, essentially, what Rastafari was as a movement was the coming together, the culmination of different African spiritual retentions into one unified order. You following me? Yeah. And our presentation, you guys about some Israelite and who is the original Hebrew and Jew. We're not talking about that today. We're talking about Africa. You following me? Yeah. Yeah. And many narratives of Rastafari leave out this very important fact. You following me? Mm-hmm. Partly because of how Rastafari evolved. And we're going to touch on that in a second, all right? So, going forward.
All right. That was very informative. Again, I Shakara might be speaking more early days Rastafari, but I bet you there's Rastafarians who will hear him talking about this and they'll be kind of surprised. But anyway, with that said, I don't know if Kevin Carey came back or not. But let me start with Oni. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, I feel like it's a lot of personal experience too. And I think that trying to dismiss the Abrahamicism doesn't add up, you know? So the name Rastafari comes from Haile Selassie. His name was Tafari, and his title at one point was Ras. Okay, so Ras, I guess, meant prince, and his name, he was born Lij Tafari Makonnen. Okay, and then he became Ras Tafari. So why Haile Selassie is important is because, or why you can't dismiss the Abrahamicism is because Haile Selassie's family claim is that they are descended from Solomon, who is descended from Abraham. Okay, so like it's just like it's an Abrahamic belief, you know. Now, right here, in fact, I'm looking at this wiki page, and it's like the dynasty that he's a part of is House of Solomon. So, like they're like the big thing about Haile Selassie is that they have this long, like they have one of the longest royal lineages on the planet, which is pretty impressive, I guess. But again, you cannot say this is not about Abrahamics if this is actually a descendant of Abraham. You know, now
Oni, you on Wikipedia? You on Wikipedia? Please state the big elephant in the room. Give us the elephant in the room, Oni. The big elephant in the room.
What is it? What's the big elephant?
Sorry for interrupting. The elephant in the room is Haile Selassie was a Christian. How could God have a God?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. That's another thing too. It's like, yeah, I mean, obviously they're part of this Christian church, but also the other part was, yeah, I mean, it's just like I would not go about the angle that this was not a Christian belief. Oh yeah, so sometimes I think the other thing people claim is that this guy was like either like a living embodiment of God or he was worshiping this God, something along those lines. But the reality is that I would not dismiss the Christianity of the Rastafarian movement. You know, it's clearly a Christian movement. It's clearly a derivative of Christianity. It's clearly about Abrahamics. It's like there's no, now obviously, you know, if they're drumming, like they're a bunch of Africans drumming, you know, they're like African people are going to be African people, but to dismiss that, the like how central Christianity is to the Rastafarian movement, like it doesn't add up at all. And that's all I can say. Oh no, I think, sorry, the other thing I wanted to say was that I also heard that a lot of it was influenced by Marcus Garvey, who said, you know, from the Bible there was this quote, something like kings will come out of Ethiopia or something like that. And then this guy Haile Selassie is kind of, you know, an impressive guy, and on top of that, you know, at the time, they say that Ethiopia was one of like 3 countries in Africa that wasn't colonized. So there's a lot to it. And of course, you know, I thought the elephant was that he doesn't look too, you know, whatever. But like outside of that, what I'm saying is that I mean, obviously it's a great presentation by Shakara, but you know, no, I don't think anybody like it wouldn't make any sense to say that this movement centered around this Christian, you know, wasn't a Christian movement. And that's all I can say.
Yeah, Trigger Happy, I'm going to read some of your comments in a second. I see Brother Bakari dropped a comment that I like a lot too. Yeah, I guess what Shakara is alluding to is that there's been a regression, and also there's been a how do I put this? There's been a little bit of propaganda, I think, with it too, where it's been pushed as this thing that's really Judeo-Christian. And I'll be, like I told y'all before, I've been around 12 tribes. I've been around, and you know, I've never heard someone say, "Oh yeah, this is one of our African retentions." I wish that they would go back to that though. I really do, because I think there's an opportunity to get some of our people who are in these religions, these Abrahamic religions, and I think there's an opportunity to get them, you know, into this thing if you go back, if you rebrand it or go back to what it originally was according to Shakara, you know, but to make it seem like it's not a Judeo-Christian thing presently is kind of a strange move. I'm going to read the comments in a second. Let's introduce our boy Anthony McPhail to the panel. Anthony, how are you tonight?
Hey, how you doing, Coco? What's going on, man?
Good. Thank you.
I'm doing fine, man. You know what? Peace to everybody in the panel and in the chat too, man.
Yes, respect, Anthony, respect.
Yeah. Anthony, you have any thoughts on this program?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you with the pro-black perspective. I think that Shakara was speaking from his point of view. You know, because I watch him a lot, man. You know, and he he's deep in African spirituality and everything. But as far as I've ever known about Rastafarianism, I always thought it was an offshoot of Christianity. You know what I'm saying? I always thought that. I mean, you know, they read a lot from the Bible, you know, and then like you were saying about Haile Selassie, you know, being, you know, almost worshiping as God, you know, in some way. But yeah, I always thought it was an offshoot of Christianity, man. And I never really, cause besides the drumming, I couldn't see any of the recognizable African retention. You know, but yeah, I just leave it at that, man, because you know you can get in trouble talking about the Rastas. But, I mean, you know what I'm saying, man. I mean, for real. I mean, like I seen Shakara and them. They had a commemoration for the Honorable Marcus Garvey. You know, and the whole celebration was like it was on YouTube. You know, what I mean, it was like 6 hours long, man. You know, and you could see all of the drumming and all of the whole ceremonial thing, and it's nothing like what you see in Rastafarianism. You know, so I mean, a little bit. You know, they say some things here and there, but I mean, for the most part, it's not like, I mean, you know, Shakara, they say a lot of stuff in the Shona language from Southern Africa. They always say the word Tendai Moare, you know, which is praise to God, you know, in the Shona language. You know, I mean, I don't never hear him saying nothing about Jah Rastafari. You know what I'm saying? So I just leave it at that. I leave it at that, man. I just always thought it was an offshoot of Christianity, though. Like, you know, yeah, I leave it at that, man.
Yeah. I think Shakara is one of those Rastas who don't really put His Majesty, you know, at the pinnacle of the belief. But yeah, a lot of what he's talking about, I think, is more so, you know, his personal trod in Rastafari. I don't think. In fact, if you notice something, Anthony, he was very careful. There's something he said, and I think it was about Haile Selassie. Something he said, he was very careful not to offend anybody.
Yeah,
so
that's why I said that.
Yep.
That's why I said the same thing. Yeah, you know.
Yeah. Let me read a couple of comments from the chat. TrigHappy262 says, I agree. I think syncretism only makes sense for an African group that only practices a particular thing, like Ethiopia, for example, where the only thing they have is Christianity. He says syncretism of various African spiritual cultures is much greater than syncretism with the Abrahamic stuff. He says another example that has been fruitful to me has been the Bay Fall in Senegal, but that's about it. Brother Bakari said, Rasta, Christianity, Islam, African spirituality, all I see is a lot of docile people not willing to fight or trying to build anything. Only I'm so spiritual or religious. I guess he's saying he's not too spiritual or religious. So yeah, it's a interesting thing.
Hey, brother
KW. KW Don 7 said, Haile Selassie is not the conquering lion from Zion. He was the running lion when Italy passed out of Ethiopia. It would make more sense. Menelik, the conquering lion, he ran Italy out. Interesting.
Hey, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Could I just say one thing real quick? I remember some years ago, they had it was a program about, you know, when Bob Marley had they had a program about Bob Marley when he had passed. It was kind of like a documentary, but they had this particular. It was in 1966, I think, where Emperor Haile Selassie had visited Jamaica. Where he visited Jamaica, and I remember in the documentary, Bob Marley's wife, I think it was Sister Rita, she said that she had seen when he was coming by, and he was walking by, or he was in a vehicle coming by, and she said that he had kind of looked over towards her, and he had waved his hand, and she said she looked at his hand, and where he had like nail holes in his hand. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
ganja madness. It's ganja madness.
Yeah, you
It's
seen that?
marijuana madness. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
ganja madness.
yeah.
Ganja
So
madness. That's all it
that's
is.
straight Abrahamic. You know what I'm saying? I'll leave it at that, man.
Before I go to Buana, I want to say, Buana, you sound like them folks back home who was to want to hold Rasta and chop their hair off. Eh? I just want to point that out.
Listen. Yeah, we can contend right now. I have issues. See, Coco, I pass through everything. I pass through, Rastafari. I pass through Islam and searching and trying to discover myself. I pass through all these different things. So I understand on a different level. I ain't just criticizing from a distance. I investigate and I have glaring problems. First and foremost, let me say this. Marcus Garvey had big beef with Haile Selassie. Big beef. People don't talk about that in history. Yeah, when Haile Selassie will go on running, he go and run to Europe instead of running to other African countries, or instead of appealing to the black peoples of the world, went to the so-called United Nations and trying to get I forget the name of who kicked him out? Who kicked him out of Ethiopia? Who was fighting with Mussolini? Mussolini. He had big beef, so he going running. So Marcus Garvey had a big issue. So when the Garveyites start on platform, Rastafarian Garveyites start talking about Haile Selassie, they never mentioned that kind of issue. The beef that the Marcus Garvey had with Haile Selassie. That's the first and foremost thing. The second thing is Haile Selassie himself, when he come to Jamaica, say, "Don't worship me as a god. I'm a Christian," and I think that he brought the Ethiopian Orthodox Church into Jamaica. So my question becomes, how can God have a god? The Rastafarians get quiet. Thirdly, when the most popular Rastafarians, not people like Muda Baruka, because there are two branches of this Rastafarian notion. There are Rastafarians who will show you the Bible, and their doctrine comes from out of the Bible. They know better than Hebrew Israelites, but what they have done is put a black face to the Bible. That's the only thing they have done. And then, where the Christians put Christ at the center, they put Haile Selassie at the center. So you just really, when you're reformatting the Bible, you're just putting a black face to it. You can't use King James to free black people. If you're trying to use King James and that King James version to free black people, I'm saying get the hell out of here. I don't listen to those Rastafarians. When Muda Baruka talk, he talk from a historical thing. He say Rastafarians need to take a different tack in terms of, I understand that their ideas are rebellion and them trying to find spirituality in another light. But when you're trying to assign yourself to the biblical principles, trying to assign yourself as the Lion of Judah and all these Jewish claims or whatever, Ethiopia been around long before Judaism was even a religion. So which comes first? Am I gonna tie myself as a mother? Am I gonna tie myself to the child, or the child have to tie himself to the mother? Ethiopia comes first. So who is Solomon? Who is us to say that we are connected to the line of Solomon? Solomon should be proud to say that he connected to Ethiopia, because Ethiopia been around much longer as a civilization. What are we talking about here? You putting you putting the cart before the horse. That's not discussed. These kinds of discussions is irritating to me. But I understand most of these brothers, a lot of these brothers coming out and they trying to go seek a different path, another way from what they have been given. But how they being instructed, they being put right back into the pressure cooker, because they just being given the King James Bible and trying they trying to reform Rastafarianism in a Christian concept, and I think that they get in trouble for doing that, because the African spirituality and retention has been around much longer than the King James version of the Bible. You must find something else to cling to. And I say You have to go back to the source. You got to go back to Africa. And I think that a lot of Rastafarians have rejected that notion. Not only that, because I got to go to the last thing, and this is important. If you say Rastafari is the center, the beginning and end, and all these things, this is supposed to be the supreme man, I have to watch how he govern his people. And some people say how he governed his country was very dictatorial, and many people suffered under his reign and rule. This is the reason why Mengistu, did what he did in trying to take over that country. So many questions come in terms of his actual practical governance. Why would God rule a country like that where his people are mistreated within Ethiopia? These kinds of questions are sparked when you have these kinds of discussions and you put Haile Selassie at the center. He's a problematic character. I would rather you say Menelik. But if you say Menelik, Menelik actually did fight the Italians and win. Menelik was actually a good governor over his people. So if you using him as a person at the center or the core of your religion and faith, I could respect that. Even if you use people like Gavi, Haile Selassie for me is too problematic. From my standpoint, if you're just using them as a historical reference, even if you use them as a historical reference, you only connecting them to the so-called line of Judah. I'm not a Judite. I'm not an Israelite either. I'm an African man. And we are older than the Jewish line and the Israeli line and all these other kind of nonsensical tribal traditions. We are older than that. So don't pin me to that tradition and say, well, I am only a person who is acceptable because I am a part of the line of this character who never existed, called what Israel or David or whatever you want to call it. For me, he's just too problematic. If I really look at him from an objective view, he's problematic for me. Spiritually, but objectively, I have a problem. Historically, I have a problem with that kind of principle. But I'll leave it there and let the other brothers go.
One thing I want to say is, like I say, I don't adhere to it anymore. But me personally, I wouldn't drag it through the mud per se. Because like Buana said, at least it got, especially young black men, it got them thinking about something else, thinking about, a black God and with that black power and things of that nature. I just think that the regression that I think Shakara is referring to, I just think that it has just gone to something that, and something no one else has mentioned, I'll mention here. It's gone to something where it's this open arms thing where you got white men and stuff in this shit.
Sure do.
I like I told you some months ago, I went to Anaya Bingi and I'm sitting there taking in the drumming and all that. There's a white boy sitting next to me, man.
With dreadlocks.
With dreadlocks, man. Hair tie up in a turban and all kind of shit. And he tried to heal me up.
I'm a black girlfriend.
No, this guy actually had a white woman with him too, and they tried to hail me up, and it was like, "What happened?" And then they speaking like trying to speak like Jamaicans. What happened, brethren? You don't want to hail the item up? Hey, my man, look here, my man. I ain't come to see your people. That's what turned me off about the whole 12 tribe stuff back in the day. But anyway, so that's the other thing that we haven't spoken about as far as that. But if a guy like Shakara can raise his voice more and get a change up or change back, I actually wouldn't have too much of a problem with it. But you got to get that Judeo-Christianity stuff out. Don't even mention Holy Bible. I don't want to hear about the Holy Bible, the Holy Pibby. I don't want to hear the Kebra and the Gap. Just get that shit up out of there. He spoke about Ifa and stuff. Like, practice that more. Highlight those things a little bit more. You know what I mean? Anthony, I think you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just listening to you. I was just laughing.
Okay.
I think that Muda Baruka does a good job in terms of his breakdown, his political analysis, and even spiritual analysis of Rastafarianism. and he makes it very clear that there's a disconnect, that you should break away from that so-called Hebrew non-Christian tradition, and you have to create another concept, an African concept. I think he does a great job of that. So anyone who really interested in Rastafarianism from another angle, I would just say to listen to people like Buddha Baruka, and even this brother here. He's a very erudite dude, very very smart guy. So
yeah, he is.
Real quick, shout out to Sister Raw who's in the chat. She says, "Your leader or king were your God. He provided all in his kingdom. He had a wife, a queen. He was a god, and his wife was your goddess." Yeah, as a symbol, I don't have too much issue. Now, Buana mentions, what people talk about His Majesty, and I'm going to give him that respect. I'm calling him His Majesty. What people talk about His Majesty in terms of the treatment of certain groups of people in this country. I just want to tell y'all something, man. And I think I mentioned this briefly before. I was in an Uber, like in the summertime, with a guy from the continent, older guy. And I was talking about Thomas Sankara. He's from that country. And this guy for about 20 minutes, I was so embarrassed. My kids were in the car, my children in the car. I was so embarrassed. This guy shot on Sankara's legacy completely. So I just want to say that, when it comes to black leadership on the
depending on who you talking to.
It depends on who you talk to, brother. So I just want to point that out to you, right? But we got some new panelists. I want to bring in our brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, how are you this week?
What's going on, everybody? What's chat and the panel? Y'all know me. I practice.
What's going on, Glen Island? What's going on, Glen Island?
What's going on? But I don't listen to people like this guy is literally up here trying to teach somebody in a 1985 Chinese movie outfit with that hat and that thing on, like he about to go pick in the rice field in the old 1980. Come on, man, that's just too damn much. That's why I get pissed off. That's why I say most of these people is no different than Christianity, and people get mad when I say it, and I don't give a damn. I just lost my woman behind because I told her fuck that shit, and I meant that, and I loved her to death. But I fuck that because this is what you fucking see. They ain't trying to do nothing, just goddamn talk. We getting our ass kicked in physical. We physically getting our ass kicked. And they trying to take you off in the stars somewhere. And I'm being honest, I truly just don't. How I feel, how I believe is my thing. Like I said, I do practice African spirituality. My daughter, 19, she study Ifa. That's her thing. But for the most part, these folks, man, my lady, she used to study, what she do? Ifa too. But the thing, ain't nobody trying to fight. We want to, it's going to make us so loving. That shit, it ain't working, man. We getting whooped in the physical. We unemployed in the physical. We ain't got no businesses. We don't own our community in the physical. We only want to fight each other in the physical. Now we want to prop up Haile Selassie the way he treated his people in Ethiopia. Now we want to sit up here and we extra spiritual. It's really the way these people teach it. And this guy with his uniform on right here, Shakara, I can't listen to him that long, no way, because the more he talks, the heavier his accent get, and I don't understand it. But it's really no different. If y'all gonna talk about, it's really no different than Christianity and Islam. They keep you in the same position. They are not talking about building nothing. They are not talking about this is what we need to do. They are not talking about fighting back. They just want to tell you, let's just be so spiritual. Man, what about the goddamn physical? Pardon my French. What about the physical? I understand the ancestor worship. I understand talk, but damn, our ancestors fought back. They may have lost, but they fought back. But we want to teach and see, I'm more African than you. No, you're not. I'm the most African because I'm ready to fight back. I'm the most African because I stand 10 toe downs on this shit. I'm the most African because I ain't telling nobody in these rosters. Yeah, the Rastafari is just about love, man. One love for everybody. It's a dude I used to see at the corner store. Yeah, man, it's one love, man. We love everybody. It's all about love. What the hell? And then you got this other dude, I can't think of his name. Used to be on Sonetta sometime, Kaba or somebody. He was teaching a white woman to be a voodoo priestess or something like that, allegedly. And I said, I'm like, man, it's like insane. It's like the same as everybody else. Seem like it's a month. Hold on, wait a minute.
All right, sorry, brother, sorry.
Because I was patient and disciplined for about 38 minutes. Just give me one more second, because I'm about to close out. But it's just about the same thing. It's almost like the people up there talking, it's just a hustle. Because you ain't telling me how we gonna use this to create our militia. How we gonna use this to control the businesses in our community. How we gonna use this to stand strong. How we gonna use this to make sure our women, children, and elderly is okay. What's the purpose of it? Now I'm done.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, brother Bakari. Sorry for interrupting you, brother. You know, only teasing me saying that I letting the wrong kick in. Listen, whenever you hear this, the Rasta stuff on 111, stuff like that in America, they're looking for a white girlfriend and a green card. They really trying to like get a green card. They hustling. They hustling, man. Yeah.
Hey, Buana.
Hey, yes.
I just want to say one thing for clarification about that brother Shakara. You know, I mean, it was funny the way Bakari said, but he don't have on a Chinese hat. That's called a Fulani hat. It's a Fulani hat from West Africa.
I call it the Chinese hat because I used to see it in the Chinese movies.
I got one. No, that's a Fulani hat. It's an African hat.
Oh,
but what I'm going to say though.
Okay, look.
No, but listen to that. But what I'm going to say. Okay, what I was going to say though. I know about I mean, I follow him. You know, look, they have a move. He's in the UK, and they do a lot of positive work. Yeah. But I got to give them that. I mean, they like homeschooling and stuff like that, and different organizations. He's not. I mean, from what I know, that brother ain't a hustler or nothing like that. He's real about it.
No. He's a cool brother. He's a cool brother. I know, you know, but see the problem sometimes, right? In the UK have a tradition of debate. UK have a tradition of talking. Okay, so my brothers who went from the islands to the UK, what happens is they become a part of that culture. So that I feel, because I live there in the UK, I feel a lot of that fire has been they ain't so hot. But we in the West, we in the where the English went to create their so-called colonies. We in the plantation. We the plantation Negroes. So we ain't about that talking life. We about that action life. So when I hear brothers like my brother from Glen Island talking, or my brothers from the islands talking, I understand that we in the fields. They in the halls of parliament, they discussing like Equiano and shit like that. They writing books. The black folks writing books in English. But when you come into the plantations, into the colonies, the black folks have the experience, the real experience of living among certain people and certain things. So our kind of discussion is gonna be a whole lot different. And the tolerance level for my brothers, them who on the plantations and listening to the guys who more engaged in discourse is different. You don't have time for it. We don't hear it. It can become like frustrating. But they don't mean the brothers in the UK don't mean nothing by it. They just a little bit removed from being in actual colonies because the face of the devils in the UK is different than the devils in the Americas. Exactly. The face of the devils in the UK is like Tony Blair. They speak posh. They say you wouldn't think that they can harm a fly, even though England is a small island. It almost conquered the goddamn world. So they was about that brute force, but they would never show you that now. The English face now is about civility. But when it comes to the plantations in the Americas, whole different game. The white man in the Americas, a whole different game. They're about that guns, praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. You know what I mean? So our kind of relationship with them is a little bit different. So I understand our philosophy over here versus their philosophy over there. But they don't mean nothing by it. They don't mean nothing by it, Brother Bakari, man. He's a good brethren, man. He's a good brother.
It's not the fact, brother. See, the point I'm saying is, right, I understand you say he doing good stuff. They got a homeschool. That's great. They got a homeschool curriculum. I ain't gonna knock that, right? But okay, but what I'm saying is just answer, because every time I talk about the physical, we get away from that. So I'm gonna say it again. Show me one who's talking all this spirituality stuff. I knew one personally, and I knew a whole lot of people used to do this stuff. I knew one. That was goddamn me. And I'm just being honest with you. The men wouldn't even go to the range. I had to train women to shoot. Men didn't even want, there's no need for that. So show me one that's using that spirituality. What they talking about they got to say they ready to fight, to say they ready to buy up the block. We gonna boycott these stores. Show me one that's doing that. That's my frustration with it. That is my frustration. Show me one that's doing that. Don't take me back to the sky, to the clouds. Don't take me back way up there. Just right here in the physical. Show me someone that's using this in the physical, that's training. Show me something. I knew the guy. I knew one that was using it, and he was using it to farm, and he's growing food. Right then, show me one that's using this to do something in the physical that's going to propel us to get us out of what we're in. I'm going to wait. Now, I'm probably going to be waiting a long time, but that's the frustration I have, because we ain't getting whooped spiritually, because ain't nobody more spiritual than us. We ain't getting whooped religiously. Ain't nobody more religious than us. We are getting whooped in the physical. See, we can talk about all this stuff. These other people use all of their other stuff. It was the Pope who said, y'all can go make an African a slave. They go pray to the gods. They go pray to Jesus when it's time to go to war, because they believe that and their God have prepared them for that. The Mongolians prayed to Tigray, the God in the big blue sky. So before they went to war, what I'm saying is, with our spirituality, how many people do we know that's prepared for some of the same stuff? That's all I'm saying. Because we losing in the physical. I understand African spirituality is important. I understand being in touch with your ancestors is important. But I also understand the importance of how we gonna live in the physical. We forget about the physical and make the spiritual trumps everything. But what about what we gonna do in the physical? That's all I'm asking. Show me one who teaching it. Shakara speaks. That dude Kaba. Anybody here in the United States? Show me anybody who y'all know might be popular with it, and that's what they're doing, and that's what they talking about doing with it. And that'll be the one I listen to.
I want to answer that. So there was they are practicing it, but they are practicing it against each other. And I want to give an example of that. Because I talk about in the show this guy named General Butt Naked. General Butt Naked out of Liberia. And you could go on YouTube to check it out. He said that he was practicing African spirituality. And in his African spirituality, before he went to war against other tribe of people who look just like him, was to sacrifice an innocent young child, which means chopping out the little baby back and getting his heart and eating his heart before he went to war. But he was practicing African spirituality against his own people who look just like him. Why didn't he do that against the American government or the UK government or any other government who is trying to invade his territory? Why do it against people who look just like me and you? This is the question I have.
So what you're saying is ain't even no answer to my questions. And that's all I'm asking. And that's my frustration. Because it ain't no answer to what I have. And that's what I'm saying. And when I mention that, don't nobody, and that's my frustration. I can show y'all women. How many dudes have y'all seen when I put up on the channel in the gun range or out in the woods? And one dude, he was a Christian. Matter of fact, I got more Christian friends ready to fight than the dudes that's African spirituality, in all honesty. I know more Christian dudes with guns and bullets and ready to go down and preparing than people that practice African spirituality. So there was no answer to my question because we fighting each other. We ain't even got to practice African spirituality and fight each other. But I'm asking, why aren't we using this? Why aren't we using this to be prepared for whatever? I'm just saying, so we can survive, so we can control our community. Why aren't we using our African spirituality to say we gonna boycott all these Arabs, East Indians, Orientals, and everybody else in our neighborhoods until we own these stores and turn our neighborhood into a community? Why aren't we using that African spirituality to say, you know what, we gonna have a militia and we gonna patrol our community, our neighborhood, and turn it to a community, and we gonna stop all this nonsense from going on? I'm gonna be honest with you, the people I knew did that was Christians. I'm just being honest with you. The people I knew did that right up the street from me, who I went and joined, they were Christians. I'm asking, and ain't nobody gonna answer that question because we know that ain't what they talk about. We just want to talk about the love, and let's go back and float in the skies. Well, we can be astronauts out in space, I guess. I don't know. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Because like I say, I practice African spirituality. But I don't see nobody else. I don't see a whole lot of people using it saying we gonna win with this and control our stuff. Why aren't we using it for that? When other people use their religions, we can dump on their religions, but other people use their religions to control. Look how many Muslims in this. Look how many Muslims in West Africa. They used their religion. They prayed to Allah and said the Prophet Muhammad and went through all that walla walla walla, whatever they say, and then come take your stuff. But we use African spirituality. We're gonna connect it to the Bible. We're gonna connect it with everything, and it might be a connection. I don't know. And then we're gonna talk about what is gonna. I'm just saying. That's why I say, can't nobody tell me the person that's telling us to use it in the physical. That's all I want, to use it in the physical.
Yeah, Bakari, there's no answer to that question, to be frank. When I hear you, it reminds me of the same frustrations I had with it years ago. When I was growing up back home, one of the things I kind of admired about Rastafari was they used to stay in camps. They used to kind of remove themselves from, the general society in a way. And if you talk to Jamaicans, you talk to Trinidadians, that's how Rastas are. They kind of remove themselves. They go into their little communes. They practice, I guess, their own economics or whatever it is in those communes. And that's cool to me. I like that. But my frustration, like you, is what are we doing this for? Why are we involved in it? What is the physical benefit? See, they have us on this hamster wheel of worrying about what happens after we die. Dude, I'm worried about what happens tomorrow when I'm alive. And that's my issue with them. Beating the drum and chanting and stuff, that's cool. But like you said, and I don't know of anyone who's done it. Someone has to mute their mic. Okay. I don't know who's done it, but I've never heard of anyone who, a Rastafari gun club, a Rastafari self-defense. And what I'm saying, right, because I'm not going to completely shit on the belief and practice, but what I'll say is I wish these guys would listen to this show, like the Icon Fires and all that kind of stuff, listen to this and go back and start to build up and develop some of these things, man. If you want to talk about you're building your little nations and stuff, where's your defense? Right? You have your communes, your camps. Where is the defense? There's just these things that are not being tackled. And that I have a big problem with that. We spent a good bit of time on that topic just now. But again, not here to offend anyone. Not here to offend anyone, but just hoping for a little bit more focus in terms of this thing that we're talking about, in terms of power, you know. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3, if y'all don't mind. I know Black Steel is back. I don't know if Kevin Carre is back yet, but let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 says geography is political. Our old topic looked at if Arabs are Africans. Do people define geography, or is geography strictly defined outside of people? Answering that, what is Africa's geographical space? This came with a link. It's going to take us to YouTube, I believe. Yes, it's taking us to YouTube. We'll watch the video and then we will discuss it.
When you look at the world map, it's immediately obvious how many continents there are and which countries belong to which ones. No, it isn't. That's right. That's why we're doing an episode about it. Welcome to Map Men. We're the men, and here's the map. Map Men. All British primary schools rated at least satisfactory by Ofsted will teach their children that there are 7 continents: Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, Antarctica, North America, and South America.
But other countries' curriculums beg to differ. In parts of Europe, they teach just 6 continents.
In Russia and Japan, they teach a different 6 continents.
And in South America, they teach just 5 continents.
So who should we believe?
Whom should we believe?
Exactly.
The most common definition of a continent is a large continuous landmass separated by oceans.
I like that definition. It's exactly how I imagine a continent.
Good for you, Mark. Now take a look at a world map and tell me how many large continuous landmasses are separated by ocean.
Great. Australia?
1.
North America?
It's attached to South America.
But the Panama Canal
is man-made and definitely not an ocean.
Point taken. So all of America?
2.
Antarctica?
3.
Africa?
Africa is only separated from Eurasia by another man-made canal, the Suez, so it doesn't fit the definition.
I see. So Afro-Eurasia.
Congratulations!
So according to the most common definition, there should only be 4 continents.
Also, the largest of these, Afro-Eurasia, contains 86% of the world's population, making it a useless distinction.
I don't like this definition anymore.
Neither do I. So can we instead use another, more sciencey definition?
We can. The reason the Earth's land masses are as spread out as they are is because the tectonic plates that make up the Earth's crust have moved them apart over time. And using the major tectonic plates as our guide to the continents, we get a more even distribution of where they are.
Tectonically speaking, North America is separate from South America, Africa is separate from Eurasia, and Antarctica and Australia are separate from everything. Nice and simple.
But on closer inspection, this tectonic definition also has some major issues.
For example, Australia. The country of Australia is this bit.
But the tectonic plate, also called Australia, includes Australia and a bit of New Zealand, and half of the island of Papua, which includes both Papua New Guinea and the province of Papua, which is in Indonesia, which is in Asia.
Which is confusing. So to avoid this country-continent muddle, other names for this continent do exist, including Sahul, Meganesia, and Australinia.
Not to be confused with Australasia, an increasingly unfashionable term describing Australia and New Zealand and some but not all of the Pacific Islands, so we're not going to mention it again.
So then, what continent does New Zealand belong to? By both our definitions so far, none.
Good for New Zealand. What's wrong with not belonging to any continent?
Not being able to take part in the Olympics. Because this famous 4-yearly competition to see who can host the best fireworks display is open to every country in the world, its 5 continental rings must somehow include them all.
Each ring represents a different continent. There's Europe, America, Africa, Asia.
And this one represents a broad region including Australia, New Zealand, as well as the Micro-Mela and Polynesian countries known as Oceania.
Oceania, its very name meaning the opposite of continent, is not considered one by any strict definition, but it's a popular term, especially for the purpose of making sure no country misses out on being incontinent. Only Antarctica doesn't get an Olympic ring because it's too cold to host a fireworks display.
No. The tectonic and Olympic approaches could be easily combined, including both Antarctica and Oceania, giving us a nice problem-free 6 continents.
Except it's not problem-free at all. We need to talk about Europe.
Whether part of a landmass or a tectonic plate, Europe appears to be nothing more than a glorified Asian peninsula. So, what actually is Europe?
Can it really be possible that the home of the continental breakfast isn't even a continent at all? And if so, what do we call that breakfast other than disappointing?
Which brings us to a third element to consider in the definition of a continent: culture. Knowing which continent a country's in immediately tells you something about what it's like.
And because Norway has more in common with Sweden when it comes to language, religion, ethnicity, and favourite cutlery than it does with, say, Vietnam, a line is helpfully drawn here, breaking Eurasia up into 2 bits. But complicated culture can't be conveniently cut into clear categories.
Some countries cause tremendous headaches for this dividing line.
First, Armenia, a country which, with a 95% Christian population, arguably falls in the Europe category, but geographically belongs to Asia. And speaking as someone who's a 32nd Armenian, where do you think these eyebrows come from? I can confirm I have no idea what continent it should be in.
The second problem country is Turkey, which incessantly prides itself on being an Asian-European hybrid.
Food?
Asia.
Trading partners?
Europe.
Religion?
Asia.
Writing system?
Europe.
This leaves the dividing line with no option but to split Turkey's largest city, Istanbul, straight down the middle, misleadingly suggesting that the populations either side of the Straits of Bosphorus are somehow totally different from one another.
One way of solving the problem of where the line goes is to insist that it doesn't exist.
Which is the approach taken by Russia, which should come as no surprise because it's in Russia's interest to view Eurasia as a single continent.
If it's divided, that might make people think they're different from each other.
And when people think they're different, they like to talk about things like independence.
To make matters messier, some European countries have significant territories in other continents. The largest part of Denmark is officially in North America.
And France, with dozens of overseas territories, has put bits of Europe in Africa, Oceania, both Americas and Antarctica.
Perhaps the best example of the difficulty of pinning down what is and isn't Europe can be found in the insufferable Eurovision Song Contest.
Insufferably fabulous?
In its first year, just 7 very European countries took to the stage: Belgium, France, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and West Germany.
But with more countries wanting to get in on the pop-tastic action, this quickly expanded, adding transcontinental Russia, dubiously European Georgia, Asia's Israel, Africa's Morocco, eventually giving up the geographical facade altogether with Australia's Australia.
What Eurovision demonstrates quite well is that continents are all about politics.
Every continent now has some form of political and economic union. There's Mercosur, the African Union, ASEAN, and of course the EU.
But these organisations are rarely drawn on the same lines as the continents themselves. Despite the number of people who confused Britain leaving the EU with Britain leaving Europe, it remains something which, tectonically speaking, we can't actually have a referendum on. The underlying question in all of this is, why does it matter how many continents there are? Should we even care which one we belong to?
Well, no, not really. What the continents really represent is a human desire to use broad generalizations to categorize the world into arbitrary subdivisions.
So whether it's 7, 5, or even 6 continents, these subdivisions will remain as useful as they are argued about.
Are you really a 32nd Armenian?
Yes.
Because I'm a 23rd Hawaiian.
Are you really?
No.
Hello.
Bonjour.
With travel restrictions coming to an end, we'll soon be allowed to go on holiday again.
Les restrictions pour voyager sont bientôt terminées. Nous allons pouvoir enfin partir en vacances.
So there's never been a better time to brush up on a foreign language.
Marc ne parle pas français, alors je peux dire ce que je veux.
Which is why we've partnered up with Rosetta Stone to help you learn a new language anywhere, anytime, on desktop, mobile, or tablet.
Marc ne met pas assez d'assaisonnement dans sa bolognaise.
Instead of dull translation exercises, the Rosetta Stone approach is to fully immerse you in the language, connecting images to words and sounds like you did as a child.
Marc porte les mêmes choses.
Speech recognition software giving
level for the rest of your life.
Click the link in the description below.
Entonces, haga clic en la enlace.
Okay, the last part of that seems like it's a ad or whatever. So here's the prompt. 2 degrees topic number 3. Geography is political. Our old topic looked at if Arabs are Africans. Do people define geography, or is geography strictly defined outside of people? What is Africa's geographic space? This is an interesting one. Brother Bukhari, I think, stepped down, but there's a prompt, I believe, that's coming up later tonight. I don't know where. Yeah, it's like 2 prompts away. We'll see if we get to it. That, you know, our southern African brothers in America should speak to. With that said, let me start off with Oni this time. Oni, what say you to what you just saw in relation to the prompt?
Yeah, first I want to know who found these nerds, 1. And 2, did the man start barking at the end? Like, what was did he start barking? Anyway, that was random. What? Yeah, I think it was an interesting, it was a bit interesting. Yeah, 4 continents makes more sense. Because I always thought Africa was connected to Asia. You know, and obviously Europe is connected to Asia too. That said, you know, I guess the tectonic plate thing example was pretty interesting. But what, the man started barking. But Africa, yeah, people again, once upon a time, maps were drawn such that Ethiopia and that Africa was considered Western Ethiopia and India was considered Eastern Ethiopia. You know, once upon a time, even the Atlantic Ocean was considered the Ethiopian Ocean. You know, we have to, I think sometimes we have to just sit back and realize that a lot of these maps are drawn like it's kind of like that story of, you know, how the lion tells us, you know, the tale of the lion and the hunter is told by the hunter or something like that, right? But yeah, I mean, you could draw whatever map you want. You could call every continent Africa if you want. I mean, the reality is that so much colonization happened on this planet to the point where, you know, the countries in Africa that, you know, Niger and, you know, Cameroon and what have you, like these were France, or this was like Nigeria used to be the British oil company or something, you know, some nonsense like that. I don't personally understand, what people are supposed to get from this. The European is teaching a sort of map where he centers his identity and his being. You know, and that's the thing that we underestimate. I think I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I remember one time there was this lecture on a BB2Me, right? Like they were given, I don't remember where it was, probably on YouTube or something, but there was some guy on YouTube who was talking about religion. I don't know what he said. I didn't get to listen to the whole thing, but I think I downloaded it and then, you know, forgot to watch it type thing. But I had to pause in the beginning and reflect on what the guy said. He said something along the lines of, religion is just a way to make white people divine, you know? Because at the core of it, obviously, is that, you know, one, you got holy cities in the quote unquote Middle East, right? You know, just outside of Africa, right? You know, like Africa's neighbor, you know, because people don't realize Israel is contiguous with Ethiopia, all right, with Egypt. So Egypt is quote unquote in Africa. Ethiopia is its eastern neighbor. Israel is its eastern neighbor. Okay, so if you think Egypt is the border of Africa, just outside of Africa is that quote unquote holy city, right, or the Holy Land, right? And then Mecca is not too far off to the east, you know, in Saudi Arabia. The point is that, you know, the religions were designed to give white people an image of divinity, as to say that white people are suddenly closer to the divine, right? And to say with these maps, like the Mercator projection or whatever you want to call it, it makes Europe look bigger than it is. And not just that, when we talk about it, Europe is its own continent, when it shouldn't even be by any definition, according to this person, even according to Europeans. The point is that it was designed, yes, it's obviously designed to give Europeans an importance, right? That's why Europe appears so big. That's why Europe appears its own continent. That's why Europe has all the cities on every freaking map you look at. But the thing is this: if you are getting educated by the Europeans, that's what you'll get. And you see, he said the South Americans teach it differently, the Russians teach it differently, the Asians teach it differently. But the thing is that as long as you are not teaching it yourself, as long as you are relying on another people to teach you about what the world is, they're going to, and a lot of our ancestors pointed this out, they're going to teach you that they're going to teach you from their perspective, from their history. A lot of our ancestors said, hey, look, you know, I learned a lot about France. I learned a lot about French culture. Well, no shit. What are the French supposed to teach you? You know? And it just boggles my mind. Like if I was in China, I would learn a lot about Chinese history. And it would be stupid for me to be like, I never learned about Africa. Well, no shit. I'm in China. But it just doesn't register in us that we are not in Africa. And when we are in Africa, it doesn't register on us that we have foreigners, we have foreign curricula sometimes. So yeah, the foreigner is going to teach, he's going to show a map where he is important. And this is the whole basis of the religions. In fact, some people even say that the religions are not even real. Like the stories of like the Abraham, I was telling you, like I was like, Abraham's not even real. They're not real. What their story is meant to be, because somebody said, I can't remember, I think it was in When We Ruled, but like the idea is that Josephus or whomever, right, some historian once upon a time was like, you know what, our people do not have a history. And because our people do not have a history, we're going to fabricate a lineage and put that lineage at certain historical events so that we become a historical people, so that we seem like a historical people, like every other people who are historical. That's why you have Egypt in the story, because everybody around the world knew about Egypt, but nobody's ever heard of this other, Israel. Nobody's ever heard of Judea. They heard of Egypt, and they said, "Oh, you had a relationship with Judea. Judea has a relationship with Egypt. That makes sense. Maybe it's a historical place. I never heard of it." But the point is that you're supposed to tell your story such that you are important, and that's what the European is doing. The only problem is when African people are looking at the European telling the story, so the European seems important, and they're like, "Well, damn, well, where am I?" Well, you're supposed to tell your own damn story. That's all I'm saying.
Well said. Tell your own damn story. Well fucking said. I like it. Let me hear from Black Steel. Welcome back to the panel, Black Steel.
Glad to be back. So I kind of agree with Oni right now. Really, the lines and the determination on what's a continent is really, like he says, political. It really determines the people, right? So they set certain boundaries are set really by people. Just for example, the boundary between Europe and Asia is the Ural Mountains, or the boundary between Africa and Asia is the is the Sinai Peninsula. So, but again, these are just lines on a map. If you were to go into space as an astronaut, you wouldn't see any of these lines on this map. You wouldn't see these boundaries. You would just see the Earth. So I get what they're saying in the video too. It is very much political. Even though the land mass exists, but what we determine these land mass to be, is very political. And you do see Europe's need to be important. That's why they decided to carve their own continent. They didn't want to be Eurasia. They want to just be Europe because in their mind, they were important enough to be a part of their own thing, Plus, they want to they want to accentuate the importance of Europe to history. But Europe is not the only important place in history. Europe is not the only place that did shit in history. But in their minds, Europe is the only thing that really matters. So therefore, they're going to highlight Europe and ignore the rest of the world and what they have going on. So, we have to determine which certain islands are close to which continent. Is New Guinea a part of Australia, or is it a part of Asia? Is Trinidad or Tobago is close to South America, or is it part of the Caribbean? Just all these different questions and whatnot. And ultimately, it also determines on where the people who inhabit these lands, who have a historical claim to these lands, what do they consider themselves as? They ask the question, were Arabs African? I don't think any Arab would consider themselves to be African. They don't look African. In the United States, Arabs are classified as Caucasian. So I do think that's a question that we have to answer, but I also think it's important that we, the African people, make that determination for ourselves. Like Malcolm X said, only a fool lets his enemy teach his children. And this is what we see every day in the school system. We see our enemy educating our children, and their education is really destroying our people. It's it's troubling to see, in my opinion. But I also understand what the goal is initially. They're trying to indoctrinate us into their way of thinking, so that way they don't even really have to do anything. We just do it. You know, we're on autopilot. I think we see that in our world today. I'll go ahead and let the next person speak. Thanks, Coco.
Appreciate that, Black. See, let's welcome in our boy RBG, Real Black Gentleman. How are you this week?
Oh, I'm all right.
All right.
RBG, I guess.
What do you
go ahead.
No, what do you have to say to this, RBG?
Well, I mean, I think it's kind of like a chicken and egg kind of a situation where it's like, look, I mean, before, let's say, Islam or whatnot, 1,500 years ago, you know what I'm saying? Black people weren't, black people weren't, I mean, who we would call, with tight naps and dark skin, you know what I'm saying, and lips and eyes, you know what I'm saying? Peoples that look like, Black African people who were predominantly or on that continent that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, to an extent, you know what I'm saying, they were all up in, you know what I'm saying, they weren't just in, for starters, they just weren't in Africa. So, like, if in the idea of, the African people, Black people not drawing maps, apparently, at least, we had maps, but it wasn't, how would I say, it wasn't the scientifically rigorous thing that, these white folks have. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese didn't really have maps like that. No one really had maps until, like, these white folks got on the ocean and, like I said, started, trying to figure out latitude and longitude on the sea and try to make maps to the new world and try to figure it out back so that they could actually, like, get an accurate representation of where they were going, because those white people didn't know where they were going over here. So it's like, I get that. Black people, we knew where everything was, but it wasn't like, it wasn't like to the mile, you know what I'm saying? The exactingness, you know what I'm saying? So, like, it all comes back to, Black people, before, you know what I'm saying, were all over North Africa before, you know what I'm saying, even before, you know what I'm saying, the Romans and all that, you know what I'm saying, even through the Romans, you know what I'm saying, it's like only in the last, you know what I'm saying, relatively recent, probably even like, let's say 1,000 years or even less than them, I would say that Black peoples have been kind of, even driven out of the Sahara, let's say, you know what I'm saying, because I mean, hell, I mean, Arabs can't really live in the desert. Black people can live in the desert, even though, it's not comfortable, but I mean, you build some shelter, you're out there, and it's what it is, you out there. And you living with some water, and you out there, so I mean, we don't want to like, I would say almost like, you know what I'm saying, it's like, you don't want to be boxed into a continent container, as it were, because Black people naturally, we have reigns outside of Africa. We don't want to be corralled and turn Africa into some kind of just conservation station for Black people, you know what I'm saying? Like that in and of itself can't be the situation where, like, well, Black people don't belong in any other continent because they're out of their container, as it were, you know what I'm saying? That goes back to the idea of the maps being drawn from an external point of view. I mean, the Arabs that do this with, you know what I'm saying, these fake maps that ISIS have, or, you know what I'm saying, where they have the caliphate, and it's just black chunks of northern Africa and all up in Congo at this point. They just like take just, with a black Sharpie and just like Sharpies out stuff and just say, and they scribble in with the calligraphy and blah, 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 that land, and you know what I'm saying, how they do it and that fakeness. I mean, again, going back to again the conversation that I personally think that we kind of constantly skirt away from, which is the slow the greater amalgamation of the various regional units in Africa, so that African people on the continent are not being preyed on from the outside from multiple interests. You know what I'm saying, these white folks, these Arabs, and who have you, who would try to use the colonial boundaries as further, containing in like, bulwarks and kind of like cloister peoples in these colonial boxes and have them worry about the commotion that they're making in one box while someone else is making commotion in another box called a nation. You know what I'm saying? Black people, these are things that, you know what I'm saying, you teach the babies. You know what I'm saying. You always want to make sure. I mean, although when you say that, when you sit here and say, you know, teach the youth, it's a 20-year process. Straight like that. So it's never an easy option just to say, well, just teach the kids, because I mean, that's going to be 20 years. And truth be told, it is the only real thing to do. But you got to make sure that there's a lot of sacrifices from the older generations. Our hopes and dreams are going to, you know, there's a lot of old people who have crusty hopes and dreams that they're still feeding off of the youth from. I mean, we can, you know, it is what it is. Old people who just are not doing as much as they can for the next generation. As far as, you know what I'm saying, the identity, you know, I wouldn't put too much stock into, like, you know, even the name Africa itself. I mean, you know, I think it's, you know what I'm saying, it's a black term, you know what I'm saying? There's Ka right in there, so you know it's black. So, but we want to be careful. I mean, I can't help that them Arabs are up there. So I'm not going to make much ado about, well, they say that they're Africans. Well, let them say what the hell they want to say. Let them. Let us focus on what we have to do, and they'll make their noise and they'll mock and mimic, because that's all it is. It's a minor thing. Black people just got to get up on our stuff, you know, consolidate in strategic ways so that we are our own unit. We can't worry about, well, we're African, the whole continent. Look, let's worry about getting bigger blocks like Mali, and let's really support and big up that. You know, that's good turf. That's a real country. If you look at it on the map, hey, we need more of those. Square up, Africans, like unify. You know what I'm saying? Line each other up. Cut the ego. Next 10 on deck, unify. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Appreciate that, RBG. Appreciate that, RBG. Let me go to Anthony next. Anthony, what say you?
Say it, man, but I agree with everybody else said. You know, it's kind of, you know, then you have to factor in, you know, the geopolitical kind of thing too. And then because you know, they come up with terms like the global south and all this old mess, the G7 and all this old mess right here. But like, as far as the Arabs though, I think, okay, if they want to call themselves Africans because they live on the continent of Africa, that's one thing. Okay, I guess, you know, you could call them Africans by that definition. But I do know that Morocco, Libya, Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt, and all of the Arab countries in North Africa are members of the Arab League. You know, which is based in what, the UAE somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So they tell you who they align with right there. And I just leave it at that though, man.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. Thank you for that, Anthony. Let me hear from Buana.
Yeah, so I'll do it like this. So I listened to RBG, okay, and RBG used a word called, an amalgamation. When you listen to the RBG, you gotta really listen. You gotta really listen, because you gotta siphon. You gotta siphon to get to the root of exactly what he is saying, because there's jewels to the root of the things that he's saying. So you gotta siphon. But he used the word amalgamation. And amalgamation is important in this aspect, because when we talk about geopolitics in a black context, so our people in the Western world, I always used to hear this term called the Asiatic black man. The Asiatic black man. We are the Asiatic black man in the West. Where's that term come from? The original maps had Africa and Asia connected with one another. Okay? So sometimes there was an amalgamation going on, a blend of these two different continents coming together to be one thing. So there used to be a person called Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan used to run the world. You know, he almost take over the entire world, in fact. You know, but he didn't completely dominate the Europe, but that was his intention. They used to call it the Great Rise of the Khans. Khans, Khan. Now, if you're all familiar with the Khans, the name Khan, after Genghis Khan, there was Kublai Khan. That was his grandchild. But what has happened is that somebody who's famous in our history, Farrakhan, Khan, take the term Khan, of the old historical maps, the old historical geopolitics of the world, and he take that title on to himself because he affiliated himself as the authentic, original Asiatic black man. You know what I mean? So there's a amalgamation or a blending. You know what I mean? It's almost as if he assigned himself to the great Khans when the great Khans was running the world. Kublai Khan, Genghis Khan, and all these other so-called Khans. So he take on that term as the authentic black person, Asiatic black man, because he was I think he's suggesting or blending himself in that tradition. I'm saying, why would you need to do that? No, before you was Khan, you was something else. It all started within the continent of Africa, and we expanded out. If you believe that narrative, you have brothers in the panel who believe in this multipolar thing where men evolved from all different nations, as if lightning could strike in the same place at the same time. I don't believe that. I believe in this mono evolution kind of theory when all of humanity started in the continent of Africa and expanded out. Okay, so I don't necessarily need to assign myself to the Great Khan and that tradition in Asia, or assign myself to the Europeans, or assign like how we was talking about Haile Selassie in Mediterranean culture. You're assigning yourself to the Lion of Judah and things like that, or you're assigning yourself to the Great Khans of Asia, or now in our tradition we are assigning ourselves to Americanism because we are assigning ourselves to the great Europeans that exist here. No, why would you go against the original? The original created civilization. The original created the language and medicine and culture and science. Why are we trying to get away from that and trying to label ourselves as everything else when the original started in the context, in that box, in that area called Africa, that whole Africa proper, sub-Saharan Africa, and even North Africa itself? Why don't we want to make that kind of connection? I think that we are trying to run away. We are trying to run away. No. I could assign myself to Shaka Zulu. I could assign myself to the great kings of Africa before we went and expanded out in other territories of the world. Let me assign myself to the great kings and queens of Africa rather than associate myself with all the great things we would have done when we expanded outwards. And I think that becomes very problematic. No. The original is just good on its own. We don't need to make carbon copies and trying to reassign ourselves to other traditions and other cultures and other peoples when we expand it outwards. The original is the best. Let's start at the base. Then expand outwards. And I feel like with how we practice geopolitics is we practice it in a way to where it's like we practice it as colonized people. We need to practice our geopolitics as free men. So start from the base. It's good from the root. Let's start from the root. But that's what I could extract out of this information, man. I'll just leave it there and let the other brothers go.
All right, thank you for that, Buana. Lively discussion going on in the chat between Oni and Trigger Happy 262 Plus. So if you're watching the playback, make sure keep an eye on the chat as well. I think I got everyone on that one, right? There was a question that Trigger had in the chat. I thought was a good follow. By the way, shout out to Azuli who's on the chat talking stuff. Where is the question? But basically the question says, so here it is. Trigger Happy 262 asks a question for the panel. How do you define Africa? Like only the continent, or the continent, the Caribbean, and other communities? Or even Melanesia to add as well. What is Africa's space? So, try to be a bit brief. We'll go down the line. What is how do you define Africa? Let's start with with Oni.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I think obviously I don't think there's much of a dispute between it. I think it really depends on, are you looking like at what level you're looking at a people? Are you looking at it from a continental level? Are you looking at it from a national level? Are you looking at it from a tribal level? You know, um, and I think that's where a lot of the confusion comes, because a lot of times what we're doing is um, we're talking about continents when most people are talking about nations. You know, so the common example is, of course, the Boer in South Africa who's like, "Hey, look, I'm an African," and it's like the country that he's in is called South Africa, right? So if he's a citizen of South Africa, then technically, yes, he is a South African. You know, now does that make him racially African? No, but it's the same as these Europeans around us here in America. They are nationally citizens of the United States of America, which would make them Americans, right? Does that mean that they're racially Native Americans? No. You know, and I think that's the big distinction. So as far as Africa is concerned, Africa is a continent as described by this video in what people call the Eastern Hemisphere, or just the original hemisphere, really. But there, yeah, it's that continent that we all know of. Is the Caribbean Africa? No. Is North America Africa? No. Is Harlem Africa? Absolutely not. You know, is you know,
but only are the people from those places you listed, are they African?
well, yeah. So racially, you would be African, right? But on a nationally, you wouldn't be. And that's the thing that I think a lot of people are saying. That when one of those Americans say, "I'm not African," like, yeah, they're not, like, just like I can't. Well, so I could tell some people, "Hey, I'm Jamaican," and some people say you're not Jamaican. You know, like some Jamaicans would say, like for instance, this Jamaican guy would tell me, "Hey, you know, you can get a passport. You can get a Jamaican passport, right?" And that's probably true. It's probably not true. I don't know. But the point is that, uh, like, I can't say I'm Haitian. You know what I mean? Like, even if I could say I'm Jamaican, I can't say I'm Haitian. Even if I could say I'm Jamaican, I can't say I'm Nigerian. Even though I like Tanzania, I can't say I'm Tanzanian, right? And the thing is that Nigeria, Tanzania, those are nations in Africa, right? The people in America, when they say I'm not African, a lot of times what they're saying is they are nationally, by citizenship, Americans. You understand? They get into trouble in anywhere in the world. They go to Europe or they go to Asia, they go to any country in the world. They go to the American embassy. If they want to go to another country on this planet, they actually have to contact the United States State Department in order to get a passport. You know, they can't contact China. They can't contact Russia. They can't contact Nigeria. They can't contact, like, even I can't contact the freaking Jamaican embassy. I mean, I could, but again, that's just me because my parents were from Jamaica. So I'm saying that, yeah, obviously, racially, you know, black people are African, right? But this is a world of nations. And that's actually one of the big troubles that we have in the conscious community, is that we sometimes tend to, you know, overlook that we're in a world of nations. And unless you're trying to develop an African nation on the continent of Africa, or like Trigger Happy is saying, you could, you know, vibe with the Caribbean nations, but unless you're trying to do some work in a black nation, it's almost like you're not doing any work, you know. The only exception is, like what Brother McCarty was saying, is like if you're actively at war, if you're actively fighting the colonists, that's different. But for the most part, you know, like the first example of, oh, let's just do a susu and try to, you know, that's good to a point. But I would say, yeah, you could be racially African, but at the end of the day, you got to go by the passport. And I was just telling this, matter of fact, when I was saying about my situation with child custody, this lawyer was talking to me, and he was like, look, he said one of the unfortunate things about having a child with an American woman, right, is that you can't take your child out of America, pretty much. You see what I'm saying? So like he's like, pretty much the court will decide. So it's like the fact that this court has jurisdiction over me, right, and my child, and where my child can move, right, and then for me to say, oh, I'm an African strictly, yeah, okay, racially, but on a national level, what state has authority over you, and what state, and what and who does that state's government comprise of, right? That's really what it comes back to, and that's the world that people are living in. So these Americans who are like, hey, blah blah blah, they're Americans. They are citizens of the United States of America. When they need a passport, they go to America. When they need a tax, when they pay taxes, they pay it to America. When they do this, and so forth, and we just have to say, oh yeah, you know what? When he says that he's a freaking American, that's what he means. It doesn't mean he's a. I mean, sometimes people are lying and say they're Native Americans. Sometimes people are lying and say whatever. But at the end of the day, like I said, even me, if I want to settle a dispute between my son's mother, I have to go to the freaking American courts, and not just any American court. I have to go to the freaking court in New York City. You understand? And that's it. And no jurisdiction. The Tanzania and Nigeria and Jamaica have no jurisdiction over anything I do, really, until I'm in their country. That's it.
Thank you for that, Oni. Bueno, what say you to this? Define Africa.
Only raised legitimate arguments, and there are some practical realities in the terms of what he was saying, practical effect in what he was saying. Me as a person who has two passports, my allegiances sometimes may diverge. But I understand where he's coming from. He's a person who has Jamaican heritage, granted, but the reality is, in practice, he is an American on paper. However, that may not necessarily translate to him, his personality, as him saying that culturally or ethnically, I am an African person. Because this really goes back to power, a power dynamic. Right now, the power in the world is you know who. In terms of traveling around the world and doing the things that you need to do. The documents that he needs to gather, he has to go to the government that he currently resides under. That's a legitimate argument. Now, he could choose to live under an African government, but even the African governments that he even mentioned, all of those are colonial states, because we don't define states in terms of Tanzania. We define states in terms of nations. Are you a part of this specific nation? Are you a part of this specific African nation? We wouldn't even do it like how the Europeans would have done it. But because of the Berlin Conference, now we Tanzanians, now we Zimbabweans, now we are Ghanaians, and all these other kinds of things. So we have not necessarily defined ourselves in the world yet, because we lack the power to do so. And I think that that's one of the initiatives we need to go forward with, first and foremost, establishing power to be able to define ourselves as people in the world, first and foremost. Not necessarily people defining us as giving us documents to say, you as an American citizen, we're going to give you these documents. You have the right to travel, under American citizenship. So you have the rights and privileges as an American person, also obligations. So this is what the white world has done to us as colonized people. But we have not yet sought to exert our authority in the world and say, no. I am Ashanti living in the Western world. I am all these other things coming. in terms of what we define ourselves as nation states. As nation states, I think that'll eventually come, because I consider myself as an African person West who lives in the Western world. I consider myself as Africa West. You know, I am a part of the satellite people out of the Africa proper. Africa proper is the continent of Africa. I have been raised and grown in outside in satellite states of Africa proper. But that's me personally, without the power to do so. You know, Marcus Garvey used to say the whole world is based off of bluff. The way how men have gotten together and defined terms in the world and the geopolitics of the world, they have defined that because they had the power to do so. And I think that when we decide to exert our power in the world, then we'll decide what we are in the world and say, well, we have a right to travel under under a Khan passport. Yes, I am out of Jamaica, but most of my people were Akan people coming out of Jamaica. So I must travel with an Akan passport. So it all goes back to a power dynamic that we lack. And we need to close the gap in defining ourselves within the world as well. Because the white guys have done it. The Chinese are currently doing it. And I think that eventually it'll become our turn to do so as well. You know, these guys who have decided what the world is and charted the world in a specific way, I think that these are our questions that we need to come to the table and answer. It's just a power dynamic we must answer. It's a power dynamic. Only through power they have been able to define and carve out the world as such, where the reality in which Oni was speaking of is a reality currently. But I would not necessarily stop there, you know, because in 50 years from now, 30 years from now, maybe the power dynamic may change. And when China is calling the shots, the whole philosophy and reality and geopolitics may change. Your passport may even change. You know, so I think that we need to prepare our world, our reality for power, our world for power, a power dynamic, and be self-defining, not necessarily defining ourselves as colonized people, but it's defining ourselves within another ourselves. But I'll leave it there, man. I'll just leave it there.
Appreciate that, Buana. Does anyone else want to answer the question?
Yeah, I do.
What Africa? Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, it'd be little things. It's just like, look, in Africa, yeah, this European done did the number with the languages. All right, this European done organized this shit. Why can't we? It's like little stuff like, okay, Ghana speaks English, right? Sierra Leone speaks English, right? Liberia speaks English, right? Look, I mean, well, we can't talk, and why ain't that one country? I mean, it's like I get it. You can't. It don't work everywhere. The play don't work everywhere. Them three countries should be one country. Bottom line, there's no reason like for like it's like just places where the countries look. It don't work everywhere. You know, Nigeria, for example, like they speak English, but frankly, some of that should maybe break up, but it can be done clean. You know what I'm saying? It's things where it's not going to be a perfect fit everywhere. It would be a radical realignment. There are going to be some lines drawn, but it can't be this mess. I mean, anyone who's, it just doesn't make any sense to retain any semblance of that. You want to get rid of those lines. The best way to get rid of those lines is to unify. And then you'll just move around peoples and cultures will move around. You'll develop new cultures off of old cultures. You'll stir the pot. It's little things. I mean, the reason that those three countries, Mali, are just to get rid of the terrorism, the whole Arabs and the European trickery that's all up running through there, running through France and everything. Them French run up psyops all throughout the Middle East and everything. They look, I'll tell you what, a lot of them Arabs ain't nothing but white folks with beards, yo. Straight like that. And so, look, I mean, look, unify. You got regionalism, like I think like Nier says, it don't work all because it's just. I mean, look, there's no reason why in 50 years there's not one fucking country in Africa, and there would be no choice for the world to say, yeah, that's Africa. It's just that one country right there. And then you might have some Arabs north and them boards to be extra about it down south. But yeah, it'd be Africa because it'd be one country called Africa. And with, it's people speaking all kinds of languages. But the operations will be black and thorough. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate that. Does anyone else want to answer the question or define Africa for themselves?
I'll make it real quick. I'll keep it less than a minute. Okay, so I would define Africa more so than a geographical location, but the people. So I heard one buddy say, I am African, not because I was born in Africa, but Africa was born in me. So I would understand it to be the African people. So no matter where we are in the world, even if I'm in, the Carolinas or in the Caribbean or in, Colombia or some island in the middle of the ocean, you're still African. So I would define African as the people itself, not just a geographic location, which is why some cracker, some Boer in Johannesburg is not an African. That motherfucker is Dutch, even though he may have been born on the African continent, but he can't be an African any more than, a giraffe in a zoo is still an African animal, even though it's in a zoo somewhere in New York City. It's still originated in Africa. So that's how I would define it, not so much as a geographic location, but the people itself. So I'll leave it there. I know we've been kind of dragging it on. I know we're doing it for another hour, so I'll stop it there.
Yeah, I was gonna say be brief, but after a while I couldn't say it anymore. Does anyone else want to add their definition of an African or Africa, I should say? If not, is Bobby speaking? Hold on, Bobby, you're muted.
All right.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's. I mean, the pro-black perspective pretty much laid it out, man. It's hard to argue with that. But like, I agree with Black Steel. Africa to me is more than just the continent. It's the African diaspora. A couple of years ago, the African Union did pass some kind of legislation recognizing the African diaspora as the sixth region. So we could keep that in mind too. But I look at it. I look at Africa as Africa and its diaspora. But at the end of the day, like Oni said, when it comes to that passport or whatever, that's important too. But yeah, I look at it like all African is diaspora. I'll leave it at that.
Appreciate that, Anthony. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 4. Shooter Breeze topic number 4 tonight says, more books like this, please. This came with a link that I think is taking us to YouTube. Yep. We'll watch the video and then we'll discuss.
Her name is Nzinga, and she is from the beautiful kingdom of Ndongo. She is the daughter of Ndambe Kolonji, the Ngola of this land. Ngola in her language means ruler or leader. Her mother's name is Kanjula, and as a child, Kanjula was stolen from her village by the Mbundu people and made a slave. She is now what one would call a Jaga. The word Jaga means outsider. And because of this, Nzinga's father could not take Kanjula as his first wife, as this was not the custom, and the elders would never have allowed such a thing. Kanjula has 3 daughters, Nzinga, Makambu, and Kafunji, and they have a half-brother named Mbandi, born to their father's first wife. This is her story, Nzinga, the great warrior of Angola. When Nzinga was born, her umbilical cord was wrapped around her neck. This was considered a sign of good luck amongst the people of her village, and in their native tongue was called kujinga, which means to twist and turn. As a baby, her parents took her to be blessed by an old wise woman. Now, this old woman was said to have magical powers and could see into the future. In her vision, the old woman saw a grown Nzinga standing in a field of corn, and as the wind rushed through the crop, each corn stalk gently bent until they were all pointing in the same direction towards Nzinga. She stood defiant, with strength and determination in her eyes. The old woman told Kangela and the king that one day Nzinga would be ruler of the Mbundu kingdom. Her mother found it hard to believe such words. After all, she had given birth to a girl and not a boy child. Her father, on the other hand, just smiled and nodded his head in approval. The Portuguese arrived on the shores of the kingdom of Ndongo. They invaded this beautiful land. Their intentions were to destroy and uproot everything that came in their way. But Nzinga's father was a wise and strong king. He would drive them back into the sea. As the men were preparing for battle, Nzinga watched her father from afar. She was 12 years old now and almost a woman. She would soon walk her rite of passage, as that was the tradition of all the young women in the Mbundu kingdom, once they turned 13. She wanted to make her father very, very proud. So she promised to keep a watchful eye over her family until his return. And even though Nzinga's mother was a strong and fearless woman, after all, she was the wife of a king. Nzinga could see the worry and sadness in her mother's eyes each time her father went off into battle. She was also worried, but she dared not tell anyone. She was soon to become a woman and had to be brave and strong like her parents. She prayed to the ancestors to bring him and all the warriors home safely. Many moons passed, and still her father had not returned. As Nzinga sat daydreaming in the shade under a mango tree, she imagined herself fighting alongside him in battle. While strolling by, Kangela noticed her daughter deep in thought. Her mother sat quietly beside her, and it took a few moments before Nzinga realized she was there.
Your father is a very brave man. He has fought against the Portuguese many times before, and he always wins. Do not be afraid. The ancestors will protect him.
I am not afraid, Mother.
Then why are you sitting here watching your brother and sister attend classes instead of being over there learning with them?
Nzinga fired a harsh look directly at her mother.
You know I do not trust that priest.
Why must you use such words?
Her mother asked, but Nzinga remained silent.
Do you know how Priest Giovanni came to live in our village?
I do not care, Mother.
Her mother repeated the question again.
Nzinga, do you know the story of how he came to live here?
This time the answer was a sharp,
yes, Mother. I've heard this story many times before.
Then enlighten me, my child,
her mother said softly. Nzinga never once saw or heard her mother angry. She was always so calm and so beautiful. She could now see why her father loved her mother so much. She did not want to repeat the story, but she felt ashamed for the way she had responded to her mother. So she honored the request. She made a loud sigh and reluctantly began.
When I was a baby, Father went to war with the Portuguese for the first time. He slaughtered them all with the exception of Priest Giovanni.
Nzinga picked up a stick and pointed it towards Priest Giovanni's hut.
That priest saved many of our peoples from boarding the big ships, which would have led to their deaths, so Father spared him. The Portuguese wanted to take Priest Giovanni's life when they found out what he was doing, but instead Father gave him refuge amongst our people. And in return, Priest Giovanni would teach Father the ways of the white man. Although he teaches all of us, how to read and write in the enemy's tongue, and is a good servant to the king. I do not trust him. Father even allows him to come and go as he pleases. How can you trust the enemy? He could appear like a thief in the night and kill us all as we sleep. Or even worse, allow us to be taken away on the big ships across the wide open sea, never to see our homeland again. Mother, please, I do not want to learn from him. He could be a spy.
With laughter in her voice, Nzinga's mother replied,
"You have such a wild imagination, my child. How is it possible for him to communicate with the Portuguese when they themselves want his head on a platter? This is home now."
Ah, that's what he told Father. But Mother, how do you know what he says is true?
The Portuguese are far to the north. That is a great distance from here. You and your sister must learn Prince Giovanni's ways, as it will prove to be of great importance one day. He is an honorable man.
And with that, Candula stood up and walked away smiling. Nzinga would often hear the quiet voices of the ancestors as they guided her.
Why is it so hard for everyone to see what I see?
Nzinga whispered quietly to herself. All of a sudden, she heard her sisters Kafunji and Makambu calling out her name as they ran towards her.
Nzinga! Nzinga!
Exhausted, they both fell down next to her under the mango tree.
We still have class today.
Kafunji spoke with innocence in her voice. She was a soft and gentle soul, loved by everyone she came in contact with. Makambu, on the other hand, was not at all happy with her sister.
Where were you this time?
Makambu was very outspoken. She noticed everything and challenged Nzinga every given chance. Nzinga quickly snapped.
I had business to take care of. I was busy and unable to attend. Besides, I am a princess, and that priest is only a servant.
I see the way you look at him and the way you act towards him. Just admit it, Nzinga, you don't like Father Giovanni. Neither do you trust him.
Nzinga sprung to her feet. With fire in her eyes, she shouted,
"What did you just call him?"
Kafunji stood trembling, stuttering nervously to repeat her sister's words.
She called him Father Giovanni.
Nzinga glared at both of them, and with great anger and disgust in her voice, she spat.
How dare you refer to the enemy as Father? We only have one Father, and he is in Ngola of this land.
Almost on the verge of tears, Kafunji replied,
But the priest told us to call him Father Giovanni. He said that is the name you call a priest.
Nzinga became even more enraged and yelled at the top of her lungs.
I do not care what he told you to call him. We have only one Father, and when he returns, I will make him aware of what this priest is trying to do. You must never refer to him by that title ever again. Do you hear me?
Both sisters nodded slowly, and with shame and embarrassment promised never to call Priest Giovanni Father again. Still upset, Nzinga decided to take a long walk to clear her head. While on her journey, she noticed her brother Mbandi playing with his friends. Feeling a little mischievous, Nzinga shouted over to him.
Hey, Mbandi, let's race.
Mbandi shouted back.
No, I'm busy.
Busy doing what?
She shouted in a teasing tone.
Are you afraid I will beat you? If you are to be the future king, surely you are not afraid of racing a girl, are you?
Mbandi's friends all began to giggle. She had embarrassed him in front of everyone. Suddenly, Mbandi's mother appeared from her hut.
Just ignore her, my son. One day you will be the king and Nzinga will have to take orders from you.
As Nzinga continued walking, while kicking a stone laying on the ground in front of her, she mumbled under her breath.
I will never take orders from him. He's so slow. A turtle could outrun him.
At that very moment, Kafunji came running.
Nzinga, come quick.
While pulling on her sister's arm.
They're back.
Who's back? What are you talking about?
Father's back, silly. Where's your head?
Both sisters excitedly began running towards the crowd of villagers, welcoming home their warriors. Kafunji pointed.
There he is. Father!
She began screaming above the crowd, trying to get his attention. They both began waving their arms, but the king was unable to see either of his daughters through the thick crowd of villagers. Zinga watched with great happiness and relief that her father had returned safely. She was proud to be the daughter of the king. The king raised his right hand, holding his spear high, and all the warriors came to a halt. Silence fell over the entire village. He then proceeded to his mother. He bowed down to her feet to show respect and love, and then he took his rightful place beside her. As the sisters began to push their way to the front, the king shouted out in a thunderous roar,
"Where is my son, the future king?"
Mbandi marched boastfully with a big grin on his face, and he took his rightful place clumsily next to his father. Zinga thought to herself,
"It's just not fair. I'm stronger, smarter, and faster than him. He looks like a firstborn grasshopper. I should step on him and squish him like a bug that he is."
Later that evening, the king gathered all of his children in the royal hut after the welcoming home ceremony. He signaled to Nzinga to approach him first.
"Well?"
he asked in a deep, commanding voice.
"See, father? I told you I would take care of my sisters and mother. And look, I did."
The king smiled.
"All my beautiful daughters, you are a blessing from the ancestors."
Nzinga whispered in her father's ear.
"Me too?"
The king leaned forward and whispered back.
"Especially you."
Nzinga could not hide her smile as she walked back towards her other siblings. Words could not describe how happy her father made her feel inside. It was early in the morning, and most of the village was fast asleep. Nzinga waited patiently outside her father's hut. As he emerged from his slumber, she quickly approached him.
"Father, this could not wait."
"Go ahead, my child. I am listening. You look very concerned."
They began to walk.
"That priest Giovanni told Kufunji Mukambo to call him Father Giovanni. Can you believe the nerve of that traitor? He wants them to call him Father. We only have one father, and that is you, Ndambi, Kolonji, Ngola of this kingdom."
The king paused, and with a slight laughter in his tone, he replied,
"Nzinga. That is the name they used when referring to a priest. He means no harm. Is this the reason why you do not attend classes? Your mother told me, and I was very disappointed to hear this."
With a slight annoyance in her voice, Nzinga stopped walking.
"Father, this is serious. How can you think this is funny?"
"I am not laughing at you. I understand you do not trust the priest, and you want to protect me. But I promise you, Nzinga, all is well. Do not fear. I will have a talk with the priest. Now, will you go to your classes? You are the eldest child, so you must set a good example for your sisters. Do you hear me?"
With a quiet,
"Yes, father."
Nzinga lowered her gaze towards the ground and shrugged both her shoulders. While in the royal hut, Nzinga sat quietly while her mother spoke about her rite of passage. Nzinga knew she was soon to become a woman and would have to marry and take a husband, as that was the custom. But she did not want to give up her hunting, making spears, and playing with her best friend Adu. Her mother was so excited with all the preparations that she didn't even notice the sad look on Nzinga's face. Before Nzinga realized what she was about to say, she groaned.
"I wish this day would never come. Why must I be the eldest?"
Nzinga's mother slowly turned around.
"Why are you being so foolish? This will be a beautiful celebration."
"But mother, I'm not ready to become a woman and take on such responsibilities. I do not want to attend this celebration."
Nzinga, it is normal to feel nervous at first, but you'll be fine. I promise.
As Nzinga.
All right. I was told to play 15 minutes of that, I believe. Did I? No, what was I told? Oh, well, only was I supposed to play the whole thing here?
No, 15 minutes.
That's 15 minutes. So I'm gonna start with Buana for obvious reasons. Buana was in the chat saying a lot of different things. Buana, what are your thoughts? Do we need more books like this? What's your take?
I was having fun. I was having fun because the accents was crazy. The accents was crazy. I was having fun. But we do need books like this. The telling the story of Queen Nzinga is important. However, I want us to be very careful, because the Western world is facing. We are doing. The Western world is having a tradition where you're seeing this rise of a black matriarchy. Okay, where you have black women who are so-called empowered, which is really they want to have this idea where you have black women in charge or in control of black men. I have a personal issue with that. Maybe the other brothers do not. I do not have a problem with whoever has the capacity to lead should lead, regardless of gender. However, I want us to be very careful, because I don't want this idea of a black matriarchal figure or a black feminine figure to surpass the efforts and the deeds of the men in history who have done great things in terms of our race. I don't want us to be excluded out of the picture, because the so-called dominant society, they want that culture to be fostered among us, where you have the so-called women being the backbone of our community. Like no other community has the so-called female as the backbone in their community. So why are we bonded to the tradition of having the female as being the backbone of our community? And this is not an anti-female rant, because I respect women and I love women, and I believe that women have the capacity to think, women have the capacity to do many different things. But in terms of leadership, I'm old school. And this story is very matriarchal, very matriarchal. And I don't have a problem with women being in dominant roles, because Queen Nzinga is a historical figure. But Queen Nzinga had men to be able to do the things that they did for her to be put in the position that she was put into. Also, Africans don't only have a matriarchal tradition in terms of kingship and chieftainship and what we consider all these things. They also have a patriarchal tradition as well. And that is forgotten in the discussion when we talk about African on a historical context. And I understand that we living in the age of female empowerment, but I don't want that to be superseded by the fact that men have an important role to play in terms of steering the ship, our ship in the black world. And the powers that be would love to have the women in control for their own reasons, So I want us to be careful with these stories, because this story really has the men in this story looking really, really crazy and weak in their decision making and decisiveness. And that's not the tradition that I can come out of. And like I say, this is not a beat up on the women kind of story or idea, but I think that black boys need to have confidences in the world, and they need to have an idea and about themselves in a position of strength and decisiveness and being analytical in the world. You can't only tell the beautiful stories of females without influencing the men in a particular way and being in manner. You have to trigger them in a certain way too, because if you pump up all the women and you give them all the confidence, all the little girl confidences, who will be their counterpart when they become adults? If you neglect the men and he give them the confidence that they need to move through the world. Who will be the successes or the rightful successors of the women when they become adults? Now you see the Serena Williams and Venus Williams. They married a bunch of white men. The father prepared them, and he created them to be Amazons in the so-called market world right now in terms of marketability. But who in their minds they say, well, who will be, our counterparts in going forward? Well, their counterparts is what? A bunch of white guys, who had confidence enough to date these women, marry these women, and go forward. So I think that you need to have balance in telling these kinds of stories. And it's not to neglect the fact that Queen Nzinga is a historical figure, but she is important. But when you propagandize the females, you must propagandize the men as well, the little boys as well in particular, because they need confidence to move through the world as well. That's very important. And these storylines, these matriarchal storylines, it only boosts the ego of the young girls and encourages them. But little boys need to be encouraged. Little black boys need to be encouraged as well in our storylines. And you can't make us look stupid. And you can't make the fathers look stupid, because that's what eventually the little boys will become. They'll become the future older people, the fathers and the grandfathers. And in this storyline, the father was weak. The child had more foresight than the adult in this storyline. I just think that we need to be extremely careful in telling these stories and be very balanced, especially when we're trying to propagandize the younger people, because I feel like a lot of effort is made in terms of promoting this whole idea of this matriarchal dominance. But I think that the boys need to be propagandized as well. But I would just leave it there because I'm going on. I'll leave it there.
Duly noted. I feel where you're coming from. I similarly, I'll attach my personal feelings to what you just said. I feel like we beat up on black men and black boys a lot too. I think we in conscious spaces too. I feel we exalt women, we beat up on black men, and it's like if you say something about it, then like Bakari would say, all of a sudden you want to be treated like a woman. That's not what no one's talking about. So I think we do have to be mindful of how we deal with black boys and black men. You're right. The way they made the father in this thing look, he's like a damn dolt. He's an idiot. And this young daughter knows better than him, which, I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible or what have you, but we gotta really think about how we push these things. We have to balance these things out a bit. Maybe the father could be, a little too trusting or something, but don't make him out to be just a complete jackass. Black Steel, what say you?
I think it's a good little storybook. I definitely understand Bawana's take on the situation, but I think it's a good storybook. I think we need more books that kind of talk about African people, African heroes, African history for children, because we get a steady diet of crackerdom. We get a steady diet of George Washington, chopping down the cherry tree, other bullshit like that. So why can't black children have the things that they need to develop and have pride in their race and their people? So yeah, definitely more books like this. Actual books, not reading to them. Let's give these children a book in their hands so they can read. Just speaking from an American understanding, we're probably have some of the lowest literacy rates in the world, in the so-called developed world. So I'm all for books. That was a book I had as a kid. My mother bought it for me. The name of the book was called From Ashanti to Zulu. So it basically had the alphabet, but it had the alphabet was in every African tribe. So you had the Shanti, the Ule, just all the way to the Zulu tribe. So it told a little bit about the different tribes, some things about their culture. I actually still have that book somewhere. But to me, a book like that books like this are very important, and it does kind of teach Black people to have pride in themselves. We see the effects of us not having pride in our people, how that impacts us to this day. So more of that. I'll leave it here. I'm going to be short and sweet. Thanks, Coco.
Appreciate that, Black Steel. Anthony, what say you?
Hey, yeah, when I first started listening to it, I kind of say it sounded like we going down a road a little bit. But I read a lot about Queen Nzinga, man, in the country that she was from, in Dongo. And that particular kingdom, actually had a tradition of women rulers. She wasn't the first one. She wasn't the first one. Yeah, there were several others. But yeah, I mean, I thought it was a good little story and everything. But I kind of like, seemed like somebody had like an agenda, trying to push the the feminism thing. But I mean, I could be wrong. But yeah, I thought it was a good little story though, man. But yeah. I mean, I thought it was kind of like going down the road a little bit. I'll leave it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that, Anthony. I will also add too that the demonstration that they put here in this visual, I do think they were trying to be like Pan-Africanist in a way. So I think when they put the little Caribbean inflections and stuff in the dialogue, I think that's to make it a story where we know it's about continental Africans, but we all, play a part. We all, the story matters to all of us. And I think that was kind of nice of them to do that. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
Look, I'm all for good, good stories. It's not, it's not my forte. I think that, it's good, good representations. I'm not going to be hypercritical. I'm not. I'm just going to be brief. You know what I'm saying? Drawing looks decent. I mean, sometimes you can, the illustrations can be, less than desired. I mean, nice little, you can see the naps right there. It looks like, as far as the storyline, I mean, look, I'm a man. I suppose, I might have a bias about having stories about guys. I don't, if the book is really, really bad, then people won't buy it. You know what I'm saying? I guess let the market, determine it. I mean, someone made a product, they wrote, it's not like we have to buy it. I mean, like if the author, might realize they can write a different type of book, So like, I'm not going to be too critical or nothing like that. Nice illustrations. It's good to have African, illustration. It's definitely good. And that's all I gotta say.
Appreciate that. Let's hear from the pro-Black perspective. More books like this, please. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel what Bon is saying, and I tend to agree that boys especially should have the stories that lead to them being men, and the corollary is that women, or say it this way, men should have stories that lead to them being good husbands, and women should have stories leading to them to be good wives, right? And the only thing that I would say is this, with this story in particular, because it's a historical story and because it's more or less accurate to the history as we know it, Nzinga is the protagonist and her brother is the antagonist, So while I could see, oh man, they made her brother stupid and all that kind of stuff, right? The reality is that her brother kills her child, or tries to kill her. You know what I mean? So in that kind of a story, it's actually good writing to make the brother, unlikable even in his childhood. You know what I mean? I mean, it's also could be good writing to make him likable, and then he kills his nephew, right? But like from a historical perspective, because it's not just some random woman, I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, this is some feminist nonsense, right? I would say, yeah, this is actually like I like her intensity, and it does make Nzinga seem special and distinct and different. Like if she's smarter than, like if she gets it more than her father does, it makes her a better heroine, Now, I wouldn't say that women shouldn't because like what Anthony was saying, like if this is where women had authority, women had power, women had rulership, then it's not really negative to share that part of our story, right? It does become negative when you're like if you misconstrue it and you make it so that women are now the like if you misconstrue it and you kind of change up things and be like, hey, you know what, women are better than men, or men should be secondary. But I don't really see this as a statement against men as much as a statement for what I think John Henry Clark said was the greatest threat to Portugal, the greatest military threat to Portugal, right? Or it was Queen Nzinga. So it's like this is one of the legends in African history, and for that reason, like for me, when it comes to me, I would say, her, my other ancestor, Queen Nzinga, no, sorry, Queen Nanny, and of course my brother Taharka. Those are, of course Garvey too, right? But those when you have like the opportunity to read about them and to share them with your offspring, to share their legacy, that's actually a good thing. So for this story, I like how she went after like how she's like, hey, look, don't trust these white folk, and the father's like, yeah, well, I'd like, because the thing is this, that's what you're going to hear from black folk today, and in fact, I'm going to go over my podcast tomorrow. It's going to just be just like the podcast from last week, but I can tell you guys a lot of like, what I'm going to say is this: we do not have an information problem. We have a strategy problem. A lot of stuff that we're saying, like on terms of information, a lot of our people are already knowing. You know what I mean? Like a lot, like I'm telling you, there's this sister in Africa. She goes, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what she was saying, but something like, little God or whatever, right? And I'm like, I'm conversing with her, and she telling you now she's pushing this religion on me. She's like, you know what? We don't have a freedom to not be in a religion here, right? Like we don't like, and I'm like, do you believe in a God, or like, do you really? And she's all, no, she says she does, but then if you press her, she's like, yeah, a lot of people think that this was just a colonialization to make us softer, and we just do it anyway. And so the strategy isn't there. But the information of, hey, you know what? These white people gave us this religion in order to exploit us, that's there already. But what do you do about that? And they say, well, let's just do it. Which is dumb, but that's what it is. So it's like, I don't know how I got on that tangent, but yeah, Queen Nzinga is a great example. So I think as far as, so the reason why I'm saying that is because when she's talking to the father's like, hey, you can't trust these white folk. These white folk are here to enslave us. And then he lets this Christian guy, he lets this person stay in. And the reality is, and the trouble is this, and here's the reality. Nzinga took on Christianity too. Her name is Queen Anne Nzinga. That's her Christian name. And the reality is that, she also might have had to, as other people will tell you, she was, she had to form a thing with the Dutch in order to sell slaves to the Dutch. Even though she tried to end slavery where she was, there's a lot of nuance to it. So when you're retelling the story in such a way that, you know, it's somewhat accurate. You know, the brother's the antagonist, obviously, but at the same time, it pushes that Pan-Africanism, pushes onto your children who are reading it. Don't trust these white people, you know, and even talk back to your parents. Don't trust these freaking white people, right? And then, you know, later on in the book, you know, there's a gunfight with the white folk, and there's, you know, killing white folk and bodying white folk. That kind of stuff in a children's book, that is fire. Compare and I'm going to give this to a comparison to. I'll tell you this: when I think my son's mother was in grad school, and she had a classmate who was giving away a bunch of their black books. So I got a bunch of African American books, right? Like a bunch of them, like on Harriet Tubman, on some jazz singer, on this, that, you know, on the in the integration of you know, sit-ins and all that kind of stuff. A lot of African American books, children's books. Almost all of them are Christian propaganda. Almost all of them are Christian propaganda. One of these stories was about I love Dr. King because he let me finally taste apple pie when I get to sit at the diner. Like it was about integration. This book right here, not about integration. And it's about, hey, you know what? Don't trust them crackers. I'll tell you that. And it gives and it makes the father rational and reasonable, but wrong. And that's okay because he's wrong to Nzinga, who was the military threat to Portugal. So yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely a more books, please. And yeah, definitely a buy for like definitely a great attempt at Black children's literature.
If I was to say anything in terms of what I would request or want, since Oni is a writer, a legitimate writer, I would like to see a book on the trust, Black trust. Why do we have such distrust in one another, and how to resolve that void in terms of trust? You know, because I think that is the essential thing is missing. I think it was a theme going throughout this whole program, really, because when we talk about susu, esu, in terms of this particular thing, I think trust in terms of how we see one another and our ability to depend on one another, to follow through with our word, and to actually trust one another. I think that is really missing in terms of how we engage one another. But if a propagandist such as yourself, Oni, in terms of because you're a writer, or any animationist, should develop themes of trust, how to trust one another and Black loyalty to one another. I think that is an important thing in terms of in going forward, and how we trigger our children or grandchildren or propagandize them. How do we go forward in trusting one another and not necessarily trusting the other people? Because we have a lot of trust for other people, but we question our internal ideas of trust. So I think that is an important thing. So if I would appeal to people like you, I would say going forward, that would be a theme in another book that I don't know you might have under your belt, you know, and trying to develop that storyline, trust. But I'll stop there.
Anyone else want to add any last thoughts to the prompt? All right, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Trigger Happy strongly agree with Buana on that one. Shooter Breeze topic number 5 tonight says how some Black women view police brutality involving a white cop and a Black male. Let's see. Let me share it with you guys. It takes us to YouTube. It's like a 2-minute clip, I think. We'll watch it, then we'll discuss it.
Like that. And, you know, I point that out to, you know, to say, you know, whiteness, man, is a hell of a drug, bro.
Well,
It is a hell of a drug.
let me share, and you're absolutely right. I saw sisters crying over that marriage, and I'm like, are you freaking over the wedding, right?
Yeah.
That's somehow being validated by some kind of white, European prince, this Cinderella syndrome. Now her femininity is affirmed, and but you look at the history of the British Empire, you don't want to talk about that. But this is the kind of group that I think Banks's piece appeals to. Many of you may have seen this in social media. I'm only going to play about, it's only like a minute long. This comes from somebody on YouTube, I believe, whose name is Divested Zealot. But this is a conversation about Black men and about white men in some respects. And this is a group of Black women having this conversation. Check it out.
I was wondering why no one thought to say and voice their opinion that when I look at these white men, they are the epitome of masculine, and watching some of these police officers manhandle these Black men in the street is very attractive, and it's a turn on, and I'm wondering, does anybody else feel like that?
Hold on.
Yes, Lord.
Y'all off the chain, okay? Y'all are off the proverbial chain.
That's Discord talk.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, why has nobody said that? Because I'm like, that's masculine. You talk about masculine.
We say that all the time in Discord, Tanasia.
You say that for the back.
Yeah, you have to save that one for the back room when we got the door closed. Get with y'all.
Use the hard R for long.
Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about.
Okay. Right. So Trigger Happy in the chat says, divestors, man. It's slowly getting on the continent, but definitely not as strong as the West on a basic level. Black Steel in the chat said, geez, let's start with Black Steel. Black Steel, what say you to how some Black women view police brutality involving a white cop?
So those women talking about something that's off the chain, they asked me to be in chains, goddammit. They're still mentally enslaved. We're familiar with divestors. They're a sad group. They've internalized white supremacy so much to the point to where they believe that if they sit up under the white man's nuts, then they'll be spared the worst ravages of white supremacy. And to that, I would say, if they haven't seen the recent movie Killers of the Flower Moon, how did that work out for the Osage people, in Oklahoma? When they discovered oil on their land, those white men rushed to marry those Native American women, and then all these women died under mysterious circumstances, and the white men got their money. So for these women who idolize white men, who berate Black men for not achieving the status of white men, but yet they don't want Black men to do what white men did to get their wealth. They idolize white men, but yet they ignore what white men have done to get their position, which is rape, pillage, steal across every inhabited landmass on the planet. But yet they'll sit up here and they'll talk about Black men as being dussies and being whatever derogatory name they have for them. So I'm not surprised that these broads get their they get their juices flowing, seeing a Black man get brutalized, because they hate Black people too. They're not, let them go where they want to be at. The only problem that I have with these hoes, and this is my only problem I have with them, is that we don't know who they are. And they can really work in silence. They can really work undercover to undermine the Black community. So you have these women could be teachers, and they could be failing a Black student, a Black boy, just because. These people could be in the bank and they could be denying your loan just because you're a Black man. They could be a police officer. They could be in positions of power and authority, and they could fuck you up just because of their own self-hatred for Black people. So to me, that's what makes them dangerous. Other than that, if you want to suck up to some pink dick, that's what you want to do. You do your thing, baby. That's fine. Just leave us out of it. If you go over there, stay over there. Like Dr. John Henry Clark said so eloquently. If you go over there, stay over there. But what makes them particular is that they're so well hidden that they keep their views to themselves, and they can really cause real harm. But I'm not surprised. These divestors are a sick group. They extol the virtues of white men regardless of whatever, and it could be any common mediocre white man too. And a Black man can have the same qualities that this white man has, but because he's white, he's him, you know, and you know he's black and he's not him. It's really a sick, sad group of people. I'm glad they're a minority. They're a very vocal minority, but I think most of the black community looks upon these people with disgust and revision, and I think that's what we need to continue to do. You know, once they expose themselves, we can isolate them and you know make sure they know they're not welcome. And the thing is, they don't want to be in the black community because they feel like what do they call it? Blackistan. The black community is already fucked up, so that's fine. Then you go over there with white people and you see how they treat you. And then, you know, you end up on one of these, you know, unsolved mystery shows, or they find a skeleton a couple years later and the white people who did it don't get charged. Best of luck. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I really appreciated that one, Black Steel. Thank you for that. Bakari was laughing at something you said earlier too. Anthony McPhail, what say you to this, man?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with Black Steel, man. I agree with Black Steel. It's like it kind of, you know, it's that Oprah Winfrey kind of syndrome, man. You know what I'm saying? Well, Oprah used to say, black women ain't got time. We ain't got time to wait on black men. We ain't got time to wait on the catch up. But I mean, oh no, man. You know, I mean, you know, and we can't. At the same time, you know, we gotta call it out when we do that stuff too, though, man. You know what I'm saying? Because brothers do that mess too. But I think both of I think both of them, black men and women who do that shit, need to go over there, like Carl said, go over there and stay over there. That's where I look at it, man. I'll leave it at that.
I appreciate that, Anthony. Apparently, this is Hassan Johnson. I'm not sure if I've ever heard that name before in pro-black spaces, but
he's not really
Black
pro-black.
Steel,
I would say he's more like a black masculinist. He's like sort of kind of in the same vein as Dr. Tommy Curry, where he studied black male studies. So he's not. So I would not consider him to be more of a Pan-African, but I do think he does
Some of the manosphere.
Yeah. He's definitely manosphere adjacent. I would say that he does have and I do think there is value in black male studies. I do believe that, definitely. But he's not a Pan-African. I think he leans too much sometimes to that ADOS FBA bullshit sometimes too.
Okay.
I think that,
yeah, boy, hold tight for a second. RBG, are you there? What are your thoughts
here
on this?
What am I trying to say? I keep up a little bit with what's his name, Dr. T. The other guy is not so much, but like, you know what I'm saying, like he's you know what I'm saying, he's academic for what it's worth. You know what I'm saying? He actually studies and actually has like papers and all that. So he has some objectivity for what's worth. You know what I'm saying? He's measured about some of this stuff. As far as the divestors, that's just, that's a hard topic. It's not easy. It's really not. It's not something that, you know what I'm saying, I can easily say, you know what I'm saying, men need to do more. There's voice for that. There's definitely air and oxygen for that. However, when you have, you know what I'm saying, treachery is an ugly thing. You know what I'm saying? And it's not something that you want to see anyone do. You got some of these women out here who are doing the most and are just that. They are the most extra about it. People could say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? If you flip the coin for men, I know what I see. That's how I feel about some of these divestors. Some of them I think are frankly just theatrical and just kind of like seeking attention. But some of them are they have a complex about it. You know what I'm saying? And it's not healthy. You got people out here saying abort black male babies, whether or not they mean the babies of black men or babies who are black male in particular. You know what I'm saying? That there's no place for that. That anything I hear something like that, like I want to hear a chorus. You know what I'm saying? From soprano to bass, of saying, you know what I'm saying, all kinds of voices now. Saying that, like, you know, no, that should be shouted down. Problem is when it's a whole bunch of baritone and bass saying, man, that's wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes we sit here and we say these things, and, you know, rightfully so, women should be, you know what I'm saying, right, you know what I'm saying, in lockstep, and, you know what I'm saying, right behind the men. You know what I'm saying? That's out, you know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say, nah. You don't want to breathe too much life into it, honestly, because it really is a minority. But however, that it can be propped up, and you know what I'm saying, it can be propped up by, you know what I'm saying, people, and amplified. You know what I'm saying, this 0. You know what I'm saying, 00. You know what I'm saying, sisters out here who done fell. Gets amplified and gets turned into like 10% by white people. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, like, you just gotta, like, play that shit and make sure you keep that shit in perspective, because it's really not a lot of black people. You got Fox Soul. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about Fox. Had that Cynthia G. You know what I'm saying? She's the one who's talking about abort black male babies. You know what I'm saying? She don't, you know what I'm saying? But, like, it gets amplified, and that, hey. As long as you recognize it and just say that can be an issue and people can be dissuaded, because don't act like people aren't getting dissuaded. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. People get led by, you know what I'm saying, you know, trends and whatnot. It's unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? That goes back to having, you know what I'm saying, respect for, you know what I'm saying, you know, there's a lot of things, but, you know what I'm saying, I'm not, these divestors, you know what I'm saying, the women, I mean, you can see and say the men are doing the same thing, man. I mean, you know, sometimes the men say they're doing the same thing, and it's kind of like, you know, put some torque on their words and say, well, we're not doing what they're doing because we're men, and, well, men can, you know, I see it, you know what I'm saying. I mean, you know what I'm saying, men gonna do what men gonna do. But I mean, you don't want to be, you know what I'm saying, treacherous. You don't want to be in the betrayal mode. You know what I'm saying? That's, and some like I say, some of these divestors go into that territory. You know what I'm saying? Like, just deeply frown on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, shout that down. That's what I'm gonna say.
Thank you for that. You know,
Can I just say something before we go to the next person, really quick, Koku? Because I want to make it clear. There are some people who try to compare the divestors with the passport bros, but I've never heard a black man say that black girls should be aborted. Black women are dusty from birth. Black women are you know, they have never heard those brothers who, you know, I call them snowmen, you know, they like to play in the snow. You know, if it ain't snowing, they're not going. Okay, whatever. But I don't see this need to, they feel like they need to eradicate black women from the face of the earth that I hear from these divestors. These people are mentally unwell. Some brothers just like to travel. And especially, too, I noticed the passport bros, the countries they go to are usually majority black countries. They're in, like, you know, Colombia, which has a large black population, the Dominican Republic, Panama. They're seeking. They're not seeking women they're not seeking to do what, you know, the Brazilian experiment, you know, to breed themselves out. They're seeking black women of another culture, but they're not seeking to eradicate the women of their racial group. That, to me, is something that is just beyond the pale. Now we talking about genocide and you know, ethnic cleansing and things like that. Now you're beyond the pale to me.
Black Steel, I got a homeboy live in Colombia, and he would tell you in a heartbeat, don't none of those, I'm just gonna say this, don't none of those black men going to Colombia looking for no black woman, bro. I got a homeboy live over there. I've been on the phone with him while they talking. They ask him, why you come to Colombia to get a black girl? Them dudes ain't looking for no black women. They are not looking for black women when they go to those other countries, bro. They are not. I'm just saying. And they ain't mean caping for no damn diversity either. But they ain't looking for no black woman. They ain't looking for none.
I was gonna say before Kyle interject, I was gonna say something along the lines of what Kyle said, which is, you know, I've never heard it, and I don't know if it would ever really happen, but I've never really heard black men say it's a turn on to see a black woman get her ass whooped by like a white woman cop or something. Like I've never, like I couldn't even imagine the backlash to that. You know, it just doesn't make sense. It's some weird stuff. But Bakari is here. Buana's gonna anchor this one. So Bakari, you're up next. How some black women view police brutality involving a white cop and a black male. What say you?
Look, I don't even worry about skanks like that. And I'm gonna be honest. I keep telling folks I turned off social media. And this part of the reason I turned it off, like if you don't play something like this, I probably would never ever hear it, because I only listen to select channels, because there's no need for me to listen to it, because all it do is piss me off. And when old boy mentioned when RBG mentioned the girl who started abort black male babies, that shit is crazy. But the thing is, you have men. I've heard men agree with that. You might as well. We ain't gonna fight nothing. I've literally heard men. I've literally heard black men say that. So, but the thing is, but I don't worry about these people. These people don't want to deal with black folks. Okay, good. I'm glad you don't want to deal with me. I don't want to deal with you in no way, shape, or form. But like Anthony said, when black men do it, I ain't never heard no black man talking about they happy to see. I take that back, because Kwame Brown was doing his thing. He didn't say he was happy, but the lady that was killed in damn Kentucky by the police, shot up in her house. Breonna, what's her name? What's her name, Anthony?
Breonna Taylor.
Yeah. I heard Kwame Brown and all the people on his channel, it's her fault. She shouldn't have dated no drug dealer. Them police didn't do nothing. So the bullshit goes both ways. And I don't know where black still get that from, where black men going to countries to date black women. Most black men be going over to Thailand. We have to stop. We have to stop trying to make excuses for the men that do the same shit. It's bullshit on both sides.
Maybe I'm just projecting, Bakari, because I know if I was going overseas, I'm dating me a sister. I don't care what.
I know you're looking at you, but see, you ain't going overseas though. You ain't going overseas looking for one, and you're thinking about what you like. Man, I was sitting in the barbershop, dude sitting in there talking about comparing black women to $30 Thailand. When you hear them dudes come back talk about how they get treated in Thailand, trust me, I had a homeboy live over there too. They paying for these women $30. Oh, they treat you so good. Yeah, because you paying them. I know a dude, he was I don't know this one personally, but he knew my homeboy. He went over there, he married one of them prostitutes from Thailand. When he get ready to come back to the United States, he send her $600 a month so she don't mess with another man while he's gone. My homeboy say, man, as soon as his plane land in the United States, she out there horn with somebody else. So the bullshit goes both ways, and the bullshit need to be called out both ways. But I don't deal with neither one of them, period. I don't like I said, I don't even know what channel this is. So what if that was on a YouTube or a TikTok or whatever, but I probably would have never heard it. Cause like I said, I don't listen to them. All that shit just pisses me off. So there's no need for me to listen to it. These people are a waste of time. That's literally what they are. They are a waste of our time and energy. On that, I hear the mic.
Yeah, thanks for coming back up, Bakari. Stick around, because the next topic is for you, Anthony, and Black Steel, if you don't mind. Buana, you've heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you?
Yes. So.
Oh wait, what about me?
Yeah,
what about Oni?
Did I skip Oni? All right, Buana.
Yeah, you skipped me. Yeah. So I tend to agree with Brother Bakari. Yeah, I wouldn't like after I didn't know who this guy was, but I'm seeing that it's that Hassan. I think Hassan Johnson, one of the masculinist black male victim type shit. You know, there are a lot of people. So back in the day, you know, before social media, you had Al Sharpton. He was the ambulance chaser, right? Then, you know, YouTube blows up and you have everybody just seeking content, like divisive content, just chasing divisive content. You know, these women have a negative opinion about black men. And there's a lot of black men that have a negative opinion about not just those women, but women in general, or black women in general. In fact, on social media, they created a freaking term about it. It was called misogynoir. So like before TikTok and all them shit was a thing, there was Tumblr, and some people were going about, like some black people were online like, hey, you know what? It's possible that a lot of this culture, a lot of the cultural framework, and this is like, you know, late 2000s or something, or early 2000s, you know, like a lot of the framework is against black women. And to some extent, you know, it's from the college, the collegiate point of view, which is that race, class, and gender, you know, have, you know, some sort of impact on people's lives. And, you know, racism, classism, gender, and then the intersectionality of these three and all that kind of stuff. And then so misogynoir, you know, came from that school of thought. And so, yeah, a lot of black women felt like there was a lot, you know, there was something to that. And of course, you know, popular music at the time, if you look at old rap music and, you know, bitch, bitch, ho, ho, all that kind of stuff, you know, it wasn't completely invalidated, right? So, yeah, there's going to be people that take ideas and take them to the extreme, but there's a premise to it, or there's an underlying subtext to it. So when this woman was speaking about, oh, I like seeing these black men beat on these black men getting beat up, or whatever, or that, you know, when a white man's asserting his physical dominance over a black man, makes a black man look fucking weak. Because I told you guys, I think I showed a picture on my last podcast of this black man, 6 foot tall, who had a gun, okay, being manhandled by a little white woman who was a cop, right? And he's just screaming like, ah! And it's like, that does not look good to anybody. No black woman is looking at a black man getting manhandled and saying, you know what, that's my protector. And this is something that we have to really confront as a people, because you can open up.
Oni, I'm gonna stop you there. These women in this video said they were sexually turned on by a black man. See, it's one thing to look at a black man getting manhandled by that little white woman cop and say, oh man, that's weak, that looks bad. But it's another thing to say when a white man is beating up on a black guy that it sexually arouses you, Dre. That's a different level than what you're saying. I just wanted to add that in there. Continue, but be brief, because I want to get to Buana and one more topic.
Yeah. Well, but that's the thing. That's what I was going to get to. So in 1859, Martin Delaney published the book Blake's or the Huts of America, right? And this is like a response to, you know, a couple of whatever. The point is this, very short passage. I want to, like, that goes on this very subject. So this is Martin Delaney, 1859. And he writes, one thing I do know, and he's pretending to be two different women because it's a fiction novel, right? It's a novel. He's pretending to be two different women talking, a mother and a daughter. And the mother says, or the daughter, one of them, maybe the daughter says, the daughter says, one thing I do know, if our men do not decide on something in our favor, they will soon be called to look upon us in a state of concubinage. For such treatment as this will force every weak-minded woman to place herself under the care of those who are able to protect them from personal abuse. If they have no men of their association who can, they must find those who will. And then the mother says to the daughter, you speak rationally, my child. Regarding yourself, that is just what white men desire to do. Drive colored women as a necessity to seek their protection, that they may become the subjects of their lust. right? And of course, as Martin Delaney writing, he warns the daughter, "Do you die first before thinking of such a thing?" But the point is that this is 1859, okay, not 2023, not 2020, whatever. This is 1859. And he's saying if the men are not being the protectors of the community, if they cannot protect their women, if the women are getting abused, and these women in the story are getting abused by white men. But the only people that can protect them from being abused by white men, if the only people that can protect them from being abused by white men are white men, or if the people that can give these women protection are white men, then yes, the black women will open their legs to the white men because the women are going, like, they need protection. And if you're not going to be the protector, then a lot of and he says the weak-minded, a lot of the weak-minded women will go to that. And you're going to have a lot of weak-minded women anyway. And he's saying this is what the white man wants. So yes, when you get a manhandled, yes, weak-minded women will say that's a turn on. Okay? Because you're not turning her on. Right? And she desires protection. So yeah, it's actually consistent. If we do not step our game up, this is exactly what happens. This is why I tell people, just leave America, because you're not protecting your fucking community anyway. You're calling the police. And if you're calling the police, unless you're one of those exceptional men, like our brother Bakari or whatever, right? Unless you're one of those exceptional men, you're not protecting your community. And if you're not protecting your community, guess what? These women are going to look for the men who are, and that's frequent. And just to, I'll stop, but there's this one book about interracial relationships, and they said a lot of these black women, a lot of times they're flirting with these cops. They're flirting with, they're letting the cops sleep with them. They're letting the cops hit it. Why? Because, you see? And that's all I'll say.
Yeah. So let me start here. Dr. T.S. Johnson is a black masculinist, and I've recently came across a lot of his content, and I like a lot of his content. I think that many of his arguments in terms of black masculinity are legitimate arguments. They are not necessarily based on we hate black women. Because he uses a whole lot of data in terms of his discussions, and I would tell the brothers, before you make a conclusion in terms of what his rhetoric is, listen to some of his stuff. And if you don't only get, well, I hate black women from it, I'm sure you could get a lot more from the discussions that Dr. T.S. Johnson has. I bought his book. I don't necessarily think he hates black women. I think that the discussion out of academia right now is so black feminist centered, they forget the dialogue and discussion in terms of the ideas of black men, what they want, what their needs are, what their ideas are. These things are missing out of the discussion in terms of academia, and he talks and addresses these kinds of things. So I think that before you conclude, listen to some of the content that he talks about. That's the first thing. The second thing is, now my brother, my uncle Bakari, because I got to deal with this. Uncle Bakari say the black woman is God. Okay, so I am asking my uncle, what is the procedure? What is the procedure going forward when the God telling me that she is sexually aroused when she see my brothers getting beat up in the streets by a white police officer? Because I'm saying to myself, this is when I first heard this, I was blown away. I'm like, black women who look just like me getting sexually aroused when they see their sons in the street getting sexually turned on by me getting the shit kicked out of me in the streets. I never dealt with that kind of twisted nature. So I'm saying to myself, what is the approach in going forward and dealing with these kinds of women? Because my brother sees the black women as God. I have issues now. Psychologically, I have a crisis. I have a crisis. So I'm saying, what is the step forward dealing with these kinds of women? Since we know these kinds of women exist out in the streets, not only in America but in the Caribbean and all parts of the black diaspora, because we know these kinds of women exist. She say, "Child, please, we could talk about these things, but we have to talk about these things online. So we know these women exist." Cynthia G, because Cynthia G was mentioned, she had hundreds of thousands of black women followers, even after she said that she believed in a black abortion of black male children. How do I deal with women like these? And you, as you believe in the supremacy, or you believe that God is black females. How do I approach these kinds of women since they are black, just like me? What do I do? So that's what I would ask.
Now I know you asked Bakari, but I want to make it quick because
go ahead, Black.
First of all, these women are not black in the sense that, you know, I would consider black is more than just your phenotype. It also involves your attitude and how you relate to people, to other black people. So just because they share the same skin color doesn't make them a part of our community. I mean, Marcus Garvey did say race first, but he didn't say race only. And I think sometimes we miss that. Just because these women share our same skin color, they are not our allies. They are enemies to black people, and they should be treated as such. So when these women express these views about how they hate black men, and you know they get their coochie wet because they see a black man get beat up by the cops. Okay, bitch. Okay, I see you. All right. So now we have to, you know, remember what they said. You know. You never argue with people that Harriet Tubman would have shot. Okay, so if I know that Queen Mother Harriet would have put a bullet in your head, I don't need to argue with you. You've already identified yourself as the enemy, and we can leave it at that, and we can just move forward once you identify yourselves.
So Black Steel, if I see
Can I
these
answer
women,
the question?
I can let you go right now, Bakari. If I see these women getting beat up in the street by police officers, I could just walk by and whistle it.
Absolutely.
No problem.
If you see one of these investors getting the dog,
I just want that to be extremely clear.
Keep on moving. Keep on moving. You like Dr. John Henry Clark said, you go over there, you stay over there. You can't come back to us. So you can't. If I see the cop beating your ass, I'm not gonna do anything. You've already expressed. So now your coochie should be nice and wet because you getting your ass beat. Now you get it hands on. So now you should be out here squirting for all I know, nasty bitch. So anyways, you know, I'm sorry. I done had a little bit to drink myself. Sorry, let me get some more of this shit. Anyways, yeah, better at the kick, man. Mind your business. Drink water and mind your business. Drink water and mind my business.
Now you ask me how I deal with it. I don't. They fell from the throne. I don't care about them. Tell you the same thing I told y'all about Candace on. I can see some white folks with a rope, putting the rope around her neck and putting that rope around a tree by the lynch. I can eat an apple and watch. They fell from the throne. I don't care. So when I say the black woman is God, I think you got a problem with that, but that's okay.
No, I just but you have to differentiate who is who. You have to differentiate who is who.
But if I know these people and I see these people, man, they can be getting the dog doodle beat out of them by the police. I don't care. It's just look, man, it's not my fight, man. It's just certain things I understand that that's not my fight. I'm gonna take it to a different level, but the same thing, right? I don't know if y'all really watch college sports or you all know who Angel Reese is, the girl that played for LSU, right?
Yeah.
The beginning of the season, she couldn't play, and I heard people, whatever happened, she wasn't playing, and I heard a lot of black folks getting mad. Why ain't Angel Reese playing? And some people asked me. I said that ain't none of my business. She went to a white school to go show out and perform for white folk. Them white folk should be standing up asking, why ain't she playing? That's not my business. It is not my business. So them women right there who were talking, they, like I said, they can get the dog doodle stumped out of them. I wouldn't do nothing but walk past. Matter of fact, I'm sorry, I wouldn't walk past. I would probably watch and somebody would record and they would say, there's them from YouTube who talking all that shit and he ain't do nothing to help a black woman. then they could say it. And guess what? And they would be right, because in that instance, I wouldn't do nothing to help those black women. Cynthia G and her minions, same thing. Wouldn't do nothing. I would just watch. I don't care. They fell from grace. They fell. They like the devil that God kicked out of heaven. They fell from grace. So so that's how I deal with it. But I also understand, even though I'm not saying I don't watch social media, I know these people just be talking. Guess what? People watching, and we are talking about the bullshit that they said. So sometimes some folk, and I believe they believe what they said, but people will get on here and say certain things so they can get clicks and likes and views. Now, they wouldn't get a click and like or view from me, but that's why people say some of the, I'm going to say the harshest things so I can get clicks, likes, and views. This is social media. They probably getting a check. I'm not taking away what they said, and I'm not saying they don't mean it, but what I'm saying is we are discussing them. When there probably is some great black women out there that we could be discussing, but we choose to discuss the scum. That's my answer.
And let me actually add to this.
I do think that I do think shame is good. In fact, I like many people around here in the chat. I do think shame needs to be brought back. I do think, you know, it's like the old days with the public flogging type thing. Like, I do think shame kind of deters a little bit, makes it more difficult for people to embrace certain ideologies or patterns or behaviors or whatever. So when these topics come up on Shoot the Breeze, it's really about, hey, look at this bullshit here and don't do this. Only you go ahead. We might as well just finish, just keep talking about this because we ain't have time to get to the next topic now.
Well, I was just going to get
to, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say quickly, you know, the way how we're saying, look, we don't care how if these women die, or we would, you know, watch and, you know, whatever, right? And these women are saying the same thing about us. So, and obviously, I'm not saying, you know, they're right and we're wrong, or we're both wrong and we're both right. What I'm saying is that, you know, that's how it is. You know, sometimes people say to themselves, I don't like a certain ideology. I don't like a certain idea group or whatever. And if those people that hold that, you know, or I don't like a certain belief. And if those people hold that certain belief, then I don't care how they die or who they die to. Right? And what we're listening to, and the thing is this, we don't even know who these women are talking about or why these women are talking about it. Like, we hear a sound clip that says, you know, it makes it seem like it's all black men involved in police. But again, remember, not all black men are involved with the police. You know, they might be specifying criminal black men. They might be specifying black men who are, you know, murderers or abusers or drug dealers or and not that drug dealing is the worst thing, but you get what I'm saying, drug dealers, or as we all popularly would be like, I don't give a shit what happens to this person, pedophiles, right? So we don't know, and of course we don't know these women's interaction or engagement with
only is adding his own facts. He's adding his own facts.
Well, no. I mean, it's not about adding your own facts. It's about
Cape off, brother.
Huh?
Take the cape off, brother. These people in this video actually said we should have this discussion in the Discord privately. Like, that's what they said because they know it was some bullshit. But go ahead.
No. I'm not saying no. What I'm saying that what I mean is this: that yes, what from what we could tell, they just have some sort of animosity against black people, black men, right? But why do they have this animosity against black men? Is not really like we don't actually know. And so the thing is that, you know, like essentially we might be in the Pan-African space and we kind of assume, hey, you know what? You should have no animosity towards black men, no animosity towards black women. But sometimes it's kind of like that Boondocks scene where it's like, what did he do to make those people that mad? You know what I mean? And because I've
you're tripping right now.
No, what I mean is this: I've encountered people who were very angry against Caribbeans. And this guy, like the guy I know that comes to mind, like I thought he was half Jamaican himself. You know what I mean? But he was just really angry at Caribbeans. And of course, I'm not saying that Caribbeans did anything wrong to him. I'm not saying that Caribbeans deserve the kind of anger that he had. But what I can acknowledge is that there are a lot of psychopathic people. There's a lot of crazy people. There's a lot of untreated people in the Black community, right? I mean, I don't want, I guess it might sound like I'm caping. I'm not caping. What I'm saying is that we don't like at some point you got to register that you're going to have crazy in your community. Okay. At some point and that's the thing that a lot of us don't need, like that mental health conversation. And not that I ever like have that conversation myself, but like that mental health conversation is underrated. And the only and actually the best example I can give is one time I was at work and this white woman was like, she had some sort of autism. I can't remember which one it was. And I didn't even process it because I'm like, look, I'm gonna treat everybody the same. You know, I don't give a shit, right? That was my mistake. She had Asperger's. I did not know what Asperger's was. I didn't care what Asperger's was because I wasn't really cordial with that. I was just being cordial, whatever. This woman ended up being a crazy psycho motherfucker. And it's like, if you don't confront the reality that it's possible that you're dealing with people who have mental health problems, possible you're dealing with people who are intoxicated or drugged out, not sober. It's like there's a lot more that goes into like when we go online, we have to come face to face with the reality that sometimes the other person may well be insane.
Oh man, Oni is giving out. He is giving out train passes. He is giving out passes to everybody. I mean, free passes for everybody. If I am a person and a Caribbean person may have slighted me, did something that I don't like, sleep with my sister, steal my boyfriend, all these other things. One Caribbean person, there are 30 million Caribbean persons in the world. You mean to tell me, since that one Caribbean person do you harm or do you wrong, you will take it out or project it onto 30 million people? That's like saying a Black person in North America do some silly shit to me. So now I hate all Black Americans, the 45 million Black Americans, because of one experience I had with one African American person. That's ridiculous. But I understand you saying it's crazy. I understand.
A rational person.
Yes, I understand.
You're acting like everybody's. Sure. Most people are not rational. That's the thing. Sure. We have to come to terms with. Like, most people are religious. You know how irrational it is to be a religious? Like, most people are like, hey, don't you believe in God? And it's like, why do you believe in this thing? Most people are irrational. Most people carry weird beliefs. Like most people are most people are incorrect on geopolitical facts or geopolitical ideas. Like most people, like what your paradigm, your perspective, what I might think is correct, right? But I would not project that on every other human being on the planet. That's where it's incorrect.
Well, Uncle Bakari say let's go to the next topic, so I'll leave it to Uncle Bakari. Go ahead, Goku.
Well, we're pretty much at the 4-hour mark.
Can I say something?
Wait 1 second. Let's figure out something here. We're at the 4-hour mark. If we go to the next topic, that's gonna run us over. Are you guys willing to go to the next topic?
Sure.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
Yeah, might as well. I got my rum.
Yeah, I got my rum. I'm drinking.
Yeah, let's go to the next topic. I don't care.
Okay. RBG, make your final point here. Keep it brief, and then we go to shoot the brief topic number 6.
I mean, I look. I mean, again, like, I think they're. What I'm saying, personally, I'll be brief. We do need to like maybe look back at history as Black men. Look, let's face it. When Black folks were taken to the West, they weren't taken as families. It was predominantly Black men for a very long stretch, and these men were worked hard and died. Okay, a lot of men broke free and was fighting. You know what I'm saying? The women was brought over later. Not to say that they weren't a couple women brought over, but the whole nature, I'm telling you, until very late into the 1800s, at least in this country, black women and black men were not of the same thing. We gotta realize there's a lot of breeding. There weren't many families during slavery. There wasn't a lot of us. You understand what I'm saying? It's ugly to say, but there wasn't a lot of us. Whole families were broken up, people. So the whole idea that we had like familial in Virginia, hard familial ties, what us? And that's an ugly thing to say, but we gotta be real. Women and black men in the United States of America had different purposes. Lord knows they didn't want black people and black men, Lord knows, from the same area, genetically, you know what I'm saying, to even think about coming together. We just gotta recognize this shit. Like, women, when we say women are going to do what's strong for them, look, I get it, but we got to really understand why that is, because the nature of the whole domestication of black women is that, man, the black women and black women have never been on the same page until very, very recently. So let's just get off this what we need to do stuff. Black men, it might be an ugly thing to say, but in a lot of cases, black men, just the ethic of black manhood in this country is different than black womanhood. And we can pull it together, but we got to recognize the hard differences. Black men will work to death out here. Nothing like black women. I'm a yield.
All right. Thank you, IBG. Shout out to Kevin on 7 and Jose. I don't think I shouted Jose out, who's out there in the chat as well. He says, if men express disgust about certain behaviors, people think twice before expressing such behaviors, and I think that's what we have to be on. Should read topic number 6 tonight. This will be the final topic tonight for sure. Should read topic number 6 says, quote unquote, South to Black Power. Black Southern panelists, voice your opinion on a massive relocation of Black Northerners to the South. This came with a link, an attachment. I'm going to play this video, and then so this one is mostly Bakari, Anthony, Black Steel, and RBG. I'll play this video here, and then we'll discuss it.
Population movements in American history started in 1910. It was known as the Great Migration. It saw nearly 6 million Black Americans move from the South to northwestern and midwestern states, fleeing the racial violence and terrorism of Jim Crow. Now, if you just follow the railroads and highways out of the South, you can see where they landed. Cities like Oakland, Chicago, Milwaukee, Cleveland, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and New York City. But once those who migrated arrived at their destinations, they learned that these places were not free of racism or prejudice either. A new documentary produced by HBO argues that the only way for Black Americans to, quote, lift the burden of white supremacy, end quote, is by carrying out yet another great migration, but this time in reverse. Blow argues that if Black people move en masse to the South, specifically to states with already high Black populations, they can become the majority in the state and maximize their political capital. One of the states Charles visits in his exploration of this idea is North Carolina, which currently has a Black population of 23%.
People talk about North Carolina as the new Georgia, the possibility it could be the new Georgia. It has a lot of the ingredients. Black business creation is thriving. Black home ownership is thriving. Black people are thriving. There's a lot of inflow of reverse migrants into North Carolina. There's a lot of progressive politics, a lot of energy around politics. Obama married North Carolina. So you could the same develop if you get more Black people move back to the state of North Carolina and the activists on the ground organize them into a powerful voting bloc.
North Carolina is just one example that he talks about. After a quick break, we're going to dive into the premise of the film with Charles Blow himself, the creator of South to Black Power, which is streaming right now on Max. Also joining us will be the Democratic State Representative Justin Jones of Tennessee. She's coming right back.
I'm trying to find a way we can lift the burden off the shoulders of Black people of white supremacy. What if we skip over all that hoping? What if we skip over all of the pleading and the begging and the marching and the shouting and go straight to the power? During the Great Migration, about 6 million Black people left the South for cities in the North and West. I suggest that Black people turn to the states with the highest percentages already of Black people, where they can gain political power.
If we're going to make a go of it, the South makes a lot of sense.
That's a trailer from the new HBO documentary South to Black Power, which explores the idea of a reverse Great Migration, arguing that Black Americans should return to southern states that already have large Black populations in order to increase political power. I'm joined now by the writer and executive producer of the film and our friend Charles Blow. He's an MSNBC political analyst, a columnist for the New York Times, and author of the best-selling book, The Devil You Know, a Black Power Manifesto, on which this documentary is based. We're also joined by another great friend of our show and a friend of democracy, Justin Jones, a Democratic state representative in Tennessee who represents District 52, which surrounds Nashville. Gentlemen, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. Charles, let's start with you. Writer and executive producer of this show. That's a big ask. You're asking Black Americans, after decades and decades of having moved to the North, to say, think about going back to the South, where you can tip the balance in some of these states, have real political power, and make change. How'd you arrive at this thesis? Because you're a guy who thinks about this a lot and has written about it a lot. How'd you get to this one? Because it's big.
Well, first, I want to say this. It's not as big an ask as you think, because it's already happening without me saying a word. I'm just trying to encourage more of it. The reverse migration is already a thing that Black people are engaged in. But, I look at it this way. Half of the power in the country, as allocated by the Constitution, is reserved for the states. And a lot of the things that Black people care most about, the things that touch their lives the most, are controlled on the state level. And that's everything from mass incarceration, how the criminal code is written, education, healthcare, whatever. And what we see across the country is that even when states or legislatures are liberal on a vast majority of issues, include everything from gay rights to environmental policy, that doesn't always align with racial egalitarianism and the protection of Black people and the equality of Black people, even in those states. And so I want to see a situation where Black people have more access to that state power the way that they did have it during Reconstruction, when 3 states were majority Black and 3 others were very close to being so.
Representative Jones, good to see you. You and I crossed paths at Howard University the other day, so it's nice to have you on the show. Let's talk about your story a little bit. You were born in Oakland. You have roots in Chicago. You represent a district in Tennessee. The numbers in Tennessee for Black population are not as high as some of the ones that Charles is talking about, but you have started to capitalize on this idea that a whole lot of people have moved to Tennessee, including to Nashville, where you are. A lot of people from the North have decided lifestyle's better there, more affordable. We're going there. A lot of those people are white people. Why not Black people?
Well, it's good to see you again, my friend. And this book, and I watched the documentary last night, offer a very powerful thesis. My family left West Tennessee to go to Chicago, fleeing the terrorism, the violence of Jim Crow, and then eventually moved to Oakland and San Francisco. And I came back here to attend a historically Black college, Fisk University, where I now also teach. And I think it's something that Du Bois, another Fiskite, said, is that, so goes the South, as goes the nation. Whether or not we see this large exodus of Black people return to the South, we know that the South will be pivotal and key in the future of this nation. And so this is a choice between mass enfranchisement or mass disenfranchisement. It's a choice between states that recognize racial justice or states that are beholden to white supremacy. It's a choice between democracy or the fascism we saw in my state this year, where they expelled the 2 youngest Black lawmakers. And so I think that the South is a powerful space. And though I'm based in Tennessee, I've spent the past few months traveling the South, talking about this idea that the South will rise anew, traveling to South Carolina and Texas and North Carolina, standing in solidarity in this movement for multiracial democracy, because I know that the South is the way forward to a nation that respects human rights and human dignity, particularly of those who've been denied it for so long in this nation.
Charles, let's talk about places like North Carolina, or where you are right now in Georgia, or Louisiana, where you're from, where you've got, in many cases, supermajority Republican legislatures, like they do in Tennessee. But you have, in some cases, Democratic statewide officials. In other words, more people voted for a Democrat statewide than managed to at a state level just because of the way gerrymandering works. Tell me about that. I mean, at some point, do you get to the point where you can change a place like Tennessee, where some of Representative Jones' people on the other side of him, on the Republican side, don't even run against a candidate? It's so gerrymandered.
Well, the thing that I, keep my eye on is what you said, statewide races. Right now, you have, like in the state of Georgia, 2 senators that were elected by a coalition led by Black people, which is the first time that has happened in American history, by the way. But the next step, those people went to Washington, right? So they don't stay in the state to do the state's business. They can advocate on behalf of the state in Washington. But there's another pillar or another domino that has to fall, which is governor seats, because what governors allow you to do is to have veto power over what legislatures can do. It is a safeguard, a bulwark against the worst impulses of the legislature. And then on top of that, it's important to remember this as well, which is what is happening here in Georgia. The more Black people who have come to Georgia, so the Black population in Georgia has doubled from 1990, from 1.7 million to 3.4 million Black people. It becomes harder and harder and harder and harder to draw your majority white or majority Republican districts because there's just too many people. And what you see happening is that the judiciary will at some point step in and say, you just can't do this, which is what they've done in Alabama, what they've done in Louisiana. You just cannot do this. There's too many of these Black people. You have to give them representation in a district that allows them to vote for people who look like them or who that they want to elect.
Representative Jones, the State House and the idea of controlling state government is central ultimately to Charles's argument. From your experience, because I got to tell you, in all my years, I didn't know much about the Tennessee legislature. You like were the first person that's like, oh my God, who is this guy and what's going on in that crazy legislature? In the end, the state houses are where some of this damage is most done, and that's where most of the repair is going to have to come from.
I mean, the state houses are the front lines of preserving democracy in this nation. In fact, here in Nashville, we just had a gathering of hundreds of Black lawmakers from across the nation, from Alaska to Alabama, for the National Black Caucus state legislators met in Nashville just this week. And we talked about the idea of state legislators being this bulwark against the extremism. I mean, in my state of Tennessee, this is where we're passing laws.
All right, I'm going to end that there. These fellas, these 2 Black men are the kind of Black men white folks like to put on TV, man. These guys are difficult to really follow, for me anyway. But the idea of a massive relocation of Black Northerners to the South here in the U.S., I'm very curious to hear all of your thoughts, particularly those of you who are Southern. What I'll do is I'll get brief reactions, if any, from those who are not Southern Black Americans, and then and then we'll focus on you guys who are. So let me start with the pro-Black perspective. You have any thoughts about mass relocation of Black Northerners to the South?
Nah, but see, my thing is, I thought these people don't flee, so I don't even understand this story. And plus, like I said, this man seems more zesty than lemon grove, so I don't know if I would flee with him. It's true. No, I mean, the thing is this: he said this 23%. I don't know how many people you think the Northerners would amount to, but one, you're not going to get the Northerners to do it. But even if you did get the Northern Blacks to do it, like this was the debate between Malcolm X and James Farmer, and although a lot of us like to say Malcolm X, won that debate, James Farmer asked him, "What's to stop this white boy from just bombing you if you're all in one location?" And actually, that's a relevant question geopolitically when you talk about what's going on geopolitically, right? Where one people are like neighbors and they're all located in one area and they're being starved and bombed right now, deprived and bombed and starved right now. So it's like, yeah, I mean, obviously, if you can make some sort of industrial, technological, scientific safe haven for Black people in America, and this sort of instead of this sort in America, if you can do that, if you can pull it off, then obviously go for it. But the question is, can you pull it off? And the other question is, if you don't pull it off, then what? Then you're just all in one location. Come on. So that's that, and I obviously, like you said, I'm not a Southerner, so it is what it is.
Right. Buana, what say you?
It's an interesting dynamic, because what I have seen is, in terms of migration patterns, I see in Black New Yorkers, when they travel, or if they decide to get out of New York, they usually would go down to either Atlanta or Florida. I've seen that happen. I don't know, but many of them are immigrants, like myself and things of that nature, where they have to move anyway. They have to move anyway. So when they get older, they want to go into warmer climates. So either they will go back to the Caribbean, or they'll go to Florida or Atlanta and things of that nature. I don't necessarily know if they were. I mean, but I've seen New Yorkers do that. When they get older, they usually go down to warmer climates of Florida and things like that, or they will go to the Caribbean. I say the migration pattern should not only stop at the borders of the United States. If you say you want to go south, go. Now I'm seeing with the Passport Brothers, many people are retiring and going to Dominican Republic because the money goes further. The money goes further, and you could get the sort of healthcare you may necessarily need at a lesser cost. So now you're seeing people going outside of the borders of the United States, and they going to southern Caribbean, either Caribbean countries or even South American countries. South America, Brazil, and Colombia, and all, they populate in all other places. Not only that, you see a migration pattern where many Black Americans or Black people in the West, not only Black Americans, Canadians as well, and Caribbean people, when they retire, they go to Africa, because I don't know if it's not as expensive there, but they have found that there's some solitude in African countries as well. But these guys seem to want to stop the migration patterns of Black people within the borders of Americas. But I found, what I've seen online, that Black people have a greater expectation in terms of travel, and they are not only limiting their travel or where they would retire or leave to go to, not only in the borders of the Southern American states, but they're going real south, even in the Caribbean and South America, or even in Africa. So that's a reality that's happening right now, because their money goes further. The money goes further. They have a better life after they decide to retire. So I think that these guys are agents and trying to stop that migration, but it's still going to happen anyway. But needless to say, I'll stop there and let the other brothers go.
Appreciate that. RBG, I think you're from the Midwest, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that, as far as when I think about Black people, at least in this country, in the Midwest, it's like they're in the big cities or in the suburbs surrounding it. Like, you might have a Chicago, an Indianapolis, right? Milwaukee, a Detroit, a Cleveland, Cincinnati, Columbus, a Pittsburgh. But again, Black folks just ain't spread out up north, out west, even in the Northeast, nowhere near as in south of the Ohio River. You know what I'm saying? It's just not even close. Like, you know what I'm saying? Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, even, you know what I'm saying, North Florida, all Carolinas, you know what I'm saying, Tennessee, Louisiana, even East Texas. There's a lot, the distribution, going back to what Oni saying, just spreading out. You got a lot of Black people in a big city like Chicago. You know what I'm saying? It's all it takes is one big boom, and it's like, oh, off a million. You know what I'm saying? That's hard. That's hard. It's like I think that in a sense, like in a New York City, because of a lot of reasons, Black people, if you could leave New York City, I mean, for the property, I mean, I'm not saying everyone should leave, but I mean, that city wasn't built for black people anywhere close to it. And I mean, I would love to see people move closer down south, closer to Africa in general, because I mean, it's just one of those things like why being closer to Maine if you could be closer to Florida and be closer to, you know, the peoples in the islands in Brazil and, you know, saying the tip of that. It's one of those things. It's like California. I mean, we were talking about the migration. I said in the comments, like a lot of the black people in California come from down south. They travel there. You know what I'm saying? The people talk about indigenous black people. That's more a folktale and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like those black people came from down south. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people in Chicago, black people in Chicago, come from Memphis in particular. There are patterns that can be traced. I would think that it makes more sense to, like, I mean, you have a Mississippi, which is 33% black. It has the highest proportion of black people to white people. It's a third, I want to say. Northern State has a third of the people who in it who's black. You know what I'm saying? 30%. You get a state that has 50% black people, you can, I mean, then you can have the brass tacks, because you know they're gonna be lying. They're gonna play minority rule games like they're already doing it in Mississippi and Jackson. They'll do that. You anticipate it. Even if you get, you know, crack, you know what I'm saying, especially if you crack, you know what I'm saying, they'll play the Boer rules, where it's like in South Africa, where they're only 5% of the population, they'll try to like just get extra hard about stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got to just be careful. Understand how they move around in the world, you know what I'm saying, as above, so below. Ain't nothing new under the sun. So it's like, I would say move down south. I'm not saying everyone should move. I think, you know what I'm saying, it's good to have black people everywhere. Most, you know what I'm saying? I mean, as long as we can be safe and prosperous, yeah. I mean, if black people could move out to Montana and keep their Africanness without skipping a beat, and I have no problems, and have a whole bunch of land to be prosperous. They got good copper and good metals out west. You don't get some, you know what I'm saying, somehow transported across these highways. You know, but I mean, as far as like naturally, as far as this saying, like now, as far as like the whole, you know, you gotta be careful. Like I said, I don't think that you don't want to be shepherded, especially by no NBC. You know what I'm saying? Naturally, they want to play games with the demographics anyway. They're shipping in a lot of the immigrants. I mean, what it is that the white folks, the racists, they shipping them. They playing well, you guys are sanctuaries. You know, these white people up north that say we're sanctuaries, and then the black mayors are getting caught holding the bag. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the black mayors and the white, you know, the white policies, we're inviting to everyone, undercutting, you know, everyone, especially black people's economics, by just introducing people and just giving them money and all that. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, the black mayors in you know, a lot of black, you know, mayors in big cities. Cleveland has a black mayor, you know, New York City, you know what I'm saying? And so we get caught Chicago holding the bag with a whole bunch of immigrants. You know what I'm saying? The Abbotts and the DeSantises aren't shipping them to the middle of Iowa. They're doing that on purpose, just to play that game. You know what I'm saying? They're not see, and it's just the nuance that I see people missing. Look, a lot of the Northeast is lost for black people. Boston's been lost for black people. They like to play that Crispus Attucks. You know, he was one of the 5, so that's 20%. That's a good and decent representation. Lord knows ain't, you know what I'm saying? It's just all bunch of representation. The Northeast is lost to black people, in my opinion. I would hope that black people move down south and actually like don't fall into the traps of the white lawmaker who's going, you know what I'm saying, you know, try to quarter them in, you know what I'm saying, on some stuff. You know what I'm saying? I got people down south, so it's like, you know what I'm saying, I see I see what's going on. I ain't, you know, blinded. I talk about Africa. Talk about see everything, this whole world, you know what I'm saying, so much. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Thank you for that, RBG. Let's hear from Anthony. Anthony, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, I think me personally, my ultimate goal is to repatriate to the motherland. That's one thing. I will put that out there first. But I mean, I think it's a beautiful idea if black people could migrate back south and become the majority population of a state like Louisiana or Mississippi or Georgia. But we got to keep in mind, will you be in control of the land and the resources? You know what I'm saying? You could be the majority population, but do you control anything? You control the land. You know, we got oil and natural gas and fisheries and everything down there. You know, will you control it? Because like the federal government, they got what they call that thing, eminent domain or something. I think what they call it. Well, you know, like if you you can live on, like, you got a lot of people who have land up here, like outside of Shreveport, and like they might discover oil on the land. Now that's your land. It's been your family forever. You know what I'm saying? But they, like, you know, they'll come out and try to buy you out, you know, and buy you out the land and stuff. Or, you know, some kind of way they'll give you a percentage of the money. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, what I'm saying is, yeah, you could be the majority, but do you control anything though? That's what I'm saying. I mean, you could do a lot of things, you know, as a majority, and you can have political power, but you gonna have political power still under the American system. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's where I look at it, man. I mean, what are you gonna control? I mean, it's good to say, hey, yeah, you know, we got a black governor in Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? You know, we got political power here for the Democrats or whoever. You know what I'm saying? But what do you control though? That's where I look at it. You got, I mean, Dr. John Henry Clark said land is the basis of power. He was talking about the resources and the mineral wealth and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Do you control that? You know, I'll leave it at that.
Appreciate that. Anthony Trigger Happy in the chat says, I agree with you, Anthony. If anyone want to start anything, got to start in Africa, or at least be connected. Let's hear from Brother Bakari next. What say you, Brother Bakari?
Shit, I done said that 100,000 times. Down south is where it's supposed to be. You notice when you look at that map. See, that's why they have to make certain places down south look a certain way. That's why when you say Mississippi, people ain't never been there, so they know what they say on TV, but really don't know shit. That's why when you look at that map, it'll stop at Alabama where it said 27%. If the map had continued, I can tell you your map would have said 37 or 38% in Mississippi, but we actually 40% of the population. Now, Anthony said we wouldn't control nothing, right? So you would control if you become the majority population and you vote in, we vote in our people, not nobody they choose, the people we choose. So now we're doing the land taking. So now you're talking about a military. So now we're in control of the National Guard. There's a whole lot you can do when you are the majority. See, I'm not concerned about them saying, see, we always look at what they'll do. When I heard RBG say, oh, they'll say they're a minority. Who gives a shit? Why are we? I don't concern myself what they gonna do, what they gonna say. We have to be concerned about what we're gonna do.
Dude, you're not gonna anticipate moves. Oh, why you do that to me? Why you do that to me, though? Why you do that to me? It's like you just utterly discredit what I'm trying to say, though, by doing that. You don't have to do that.
Mute him, dude. He talked for 20 minutes. I didn't say nothing. I just repeated what he said. Didn't even get disrespectful. I didn't even get disrespectful. God damn. What I am gonna say again, what I said. When he said, see, do that, you lose your lose your train of thought. But anyway, right? So we would be in control. We would be in control of the National Guard, which is state-run. The National Guard is not federal. So you're talking about having a military. You're talking about you're talking about having protection. So there's a lot of things that you can control. So when you're talking about eminent domain, we can do that. But we're so concerned they're gonna play minority. Who gives a shit? What are we gonna do? We don't care what they play. If we're the ones that's in control, if we are the ones in control, why are we so concerned about their tricks if we're talking about something that we can do? I'm not a believer. I honestly believe big cities is the worst thing that happened to black people. I honestly believe that. Go look and see. If you talk about anything black people ever built, if you talk about where they had their own towns, go look and see what they really did in big cities. They went to the projects. They are the ones that went and brought certain shit back to the South that we didn't have. I'm just saying. I think that's the worst thing. And then now down south, you got the places that want to be. Atlanta want to be like New York. Charlotte want to be like Atlanta, so on and so forth, right? So what the black people down south now, what we're doing is we are losing who we are, trying to be other people. But the migration done in reverse would be great if you're not doing the migration in reverse just to look for a job. If you're only doing it to look for a job, it's going to be the same as migrating from the South, migrating from Mississippi, going to Chicago, ending up in the projects, going from Alabama to Detroit, where one person or two people got a job at the Ford plant and everybody else is in the projects. See, you have to understand, why are we migrating? Why are we coming together? Are we coming together to build and absolutely take control? Or are we just coming so we can try to be comfortable? In something like that, you can make them completely uncomfortable. Because once again, let's say you got 4 states down south that ended up being 60-70% black. And let's say in those 4 states, I'm gonna go back to us choosing who our politician gonna run. And we vote in the people that we want. So now the people that we want is governor and lieutenant governor and senators. So now we don't have a problem. Let's tell our youth, now we can join our National Guard because we could be in control of that. So now we do have some defense for what we can do. I know they say if we put us all in one spot, they can just drop a bomb. But if we absolutely take control and we absolutely take control of our National Guard, shit, shoot a bomb back. That's my take on it. I'm just saying. I yield the mic.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that concern about the concentration of blacks in one area and the potential to bomb an area and stuff. I was actually waiting for you to finish, but you addressed it. So I appreciate that, Brother Bakari. Last but not least, Black Steel, what say you?
So I'm going to be the Debbie Downer in this situation, man. I got to say, this is a pipe dream, man. This is a pipe dream. First of all, black people get herded all over this country like cattle. If you look back at the end of the Civil War, black people were going to places like Kansas and things like that because they get land. Then we went back to the northern cities. Now we're coming back south. The reality is, first of all, if I'm moving anywhere, if I'm taking I'm not trying to move and learn how to navigate within a racist, white supremacist system. I'll just go back home. If I gotta move, I'm moving to Africa, okay? Where at least the people look like me. Where even if you have a majority of the population, all that's gonna happen is they're gonna gentrify it, which is what they're already doing it here in Florida. Well, we had 3 black majority districts just eliminated. So even though black people were the majority in that part of the state, they cut up the districts so the black majority could not benefit. It's like sometimes I hear these conversations and I'm like, where have you been for the last 150 years? Where have you, seriously? This tactic is old, okay? This whole thing, we're gonna move back south and we're gonna use our numbers. Like white people play fair. Like they follow their own constitution. They don't. They don't. They do what the fuck they want. That's what power means. They can write stuff down. The rhetorical ethic we talked about when we read Urugu. They're gonna have a set of rules that they say they're gonna adhere to, and they have no intentions of doing so. White people don't need a majority to maintain their control over a system. Look at South Africa. They're not the majority. Never have been. Yet they had control over the entire state apparatus. So to me, it's like this idea of black people, they're gonna get control over the means of government, over the political power. It's not gonna happen. Not only that, but you're starting to see the United States, and we're in a full mask off, gloves off situation where this country is descending more and more into fascism. So it's not going to be, And Black people have always lived in fascism, believe it or not, under the conditions that I would say were equal to fascism. We've often had terrorists and violence and state vigilantes act against the Black community. So it's just gonna get worse. I just don't understand why they think if Black people move out in the South, we can get control over they're gonna gerrymander the districts. They're gonna strike people from the voting rolls like they do already. They're gonna come up with any pretext so people can't vote. It's just like what these tactics have already been done before. Let's try something different. I'm all for Black people getting concessions from the system. I certainly believe that I'm all for us getting concessions, but our goal should be revolution, should be Pan-African organization, not to be able to maneuver more comfortably within the white man's system. That is not a viable plan. Integration has failed us. It never succeeded. And I don't understand why we're still trying to go back and use these same tactics that didn't work before. We're not gonna be able to outmaneuver them within their system when they can change the rules at will. I don't know. It just seems like we're spinning our wheels here. Maybe if we get power, then they can respect. Man, they'll send a Black person to Congress. They won't even sit them. They won't even let them sit down in the seat. That's what happened. A little history lesson during Reconstruction. There were many states that were majority Black. For example, South Carolina was a majority Black area. Louisiana was majority Black. The first Black people to be seated in Congress, to be seated in the Senate, came from those states during Reconstruction after the Civil War. So when these Black men came into the Congress, they didn't even let them sit down. They had it was all a farce. Like we acknowledge you, but fuck you, because this is the government for white men. So I hear what the dude is saying, but I also understand. I know what these crackers gonna do. They're gonna do what they always do. I don't see any type of they're gonna gerrymander district. They're gonna do whatever tactics, dirty-handed or otherwise, to maintain control, and you're gonna be right back where you started. Then you're gonna say, oh, you know what? The jobs up north, they pay more money than they do down south. I'm gonna leave again. And you're gonna be going back up north or back out west. It's all over the place. We get moved around this country as needed. I'm not too thrilled about this dude's tactics. It seems uninspired to me. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Black Steel.
Hey, let me say something right quick. Let me say, Black Steel, me and you cool, but I'm gonna be honest, man. That was weak as shit. Let me explain why I say that's weak. In a fucking hypothetical situation, Black men don't see themselves beating white folks. That's how weak are we? Well, we know what white people gonna do. What the hell are we gonna do? We didn't say one city being majority Black. We said the whole state being majority Black. 60, 70, 80% Black in states.
So
wait a minute. Yes, what you said, because every time, and I promise you, I'm being honest, man, this is really why I just got down in a hole and deal with 2 or 3 people. I'm dead ass serious. Man, because this shit just sounds, in a hypothetical situation, Black people can't see themselves winning because we know what the white supremacists gonna do. They gonna do this. We never talk about what we gonna do. We ain't got no nuts. We ain't got nothing. We just talk about how white people gonna treat you. Then get mad because a Black woman don't want to respect you. Man, what the hell wrong with us? We don't see us doing shit, but just, well, if we go here, they gonna do this. What are you gonna do? What's your plan? What are we gonna do? Why we never discuss what we gonna do? We've been beat down, and then we like to call other people. See, something wrong with them. They've been conditioned. Goddamn, y'all don't think everybody been conditioned? You're so conditioned where we can't even see ourselves winning in a make-believe situation. You don't think that's a condition? It's crazy.
I think
I'm apologizing. I ain't trying to be disrespectful, but the shit is weak. I hear a lot of weakness from black men. This shit is weak. This shit is weak.
I said
we can't. You talked about what white people gonna do, even if we outnumber them.
But you heard what you wanted to hear. I also said.
No, I heard everything you said. Then you start talking about jobs.
Our solution,
and it's not just. I'm talking about the whole. See, I'm talking about the whole panel. Even my brother Bawana, we talked about what we can do down south. He started figuring out, well, they trying to stop us from going to South America. God damn. If you go to South America, you're outnumbered. What we gonna do there? So if we don't care where we go, let's say we go to South America. You go to Brazil, you go to Colombia, you can go wherever the hell you want to go. And black folks become the goddamn absolute majority, what 80% of black people. Are we gonna discuss what we gonna do, or are we gonna be concerned about what white folk gonna do?
Okay,
are we gonna ever discuss? Are we gonna ever discuss us attacking and winning?
Okay, I want to answer that because Brother Bakari, he make his statements, and I listen to statements. This is what I explain the eventuality of what I think is gonna happen in the future. What I think is gonna happen. We are trying as men to try to put a band-aid solution on the inevitable, which is a civil war between the black power structure and the black men in America. W.E.B. Du Bois said the biggest question in the 20th century is the Negro question. What is to be done with the ancestors, slavery in the Americas? This was Lincoln question. This was all the so-called white fathers of American question, because ultimately men want to rule, men want to control. Okay, so ultimately we are gonna have to fight a civil war with the white power structure in America. Here's the problem. Okay, here's the problem. Many black men are squeamish in having to deal with that question. You know why? You know why, Brother Bakari? Because you talk about your little black queen tonight. Your little black queen who's practiced Ifa. When the black men finally decide to contend with the power of the white power structure in America and fight a civil war that's gonna spill out globally, that sister gonna be take up in that. She gonna be take up in that. Do you want harm to come to your little black queen, your little black princess? We are trying to accommodate what is the inevitable in the world structure, in upsetting the world structure. You know what I mean? And all the people who we love and care for are gonna be taken up in that so-called civil war between what we gonna have to face to get into power. She gonna be taken up in that too. That's why we ain't rushing to war. Many of us are not rushing to war because that's something that we have to contend with too. You know what I mean? My nephew might be caught up in that. My niece might be caught up in that. You could call it fear, you could call it cowardice. I say that many of us are slow to go towards that direction, even though it's inevitable. But that's something that we have to contend with too in the back of our mind. You know what I mean? Because they have something they're gonna lose too. They may be caught up in fighting this so-called civil war that is an eventuality in terms of getting power. They're gonna be caught up in that too. How do we answer that question in the back of our minds psychologically? You know what I mean? So I feel like this is why a lot of us don't run towards that. But that ultimately that's gonna happen. You know, I'm not saying that's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You know what I mean? You can't stay on the plantation forever. But ultimately, they are gonna be caught up in that too. How do you contend with that? How do you contend with that? We could be passionate. We could be self-sacrificial. We could want to give up our own lives. But are you will be willing to give up the lives of your children and grandchildren too? in
So
terms of
let
getting
me say
power
this.
and
Let me
control.
say this because I really did say. Hold on. I want to respect what you said because first of all,
He
said,
just asked me a question.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But you can go ahead because you want to respond to what I said. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to say that I don't believe that our solution lies within maneuvering within the white man's system, but rather with Pan-African organization. We can't, to me, this dude is an integrationist. He just wants to learn to be able to maneuver better within white people's, within America. My solution, where I think our best chance is winning, is Pan-African organization and Pan-African revolution. That's what I believe. So it's not I don't believe that black men can't win. I just don't think that black men can win his way. I don't think we're going to win playing the white person's game, especially we've already tried it before and it's already failed. Whenever we've done these things, they've already come up with the counter. So why are we doing the same thing over and over again? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting with different results. That is crazy to me. But what happened? We tried. We haven't. Have we really gone as far as Pan-Africanism as we can? No, we haven't. Maybe we should explore that avenue instead of trying to build up power bases in the United States, where we're already only, 13, 14% of the population? If all 13, 14% of the population moved to one state, okay, hypothetically speaking, let's say they move to, what state? You said Mississippi? How many they could do something maybe locally, but on a national level, we're not doing too much. Mississippi doesn't have that many electoral votes to really swing a presidential election like that. We don't know. The Democrat Party, it doesn't really care. They give lip service to black people. They don't really care to try to help us. The Republicans give less than a fuck about what we're going. Most black people ain't trying to vote third party. So we might have some power on the local level, but when it comes to the federal level, the national level, we've done this before, man. Let's look outside of these same old two-party system. That's why I believe in Pan-Africanism. That's why I believe we have to connect, create, and build networks within our brothers and sisters overseas. That's where our salvation lies, not within trying to maneuver within the United States. I'll stop.
If black, because all this is a hypothetical, and goddamn, I'm being honest, this is absolutely sad. This is sad. If black people control the state, nobody never said controlling the whole nation. But now, as I hear black people talk, I see why black people still go to the Arabs. I see why y'all still go to the Orientals. I see why y'all still shop with the East Indians. I can hear it in y'all. Y'all don't see yourself doing nothing else. Y'all don't even think you can control your own neighborhood. I see why y'all leave. I see it. I hear it. I can smell it. Y'all, you don't, even in a hypothetical situation, the only thing come out of your mouth is can't. It's can't. It's can't. It's can't. It's can't. Well, we can't do this. We tried. We can't do this. So ain't nobody rushing toward. Watch this. I didn't even say ain't nobody rushing toward the wall. I didn't say we got to rush toward the wall. But goddamn, this is a hypothetical situation. And we was talking about if you could get a couple states, 2, 3 states. You want to connect overseas? Let's see how the people just walking around with a Pan-African organization will connect overseas. I'm willing to bet you if black people was in control of a state, was absolutely in complete control, where we got our people in these places, then we would be able to, we would have more of an opportunity to connect with the motherland. We would have more of an opportunity to connect with places like Jamaica if we control the state. But we so damn scared of white folk, we can't even see ourselves winning. I understand. I'm gonna be honest. I really don't want to hear nobody talk about, well, those people been conditioned. Because I want y'all to go back and listen to yourself. And I want to hear the conditioning. People say I'm crazy, and I very well could be, and I'm okay with that. But I don't want to hear nothing but everybody been conditioned a little bit. But I don't want to hear, well, the Christians this, well, those people, they just condition themselves. Well, so everybody have a different condition. In the conditioning that I'm hearing here, in a hypothetical situation, playing a damn game, what if we had 3 states that was 75% black even in that situation playing a game, I hear black men constantly saying they can't win. That is sad. I'm being honest, that is sad. And when you mention, wait a minute. And when you mention South Africa, that is absolutely sad. If damn 90% of a population can't run through 8% of a population, it ain't what they doing. It's what the black men, the black folks over there ain't doing. It ain't what somebody else is doing. It's what they ain't doing. It's what they're not doing. We always looking at what, you know, they're gonna do this, they don't play fair. Okay, so we don't play fair. Damn, so we don't play fair. One thing they ain't gonna do is take your Army National Guard. They ain't gonna take your Air National Guard. Mississippi, they won't take your Navy National Guard. But we don't even see them parts though. We don't even see like, damn, we in control of this military. So we got these jets, we got these tanks, we got these drones, we got everything right here in this state. And we got somebody into our people is in charge. But we don't see that part.
Now I was talking hypothetical. You might as well throw in a Green Lantern ring while you at it. Come on now.
The whole thing been hypothetical because there's no state that's majority black. So we were talking about a state being majority black. But everything I'm saying, states have National Guards. They have Army National Guard, and they're going to have the same thing the regular Army have. They have a Naval National Guard. They have ships and submarines and everything out there in the ocean in the Navy National Guard. But you have the same shit. You gonna have the drone. Wait a minute, you know what? Wait, no, Black Steel, when you talk, I'm disciplined. I don't even say
you know what, you're right.
But every time I talk, I seem to strike a nerve and people want to cut me off.
You're right. I'll be quiet. I'll stop. You're not striking a nerve.
Even in a hypothetical, we can't see ourselves winning. Y'all don't see a problem with that? In a make-believe situation, you don't see yourself winning.
Because listen, even though we're talking about a make-believe situation, right? We still have to. Okay, we're talking about make-believe situation. Fine. You know what? That's okay. But even we're talking about there's still certain parameters of the game. We're playing a game, right? Every game has rules. Every game has certain parameters we have to move within. You really think that black people are gonna move to a majority, are gonna move and take control over military weapons? Do you see what happens when black people organize? Look what happened to the Black Panthers. Them brothers is
I'm gonna cut you out. Now you're gonna do what you do to me. Once again, do you see what they do when we organize, bro? Look what they did to the Black Panthers. Okay, so what we do, we ain't gonna do what the fake Panthers from Oakland did. We not gonna allow no Asian CIA agent to come in and allow that Japanese dude to give us our weapons. That's what we not gonna do. See, when you say, look what they did, we can learn from the mistakes that they made. But I forgot you're a socialist, so you for all the oppressed people. So you probably wouldn't be in my situation either, because you gonna let Tony Ayoko come. You gonna let them other people around, the first ones that sold out the fake Panthers from Oakland, because they were the real Panthers. The real Panthers came from Alabama, from Lowndes County, and wouldn't no other people allowed to be in their Black Panther Party. The real Black Panther Party from down south, nobody was allowed in that but black folk. They didn't get their weapons from Tony Ayoko, who sold them out. But since we're gonna say, look what happened, you got to look and see what they allowed to happen. I'm just saying, look and see what they allowed to happen.
Okay, so I wanna be able to at least ask a question, and it's a legitimate question, because Brother Bakari is a soldier. Brother Bakari is a soldier, and Brother Bakari been in war. And Brother Bakari understands military strategy of the United States. So we go down to Mississippi, Atlanta, and Florida and say we taking over them territories, strategically taking over them territories within the contiguous United States. We say we have these states. So the federal government say, I don't want, because we decide to succeed from the United States of America, and we say we want these territories. And the federal government say, I don't want y'all to succeed. We still want y'all to be part of the United States government. We still want y'all to be part of the United States. So what we gonna do? This is a question now. Because this is what the United States government does strategically. So we gonna surround Atlanta, South Florida, and Mississippi with either planes or their ships or whatever, and we're gonna dictate what comes in and what leaves. That means if you need to get food within that state, you will have to get permission from us because we are surrounding you. Because if you decide to say, well, hey, we don't want to mess with Europe, the white states anymore. We just want to deal with black states and the black Caribbean countries. If I want to send food, ship food into Mississippi or Florida or Atlanta, and the white people within the 48 other states, 47 other states decide to say, we're gonna surround your territory, and only through the permission from us, you're gonna be permitted to get food within that place, you're gonna be permitted to get medicine in that area, you're gonna be permitted to get water in that area. I mean, black people right now, currently, we don't make our own weapons, we don't make our own clothes, we don't make our own guns, we don't make anything, we don't even produce our own food. Granted, many of us black people could produce our own food in Mississippi. So that's something that we could look at. But I'm saying strategically, as a soldier, what is the process in going forward in that situation? Since you say we could have the 3 states and decide to say all of us can collect down in them 3 states, away from the 48 other states in the United States of America, and we want to succeed away from these states. What do you say to that kind of scenario as a soldier?
Okay, as a soldier, you don't even have to secede from the United States to have power and control over your state. That's one. You just have power and control over your.
You don't want a separate state.
Okay, so can I answer the question? Can I answer the question?
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer the question. First of all, you don't have to secede from the United States to have power and control over your state, especially in the beginning. You can't never let nobody know what you're planning. So if you're planning to secede, you want to make sure that you have power and control over all the military equipment that's there. That is there. When you say we don't produce or do nothing like that. So once again, now since let's say we in Georgia, the ocean down there in Savannah, they do import here, right up here. People go here, Savannah, every day where I'm from, right? So watch this. They have places in Africa that make their own guns, right? So now what we can do, since we are in absolute control, we are the majority, this is our state. So now we can make those connections and have stuff imported from Africa to our state, some of the weapons. Oh, we get some of our people who know how to do these type of things. Guess what? So now we can put up manufacturing companies and we can break down their weapons, whatever they have built. We can break down their RPGs and do all of that and learn how to build them ourselves. We can break down their cars, their engines, and do all that and learn how to make stuff ourselves. You don't just come out the gate and say, oh, I'm going to get away. Now, you come out the gate and you got to have a damn plan. You can't let everybody know. So then eventually when you're ready to secede, but then you can secede, but once you secede, you know you are taken care of. You know you have made connections. You know you have made international connections to be able to do the things that you need to do. And in that process, while we make sure our black farmers and everything is absolutely taken care of because we have farmers, then what we do, we can't just have just the vegetable farms and all that. So now we have to have farms. We gonna need cattle farms, and we gonna need every type of farm so we can feed ourselves. Now you say we don't even make our own clothes, but guess what? You have people like Carl Kanai that still make clothes. So maybe we can have somebody, since we got complete power of this and we are in this hypothetical, maybe we can reach out to a brother like that and we can have other people that want to be involved to make stuff for us. See, there's a whole lot of things that we can do other than say what we can't. Did that answer your question? Did I miss anything? Oh, y'all ain't talking to me no more. My bad.
Well, I can't hear. I think Bakari's talking, but I think Ron is talking about his audience.
Yeah, Brother Bakari was in a huge thing. It's a huge thing.
Okay, what did I miss?
You gotta raise up your volume. Raise up your volume, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brother Bakari, I'm not saying that Black people can't do these things, make connections, build military equipment, do all these things. But your enemies will not want you to do these things. And I'm saying that you're gonna have to fight. They're not gonna just give you the ability to create a nation within a nation. Okay? So you saying that you're gonna form relationship. Suppose you forming a relationship with a country that the so-called other 48 countries doesn't want you to have a relationship with. How are you gonna get their clothes, their food, whatever into your 3 states if they don't want you? And you are surrounded. So you have to fight them first to even entertain that.
You missed something.
Go ahead.
But I don't mean to cut you off, but you missed. I already said you don't come out the gate talking about you ready to become your own state. If you're gonna become your own country. If you're gonna use strategy, you don't just come out the gate. Now that you're in control of the state, you the majority population, you getting your people in. You don't just secede right away. Why would you do that? You don't have nothing. So all the connections and everything I'm talking about doing and all the power moves I'm talking about making, you make that and you set all that up while you're still part of this country. You don't come out the gate and say, ooh, I'm going to leave, because you don't have shit. So you have to be able to use this country. You have to be able to use everything that they have. So what they do have when you take control of a state, once again, what they do have is military stuff. You say you want a military. What they do have is going to have an Army National Guard. They're going to have everything that the regular Army have. They're going to have Navy National Guard, everything that the Navy have. They're going to have an Air Force National Guard, everything that the Air Force have. We would have access to all of that while we are still part of this country and while we're in control and while we are making plans for our future. You don't just jump out the gate and leave, because if you just jump out the gate and leave, then they take all that stuff. But while you are a part, we got to learn how to play the game. We scared to try to use them, but they done used us forever. So I want to be able to use them the way they have used us.
Yeah,
but we so worried about what they gonna do.
Yeah, I like what Brother Bakari is saying. And I tend to I see what he's saying, in the ideal situation is to say that if you're
flip-flopping. That see, y'all don't realize something about this program and about me. I sit back and I observe. I listen and I watch and I connect things. And I noticed Bakari just jumped on Black Steel, but only started the conversation saying that, as I said in the chat, with a bleak outlook. Why didn't jump on Oni from jump? So what is it about Black Steel that make you jump on Black Steel? Is it because he's
I'm not jumping on Black Steel. Wait, I'm not jumping on Black Steel.
Actually, no. Actually, Bowana and Black Steel was the last two to speak. And I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember what Oni said, because if he had said something that came out bleak, I would have said something about him too. But I know it's have nothing.
Oni is the one who said that they could just bomb your ass if you're all in one place. He started the conversation with that.
You know what I thought? I heard that, but I didn't remember it was damn Oni. Remember, I put that on somebody else. I do remember that. I didn't. My bad.
I was
in Black Steel in Black Steel. I didn't just jump on Black Steel. I repeated what everybody said, and I said all the shit sound weak. In my opinion, that's why RTG got defensive. But no, I would have told Oni that's a bunch of bullshit too.
Well, here's the thing. So I'm gonna say that what I said was James Farmer said that they could bomb us, and that was a conversation we already had. But that's the thing. It's like I would say it really depends on what you mean, you know, because the way how this story is framed, the black people that would be in power are these two black men in front of us, you know, in that kind of state. Obviously, that's not going to do anything, right? Now, if you're saying in a hypothetical situation, like some really good black brothers had their thing, and I think I said this. I think I said, you know, if you could pull it off, then sure. You know what I'm saying? If you could find some black people to, you know, make this sort of project happen, where 75, 80, heck, 100% of the freaking people are black, right? Are black Americans, and their leadership is really on that time. You know, I would say if you could pull that off, you should do that in Africa, you know, because, you know, unfortunately, you know, even though, as Bakari is saying, it is, you know, a little pessimistic, you know, the reality is that if you are in somebody else's country, right, that you're still going to be under, like in order for you to, as a state, like the thing is that I'm pretty certain that the states do not enact federal or international policies in America, or that they can do federal international negotiations. I think that's part of their contract of the United States government, right? So even if you had an independent black state, no, not independent black state, even if you had a majority black state, you still have to, you still would have to navigate in such a way that you are consistent with America on a diplomatic, socio-political level, right? Now, as Bakari said, you could have these, you know, really good brothers and sisters who are like playing the game and, you know, getting all the material, and then they kind of break away or they kind of shift. That's, you know, that's doable too. Because remember, everything is possible, right? But that's why I say, you know, one of the troubles that we have is that America is hard mode. You know, like there's easy mode and there's hard mode. So you can take the hardest path, right, and be like, you know what, I'm gonna go to America. I'm gonna somehow move move so many people to one state to the point where they're now 75%, 90%. I'm going to, you know, quietly accumulate weapons under the white man's nose, but not make him suspect anything, even though he's super paranoid. And then eventually I could break away and sort of stuff. It's like, if you have that sort of political genius, you know, if you have that sort of, you know, massive ability to organize people quietly, you know, engage in this, you know, this huge, like, if you are that genius, you're that guy, right? Your genius can go so much further in Africa. And that's the trouble that I have with a lot of the really brilliant people in America. And not just black Americans, but like Carlos Cooks, brilliant guy, you know, brilliant guy. But because he never went to Africa, it's like he kind of just lived and died in obscurity in America, doing the good part. Like, the thing is that a lot of us talk about how black Americans went to Ethiopia to help with the war there. And, you know, we all know only one black American actually made it there. You know, even though a lot of black Americans volunteered to go to Ethiopia, only one black American made it there. And he made a huge difference in Ethiopia, to the point where they named like an airfield after him, right? But the thing is that the organization behind getting black men interested in joining the Ethiopia war and all that, and, you know, and you know, getting us to you know, try to participate in Ethiopia, even though most of us were declined by the nation, right? It was Carlos Cooks pushing that, you know? So the reality is that you could have, like, if you have that sort of genius, right? I'm saying don't, like, you can use it anywhere you want because you're the genius. You know, that's you, right? But I would advise people use that genius in Africa, right? Instead of using it in a hostile situation, right? Use it in a situation like I don't know, maybe fertile situation. I don't know, but use it in a situation where more Black people could benefit, less hostility, less so on and so forth. And I think the best example I know is this brother named you guys know him, Abadale Kambon, right? So this guy Abadale Kambon, he goes to Ghana and he can go on Ghanaian television, right? This man, his father, if you guys don't know, is Kamau Kambon, right? And that's actually one of those quote unquote spiritualists who were kind of like he has this famous speech on C-SPAN where he's just like, we should just go kill white people, right? And it's like the most ludicrous thing, because he's on C-SPAN. If anybody knows what C-SPAN is, like the government channel, right? But he's on C-SPAN talking about let's kill white people, and this is his father. Like his son is able to go to Ghana, but what he says is that he has to live in the freaking woods in America. You know what I mean? He's living in the woods, off the grid, and all that type of shit. But but he goes to Ghana. His son goes to Ghana, obviously, and they're living free to the point where they're on national television. As to say that even though they're radicals and all that kind of stuff, and even though they have these kind of views, in a Black nation that can embrace them, they can go as far as being media personalities. Regular radio programs, all that kind of stuff. What I'm saying is, long story short, yeah, if you can pull it off, then obviously, like I said before, like I wish them the best, but it's more or less hard mode, and you're more or less doing it for like I don't know why you would be doing it, but like again, I'm not personally Black American, so in that sense, so obviously I personally don't have any sort of biological ties in America, right? Except for the the family that migrated, right? That said, if it's so strong that I could see why somebody would want to stick it out and fight it out, but for me personally, as everybody knows, Tether's flea. Like I would just go do it where it's easier done, where it's easier done, and that's what I was saying.
So on it, but I know we just getting late, almost 2 o'clock. So
after this conversation, I am literally getting up in the morning and go to join church. I promise you, y'all. I'm gonna go. Maybe Jesus gonna protect me, cause I can listen to this panel. If push come to shove,
time fair, brother Bakari. You won't being fair, brother. You won't being fair.
I'm going to join church in the morning. He's telling you I'm going to join church.
That's not fair, brother Bakari.
I'm going to join church in the morning.
So
that's not fair, man.
I'm going to church in the morning. That's all I'm saying.
I hope you enjoy. I hope you sing in the choir. I know you can sing.
I'm going to church
brother
in the morning.
Bakari ain't being fair. He ain't being fair. He ain't being fair.
Why you stop the man from going to church, man? Let him go to church.
Yes, I am. Bawana, I am being fair because this is a hypothetical situation. And in a hypothetical situation, only ready to fucking run in a hypothetical situation. Y'all can't win in a make-believe fight. This shit is make-believe. You don't see yourself winning make-believe. How the hell can you win in real life?
We always get cussed on the side of the head.
You're missing something,
but this is make-believe. If you don't see yourself winning in make-believe, how can you win in real life? Answer that question.
You're right, but
answer that question. If you don't see yourself winning in make-believe, how can you win in real life?
Sorry.
I understand what you're saying, but hold on.
Go ahead,
hold on, last year. I understand. Answer the question. No, brother Bakari, I understand.
I'm going to ask the question again. If you can't see yourself winning in make-believe, how can you win in real fucking life?
Brother Bakari, I understand what you're saying. You have to have a mentality to win. I understand that. But Brother Bakari, to be fair, you are a soldier. Not only a soldier, you was a soldier in the United States Army. One of the first things you learn as a soldier is to save your life, you have to be extremely practical. extremely practical. And I am asking, based on your knowledge of the United States and how they act in terms of warfare, I telling you, go through the numbers. You telling me that, oh, you can't do it right away. Secretly, we could do it. Even in an answer to that, you know, and I know that we are on YouTube right now, brother. You know what I mean? Most of the information is accumulated, and they're gonna store the information for later use. You'll never know when our voice is gonna be used or our face is gonna be used for other purposes. Okay, so I don't know with this idea of secretly doing things, that's out of the door. Because you ain't gonna do secretly in another man's nation, especially as a paranoid nation, as what you're talking about right now. I say, take me through the numbers. How are you gonna operate in terms of 3 states? In 3 states where you want to have a black state, self empowered or whatever, you want to operate outside of the so-called 48 other states, outside of their interests. You want to form relationships with Africa and whoever you wish. And if you are forming relationships with other countries in the world, like let's say North Korea, and the so-called greater society say, wait a minute, you all are black states and everything, we letting you all operate, but they are our enemies. We don't want you all to form relationships with them. You are telling me that as a black state, you will form relationships with who you wish, free. And these people ain't gonna never say, oh, wait a minute. You guys are in our territory. You are in our backyard. We don't permit you all to do that. See, I am talking from experience, because when the guy from Grenada was trying to operate independently in Grenada, in the deepest part of the Caribbean, you know what happened? Ronald Reagan sent his military and the army inside there, and then go and take over that military. And what's the man name? What's the Caribbean? What's the prime minister name? Maurice Bishop ended up as a dead man. They tried to kill Castro and many other Caribbean countries who tried to operate independently and of themselves. You are telling me you are in the contiguous United States of America and you're going to try to operate independently as a black society? You don't get no static. You're going to just have these partnerships, even in our imaginations. I live with the reality of it, because I can point you to the histories of what actually happened. You telling me what happened in your brain, in your mind, that we gonna win. And I'm saying to you, think like a soldier. Think like a soldier, because you all send your military to the Grenada in 1983. And Maurice Bishop ended as a dead man because he was trying to operate independently. And you tell me, say, I must not think like that, because if I think like that, I think like a coward. I'm telling you what could practically happen. So I say, give me another plan. Give me another strategy. Okay, I do want to win. I do want to win, but give me a practical win. Don't give me theory. Okay. Don't give me fantasy.
Aliens.
Well, that's exactly what this was, because there's no state with majority black. But if we're gonna say make this real, and this state is majority black, if they send their military, you have the same shit, because you in control of your state's military. You are in control of the state's Air Force, the state's Army, and the state's Navy. So you have the same thing. That dude you talking about, was it Maurice Bishop? He didn't have the same thing. And like I said, man, it's okay. I just know I might be safer in church. That's all I'm saying. I may be safer in church or the mosque. It's the same. Because this is a hypothetical, and we can't see ourselves winning in a hypothetical. So what the hell? I'm telling you. So that's why I took it to real life. So I'm gonna make it simple for y'all. I'm gonna break it down a little bit easier, right? I know y'all love Mike Tyson. He might be the hardest puncher in the history of boxing. And when he was in his prime, and when he fought Buster Douglas, everybody knew he was gonna knock Buster Douglas out. Oh, because he hit so hard. But Buster Douglas had a plan to say, I ain't gonna let this motherfucker knock me out. This is what I can do. I know what he can do, but this is what I can do. But when I hear y'all speak, I don't hear y'all saying what we can do. I hear y'all constantly talk about what the white man can do, what the white man gonna do, what the white man have done, what they've been doing. I'm like, God damn, No wonder we don't have a. I understand the Hebrew Israelites now when that guy stood out there and told Sarnetta, our only hope is the sky crack, black Jesus with the white willow hair come down on a flying horse with 2 million angels on a flying horse and fight the white man for him. That's what I hear right now, because we don't have a chance in a hypothetical. And to me, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. So if this is what African spirituality gets you, this is why. If this is what we talk about African spirituality, and we talk, if this is the mindset of African people, well, we can't do shit even in a make-believe. God damn, man, I'm gonna try to think of something else I might got to be.
No, I think that's unfair. I think that's unfair.
In a make-believe, I'm gonna win. In a make-believe, I know I'm gonna win. In a scenario that I'm setting up, I'm gonna win. Yeah, y'all can't even set the scenario in your mind where you can win. So then you say they're sitting in the military. So I explained, okay, so you have the same military they have because you had the Army National Guard. You have the same stuff. You got the same training. You got the same drones. In the Navy, you got the same submarines, the same ships. In the Air Force, you got the same things. You would have the same things. So when they send them, so then you can be like, are you prepared? Because we know that I listen to y'all. So I do know that y'all know that they are 100% prepared to come put their foot up your ass. Oh, I'm sorry, up my ass. Because I'm the one that's talking about standing the ground fighting. I know y'all know they coming to put their foot 100%. They 100% prepared to put their foot up my ass in this make-believe. But since I'm in this make-believe, there's going to be another state with a brother and they in control with a brother or sister who's governor, lieutenant governor that think like me. There's going to be another state with a brother and a sister, lieutenant governor, and they think like me. And we in control of this military. And we have had the same training that they have. So if you got the same training they have and you got the same weapons they have, can you win then, Bwana?
Yeah, of course. Like I say, I think Brother Bakari.
Are you sure?
Brother Bakari being.
I'm just asking them. Okay.
They gonna send in the Avengers.
This is why. Look. Look. And people get mad with me because of what I say. You got the same shit. You still can't. This is why I don't mess with weak people, man. I really don't.
You've been a big shot in America. Your bad situation. Your black.
I don't make with weak-minded people. They can't even win in their own made-up game. We can't beat white people. So what's it hypothetical? I ain't cussing you out. I'm just telling you, this is what I want y'all to do. Since y'all say I'm cussing you out, please, when this is over, just go back. Go back. Yeah, when you listen to this, the first part of this podcast you listen to the last topic. Just listen to the last, because y'all need to hear, y'all saying it, but y'all ain't. I want y'all to hear what you all are saying.
I'll listen to it again. But
listen to the last topic. And I promise you, and I'll let y'all know tomorrow what church I joined.
I'll listen
because I might as well be there. Y'all can talk about the people in church. Y'all can talk about them. They do this and they do that and blase, but got the same kind of fight.
Brother Bakari and cuss us out and call us a bunch of Uncle Toms, but I'll listen to it again. I
didn't call you Uncle Tom. Not one time did I call you Uncle Tom.
In a nice way.
I didn't call you Uncle Tom.
In a nice way.
No, I didn't call you Uncle Tom at all. I just you don't see yourself winning.
Yeah. But I'll listen to it again.
I agree. It's getting late. It's almost 2:00. I'm gonna wrap this up real quick. I just one thing to say.
Go ahead, Blackfield.
When you play a game, right? Let's say you're playing chess, right? Even a game, hypothetically, how do you play a game and not account for what the enemy's going to do? If I'm playing chess, I'm looking at my enemy. Before I can win, I'm gonna see what move he's gonna make. And I gotta counter his move and so on and so forth. So Bakari got this whole imaginary situation where black people could all 45, 50 million of us move to a couple states, take a majority, and the FBI is gonna be sitting back, ignoring everything. The Justice Department, the CIA is looking at all these black people with these revolutionary black leaders getting in positions of power, and they just sitting back with their dick in their hand, not doing nothing about it. And we just go get control of the military and the tanks. Like, they don't have more tanks. They don't have a way to sabotage these weapons. They can't sit and come back. We just, all of this hypothetical stuff is happening. And for me to say, well, you know what? In this I don't see this happening. Oh, I can't believe. Of course not. Of course not. That's ridiculous. These people's strategy was a ridiculous strategy from the very beginning, because white people.
Black Steel, we get Batman. We get Black Batman.
It's just, I'm gonna leave it there, man. Like, how you make a plan but don't account for what your enemy's gonna do. That's a recipe for failure.
You never make a plan. You never make a plan for what you gonna do. You only talk about how white people gonna whoop your ass. You ain't never said what you gonna do. I talk about we can't beat them. We can't. That's the only thing y'all ever talk about is what they gonna do. Y'all some cowards, man. It's okay.
Is not.
You only talk like this. Tell me one thing. Tell me one thing you said you can do other than, well, if we try to create an organization, and then tell me what you said you can do if it come down to having to fight. Nothing. The only thing you said you could do was lay there and get your fucking ass kicked. That's all y'all said tonight. That's all y'all said tonight. They're gonna kick my ass. Girl, if we get up and into South America, you go to South America, the white people from Spain control that shit. What you gonna do when they kick that? Well, we gonna go to Brazil. That's the part of South America the white people from Portugal control. They gonna kick you. What you gonna do? When are you gonna get tired of getting your ass kicked? I'm just wondering when. Because if you go there, they gonna kick your ass.
Arguments, as you always do. You make up stuff. You say I never said. And then you argue against it. It's 2:00 in the morning.
That's all y'all said.
You got it. You won.
That's all y'all said.
You won. You won. You got it.
Brother Macari can tell us he love us and he's sorry for cussing us out tonight. Tomorrow morning. But tonight we are a bunch of Uncle Tom.
No, I'm not sorry for cussing y'all out. What I'm telling y'all tomorrow, I'm gonna tell y'all what church I just on. Because I might as well be there. Because I need some protection. Because y'all ain't got no fight. No.
Well, tell us your favorite gospel, man. No, I know a couple of them.
Jesus is on the main line. Tell him what
you mean, that old time religion, right?
Jesus is on the main line.
But I think that.
But y'all get mad and say, wait a minute. Y'all get mad and say they worshiping white Jesus. They should worship somebody white. Because y'all don't think y'all can fight nobody white. So they worshiping the white man to keep the white man off their ass.
Probably. Yeah, a lot of there's a lot of that's the thing, there's a lot of cowardice in America.
Coco, please cut Oni off because he wants a Jamaican Rumble. He wants a Kingston Rumble right now.
I didn't even say anything yet.
Yeah, I think we've reached the end of the show now. There's only so much times we could repeat the same thing and whatnot. Because it's what they call a loggerhead. We're not going anywhere with this conversation. The conversation really was supposed to be about the viability of all blacks taking up a few states in the South. And I think I get where Bakari's coming from in terms of it's something Buana said one time in terms of throw the stone. Sometimes you gotta throw the stone. I get that, but I also get what Black Steel saying. How can you decide you're gonna go do something and not account for the enemy? Even the U.S. Army, even when they go into places like into these little small places, they try to account for what the enemy is gonna do. So yeah, I get it, but the conversation really ain't gonna go no further. It's just gonna be the same back and forth. We've been here a long time. We've actually gone longer than we were supposed to, and I appreciate you guys coming through on the panel. For 2024, though, guys, and I might talk more about this during the week or next week. We gotta cut down this bickering type thing and attacking type thing. Even if it's not, it sounds like it. And that gets exhausting. For me personally, that's exhausting. We got to cut that down. Let's have conversations. If we can't find a solution, then we can't find a solution for that thing. and we move on. And let's stop the waffling too, the flip flop and stuff. That really bugs me because I see it, I hear it, I pick it up when it comes up. Let's stop that too, man. Stand on what you're talking about and make your case. And if no one accepts it, that's all good. You know, we'll just say we'll agree to disagree. Before y'all go though, I want you guys on the panel to shout out anything positive in the Black world you've seen, something that happened to you, or what have you. Anything you want to shout out. Let me start with Black Steel because I know he's itching to go. Black Steel, what you want to shout out this week?
Let me think. Let me shout out. Let's see. I'm off for 2 weeks. Merry Christmas if you celebrate it. Happy Kwanzaa for those who celebrate it. Shout out to everybody on the show. Good discussion tonight. Got a little heated, but that's okay. I don't mind getting my hands dirty. And I'll see you guys next week.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming through once again. Only what you want to shout out this week?
Just shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to Shoot the Breeze with its episode 130. Hopefully I could wake up early tomorrow to, I don't know, waffle or something.
Get your syrup. Get your syrup. Thank you for that. Only thanks for coming through as always. RBG, what you want to shout out this week?
I don't know. I don't have anything really to say. I'm trying to like not be stressed out about things I can't control and all that. But I just shouting out black men, you know what I'm saying? Shouting out everyone out here. We going through all what we going through. You know what I'm saying? Let's at a minimum try to at least stabilize other people. You know what I'm saying? We can do that. We can continue to do that. You know what I'm saying? I put energy out there. Look, all I'm saying is that as long as we in the ballpark, we good. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
Appreciate you for coming through, RBG. Hopefully I'll see you next week. We will do a 4-hour show next week. We went way over the time today, but it was a good discussion. It was worthy, so I appreciate it. Bakari, you want to shout anything out this week? The AME church or something?
Yeah, I just Googled the church that I'm gonna join. I'm gonna shout out to all the black men that think about what they can do, not only how white people can kick their ass. And in 2024, I will probably be around coming through on your panel, but I'm about to shut my channel down. My YouTube is going another way. I'm gonna shut that channel down. I have other things that I want to do. A lot of this pro-black stuff, I live this life for real. It can get stressful. So I'm going to be more of entertainment and doing promoting. I have some business opportunities from some businesses who want me to do things. So that's what I'm going to be doing in 2024. So it probably won't be Bakari no more either. I got to get my other name. I ain't for sure, but that's probably the route that I will be going, to church and switching my YouTube channel. Praise the Lord.
Amen. Thanks. But on a serious note, thanks for coming through, Bakari. I always appreciate your contributions to the show. Anthony McPhail, I know you've been quiet for a bit, man. I hope you're still hanging in there.
Yeah, I'm chilling, man.
You want to shout anything out before we go?
Just shout out to everybody, man, who joined the panel and everybody in the chat, man. And let's try to do a little bit better in 2024.
Absolutely. Let's try to do a little bit better in 2024. I appreciate you, Anthony McPhail. Thanks for coming through. Buana Hagaziki, last but not least.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to all my great brothers on the panel who contributed tonight. Anthony, don't worry, but Brother Bakari, he cusses out on Saturday night and call us a bunch of Uncle Tom. And then on the show the next day, he say, "Well, I apologize for my brothers. He loves us anyway. No, it's just love. He wouldn't spend 5 hours on the show if he didn't care about and love us. We just sometimes disagree and sometimes have big beefs, but it's not personal. I don't take it personal, really. I like my big brother Bakari. That's my guy. Even though he's cussing out every now and again, that's my guy. So shout out to all the brothers who contributed tonight and did a great job. And I hope to see y'all brothers next week. I'll leave it there.
All right, I think I got everyone.
Koku, before you go, I got some people to talk to, and I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna give them your information. You might be able to get your channel. Might be able to have some companies hit you up too. See what I can do for you.
All right, I appreciate that. I appreciate
you
that.
Heard me?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I said, and I appreciate. So just email me or whatever, or hit me on Telegram and let me know what's up, and we'll see what it is. All right, guys, this has been a long one, long show. Let me clarify. We'll be back next week. It'll be New Year's Eve. I believe that's New Year's Eve, right? Yeah, it'll be New Year's Eve next week. We'll be back, and you might see me during the week. I'll try to show up on other people's channels as well, in the chat at least. So until next week, you guys be good. Thanks to everyone who was here in the chat. You guys be good. I'll see you next week. Peace.
Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.